Welcome back to the channel. This is Trinity Storm and you are watching What If Naruto Becomes Minato's Shadow. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no time, let's start the story.
Hinata avoided the flames aimed at her as she leapt gracefully from the branch. She threw out her palm and spun around in midair. It was Hokage Kusho. She cried. Her palm exploded with pure, blue chakra, striking the man who was pursuing her in the stomach. The man fell, crumpling like a leaf. His Hite.8 glinted in the last of the daylight as he fell. The representation of clouds on it was visible in the low light. Hinata whirled once more and fell heavily onto a branch. She sagged onto one knee as blood gushed from her leg's numerous wounds. She also had one deep wound on her back and several cuts on her arms. She was going to die of blood loss if she didn't suture them up quickly. She found that she was out of chakra when she attempted to use her Byakugan to scope out her remaining pursuers. After looking through her pouch for soldier pills, she discovered that she had misplaced them during one of her frequent battles. For her, the past 2 days had been terrible. All she could hope for was that her team had escaped the ambush that was meant for her. In the hopes that the ambushers would abandon her team, she had led them away. If nothing else, it would be comforting to know that her death had not been in vain. At that moment, she thought about taking her own life. Being killed was a far better fate than being taken prisoner. Most likely, she would be compelled to have children, and once there were enough, her eyes would be harvested. She took out a kunai and pressed it to her abdomen. A thin trickle of blood dripped out from the tip as it pierced her skin. For a few seconds, she kept it to herself, but then her nerves gave out. In her 18 years of life, she had already claimed many lives. Why was she unable to take her own? She was startled out of her reverie by a sound. There had been 5 kumo.nin. It was time to go running once more. She took off running. She ran as if it were her first time. Her leg was bleeding profusely. Wasn't going to last long, she knew. She decided that a clearing up ahead was as good a place as any to make a final stand. Her leg gave way beneath her as she jumped onto the final tree, causing her to fall forward onto the clearing. She rolled a few times to lessen the impact after landing hard on the ground. She paused close to a tree's base. A blond man sat at the base of the tree. She told him, "Run away," as she struggled to get to her feet. Now she would also have to try to save this civilian. It must have been a civilian. He was only a foot away from her, yet she was unable to feel his presence. Her pursuers landed in the clearing with 5 gentle thumps. Hinata shakily assumed the taijutsu style of her clan. Every kumo.nin pulled out a katana. She had absolutely no chance when up against 5 junin. The blond man moved in front of her just as she was ready to attack. He had on all black clothing. He wore his hair in a ponytail. Additionally, he was carrying 2 swords, which Hinata saw were oddly arranged. He had one slung at his left hip and the other on his right shoulder. The man's voice was calm. "Although I hate to admit it, I still have a tiny lingering loyalty for the village of my birth even though I have left it many years ago. The lady here happens to be from there. I don't really like fighting and so I request you to leave and forget her. I don't want to have to resort to violence." The kumo.nin emitted derision. "As if we would abandon a mission like this. Move away, civilian, or we'll kill you." "What are you doing?" exclaimed Hinata. "They're shinobi. Get away before they kill you. I'll hold them off for as long as I can." The man gave her a sidelong glance and cocked his head slightly. She had never seen eyes that were so remarkably blue. Before he turned away, the corner of his lip briefly raised. He addressed the kumo.nin, saying, "I apologize for what I am about to do then. I'll make it quick and painless." His hand retrieved a pronged kunai from his pouch. Upon closer inspection, the kunai's side was painted with an intricate sealing array. With a casual flick of his wrist, the blond man threw his blade at the front. Runner. Instinctively, the kumo.nin hid beneath it. That was his error. It would also be his final error, as he discovered a moment later. The blond man just vanished and materialized above him, clutching the kunai in one hand and a sphere of pure blue, rotating chakra in the other, as the kunai whistled innocuously over him. With the sphere, he struck the man's head, destroying it entirely. He drew the sword on his back and put the kunai back in its pouch as he landed in the middle of them. He cut the second kumo.nin in half lengthwise with a vertical slash. He spun, pulled out his other sword, and cut the third foe in half. "Don't let those swords touch you. He's using Fudan techniques," yelled one of the 2 shinobi who were still alive. The 2 slashes were directed at the blond man, who danced back to avoid them. He attacked the 4th enemy by moving to the left. He swung his sword downward, channeling wind chakra into it. To deflect his blow, A sword was raised. His blade was like butter, slicing through flesh and steel. The fifth enemy had a shocked expression on his face and stood motionless for a few seconds. Then he turned and ran, screaming in terror. The blond man's face was expressionless as he watched him flee. He knelt down and wiped his swords on one of the shinobi's dead vests. He calmly walked back to Hinata, sheathing them both. Before she fainted from the agony, she was able to get a clear view of his face. Awakened, Hinata gazed up at the blue sky. A sky she never thought she'd see again. After admiring it for a few moments, she attempted to stand up. Pain shot through her body in sharp, shooting tendrils. The voice said, "Hinata, don't you dare get up. You're injured," in a female voice. Hinata sat up, ignoring the pain and the authoritative voice. She had encountered the blond man in the clearing. The clearing in which he had killed the Kumo.nin who were after her. There was now a small camp in that same clearing. Hinata quietly said, "Kurenai. Sensei, Kiba.kun, Shino.kun. What are you doing here? How did you find me?" As she noticed her beloved teammates gathered around her with worried expressions. Kiba jerked his thumb in the direction of where they had found the fallen Kumo shinobi. "We followed your trail. We found you here with all your wounds bound up and these dead guys," he said. "Was that you?" "No, that wasn't me. Kiba, don't bother her. Let her rest. We can find out everything in due time. Now, Hinata, you go back to sleep," Kurenai said. The team leader pushed her student into a sleeping position with a gentle hand. Following her sensei's instructions, Hinata retreated. She fell asleep almost immediately. It was obviously necessary for her body. The blond man with the blue eyes was in her dream. 1 week later, surprised, Sarutobi got to his feet. "Are you sure?" he inquired sincerely. "About what?" answered Hinata. "About the man who saved you. Blonde hair. Whiskers on his face. 2 katanas. Tell me, are you sure?" "Yes. I'm sure." Slumping back in his chair, Sarutobi lit his pipe. He had a triumphant expression on his face. After a few drags, he resumed his conversation. "Kurenai, your team is the best tracking team we have. I know you guys just got back and that Hinata is injured, but I'm giving you a new mission. You have to track this person down at all costs. I don't care how long it takes. Failure is not an option. Once you reach him, do not engage him at any cost. I repeat, do not fight him. You stand no chance at all. Give him this and say it is from me." Taking out a scroll, Sarutobi started writing steadily. After a few minutes, he completed it and rolled it up. Kurenai received it from him. He said, "Get me Ox and Owl," to his secretary. Within a few minutes, the 2 Anbu that were requested arrived. "Your teams will be Team Kurenai's backup. They have to track a certain person down. Do not engage him. If the target attacks, your sole job is to get Team Kurenai out of there safely and get away without incurring any damage. You got that? Ox will be in overall command. With all due respect, Hokage Sama, I think we will be able to handle a solitary target with 2 Anbu teams as well as a Junin squad. We can go for a grab," said Ox. "No, the only person currently capable of fighting him in this village is me. Do you think you guys have the skill to kidnap me?" The only answer Sarutobi got was an awkward silence. "I thought so too. This man is beyond your current skill levels. Now, make your preparations and start moving as soon as you can," he said. He went to the window and gazed out over his village after they had filed out of his office. "Naruto. I hope you agree to come back." As the rain began to fall, Naruto was leaning against a tree. He sighed, stood up, and began to seek cover. "Come in," yelled Sarutobi as he heard a gentle tap on his door. When he saw who it was, he momentarily regretted his choice. He got to his feet, summoned one of his practiced fake smiles, and pointed to the chairs in front of his desk. Being the Hokage would be impossible without having a solid foundation in fake courtesies. His words, "Welcome, Heishi. Please have a seat," were directed at the empty chairs in front of his desk. Hyuga Heishi took the preferred seat after a brief pause and sidelong glance. The 2 elders who were with him stood by his shoulders. "What can I do for you today?" Leaning forward a little, one of the elders started talking. "Hokage Sama, Kumo has crossed us yet again and we demand that you take action this time. This is the 3rd time they have made an attempt on our heir, Hinata. Sama. We also demand that you summon her back to the village, instantly. We must provide for her security." Sarutobi abandoned the act. "And pray tell me, what kind of action do you suggest?" "Konoha is the greatest of all the villages. We must put Kumo back in their place." "So are you suggesting war?" "Yes, Hokage Sama. Get out." "What? You can't. I can and I will, Sarutobi said. This is the end of this conversation. Please leave. I am not starting the next shinobi world war just to keep the heads of one of my clans happy. This is an outrage. We will take this up with the council. Do whatever you want. As long as there is still life within me, I will not be the aggressor unless there is absolutely no other choice left. I agree that some action must be taken. But not this. Not as long as I am the Hokage of Konoha. Heishi followed the elders as they stood up and left. Heishi, the head of the clan, stopped and surveyed the area. Is this truly what you desire, or was this decision thrust upon you? After glancing at Sarutobi for a few moments, Heishi walked away silently, but Sarutobi's question was answered by the expression on his face. He sighed, stood up, and went to his window. He sighed as he fumbled for some tobacco in his pocket. I'm too old for this shit. Got to find someone else to do this before I go senile. After 3 weeks, when the first drop of rain fell on Kiba's head, he growled in frustration. He sniffed the air, his nostrils flaring. Fuck. We trail this guy for more than 3 weeks, and just as we are about to catch up to him, it starts raining. We better get to him soon or the rain is going to wash away his scent. Why does life hate me? Kurenai yelled, shut it, Kiba. Stop whining and focus. We can't lose him after all this. Hinata. Hinata made a hand sign with her hands raised. Her Byakugan activated and her facial veins swelled. She started searching the terrain for any indication of their target with ease that came from practice. Her voice trailed off, I see him. 1 o'clock, 10 kilometers from here, but they were genuinely close enough for her to see him for the first time. As Ox descended from the trees and joined them, he questioned, but what? The 2 Anbu squads were dispersed and concealed in the trees, creating a wide ring of defense around the Junin squad they were tasked with guarding. It's the same as last time. I see no chakra. When I met him the last time, I thought that he was a civilian. I couldn't feel any chakra emanating from him. When I woke up later, I decided that I had made a mistake because I was wounded and exhausted, but now I know that I was right. What do you mean? I can't see any chakra flowing through his body, just like a civilian. Actually, even civilians have tiny amounts of innate chakra circulating constantly through their body. This one, however, does not have a single iota of chakra in him. If not for my eyes, not any sensor would be able to detect him. You sure it's the same guy? Definitely. This is not good. He must be using some sort of technique to suppress and cloak his chakra. I have seen similar forms of this technique used by assassins before. Not good at all. A forest like this is the worst place to make contact with a guy like this. We don't have a choice. This rain is going to wash away his scent, and this distance is the limit of my vision. If he speeds up, then I might lose him. Well then, everyone, battle stations. Time to make contact. Don't attack unless he does, Ox exclaimed. Leaping into the trees, he joined his 2 vigilant Anbu squads. He yelled, be careful, Kiba snarled, we can take care of ourselves, we're not children. I didn't say you were. Hokage. Sama, however, considers this guy to be his equal. If you still want to fight, then be my guest. Kiba swallowed. When the first drop of rain fell on Naruto's head, he stopped and raised his head. The water was chilly. Chilly. It brought back memories of that day as usual. He shook his head and carried on walking. I haven't said anything about it, but here goes nothing. Why are you letting those guys follow you? You're not even erasing your scent. TCH. Can't be bothered with it. The old man must have sent them. They're not enemies. I'll think about doing something if they get too close. Well, they have picked up their speed now. They clearly want to make contact. I can count up to 13 chakra sources and 1 is not human. What are you going to do? What if they plan to capture you? Nah. The old man would never do that. Let's see what they have to say. It's that girl, isn't it? She intrigues you. Shut it, Kurama-san. You evaded them the last time the old man sent out someone to find you. What's different this time? Alright. I did do something about it. I left a marker behind and they're just about past it. I'm going to go give them a surprise. No harm in talking with them, but it's better to keep them scared, while I'm at it. They might not try any funny business they might be thinking of doing. Changing the subject, are we? Naruto growled and vanished. Hinata stopped suddenly, gasping. Kurenai yelled, what's wrong? As the team came to a halt around her. He just disappeared, she said slowly in a whisper. How is da? Hinata spun around, threw a kunai at a tree behind them, and assumed a defensive position before Kiba could finish his question. A blond man was sitting idly on the tree behind them when they all turned around. He didn't even bother to look at them as he casually leaned against the tree trunk. In his hand, he was spinning around Hinata's kunai. Kurenai let out a gasp. She muttered, "It's not possible. It can't be," while gawking at the man in front of them. "I'm counting to 5. If you Anbu goons aren't out of those trees by then I'm assuming that you want to fight," the individual said. 1, 2, 3. The 2 Anbu squads moved in front of them and silently assumed battle positions before he could finish counting. "No, we do not wish for a fight. We just have a message from the Hokage Sama to deliver. Nothing else," Ox responded. "I guessed as much. Tell the old man that I don't want it. Tell him to stop trying. I'm not coming back to Konoha. Ask him to give up. I'll just avoid the next group he sends out." The man got to his feet. Kurenai yelled, "Who are you?" Ox hissed, "Shut the fuck up, Kurenai. Let me handle this." "Oh, shut it, will you? I'm just asking what's in all of our heads," she added with a growl. "You should ask the old man that. Let's see if he tells you the truth. See ya around," replied the brunette. He was about to walk away when Hinata yelled, "Thank you. Thank you for saving my life." He gave her a few moments of his attention. "You're welcome. Try not to die next time." After saying that, he turned around and vanished from view. Try not to die next time? Seriously? That is the stupidest pick-up line of all time? What the fuck has gotten into you? That was not a goddamn pick-up line. That wasn't anything. Your stupidity has surpassed anything Jiraiya could ever have done. At least he compliments them. You, on the other hand. Don't compare me to that pervert. I'm nothing like him. Maybe you should take some tips from him. You really need some help at this. Naruto's face was covered. He moaned, please fuck me now, too." That's what she said. Tajiki was practically a nervous wreck when he returned to Kumo. He had escaped the battleground in addition to failing his mission. No matter how powerful the enemy, such a thing was not viewed favorably in Kumo. In particular, by the present Raikage. On his way to his leader's headquarters, he hoped fervently that the Raikage was feeling forgiving. The mission had been significant enough to merit a report written by the author. His fear increased as he ascended the tower. On his way up, he met Mabui. The assistant to the Raikage said sharply, "Hey Tajiki. Back already? I take it the mission didn't go well?" She only got a shake of the head in response. "Too bad. He's in a bad enough mood already. This isn't going to help matters." B. Sama pulled another stunt. Got into a fight with an important client and knocked him out. "Good luck up there," she said as she left. Tajiki arrived at his leader's room, muttering curses at his good fortune. He stood anxiously staring blankly at the door rather than going inside. "Who the fuck's lurking out there? Get in here before I smash the door," a vengeful voice barked from inside. Tajiki gulped anxiously and opened the door. "Oh, it's you, Tajiki. Get in here. You alone?" Tajiki gave a nod. "So you didn't get the Hyuga and the rest of your squad is dead, I assume. Pray fill in the gaps in for me please," said the Raikage. "Hi, Raikage. Sama. The mission initially went according to the plan you made. We managed to accost the Hyuga's team when they were returning from a mission. We also managed to separate them after some fighting. Once the girl realized what we were after, she left her team of her own accord. We left Buro and Kin to hold off her team while we captured her. Both of them are dead. We underestimated the team leader. She used some really nasty genjutsu. Reima. Taicho was much faster than any of us and we soon fell behind in the chase. We found his body some time later. We found the Hyuga girl in a clearing just beyond that. She was almost pathetically weakened by that point. We would have got her then if not for him." Tajiki took a moment to gather his thoughts. So far, everything was going far better than he had anticipated. At least he hadn't yet been hit by anything. His leader snarled, "Who?" Then Tajiki waited for an explosion. "Well, I know it is pretty far fetched, but I think it was the yellow flash," he said. "It never materialized." "Explain yourself. You know as well as I do that the Yondaime Hokage is dead. I fought him once during the last war and I remember his entry in the bingo book. This guy looked just like him and fought just like him. Your memory must be failing you. It can't have been the yellow flash. If it was him, you wouldn't be standing here in front of me. Tell me everything." "I don't know how he got there. Jin had said that there was no one else in region for kilometers and Jin was the best sensor I knew. Anyway, this guy warned us and told us to leave the girl alone. He said that his allegiance was to Konoha. We thought he was a civilian. Even though he was right in front of us, I couldn't feel even the slightest amount of chakra coming from him. We attacked. It was over within moments. He threw some sort of kunai in. The Raikage cut in. A prong kunai? Yes, I think so. And he somehow transported himself to the kunai? Yes, but how d? As the Raikage slammed his hand down on the table before him, destroying it entirely, Tajiki interrupted his sentence. Fuck. It is him. That's the Hiraishin. No one else in the world can do that jutsu, the Raikage yelled. The Raikage got to his feet and muttered to himself, why the hell did Konoha fake his death? He shook himself out of his reverie after losing himself in it for some time. Get home right away and burn the clothes you're wearing and everything in your pack. Then check your body carefully for a seal. The Yondaime can leave a seal on you with just a touch. But he didn't even touch me. Do it anyway. How did you get away? I ran. He didn't pursue. Good. Glad you weren't stupid enough to stay and fight. You didn't stand a chance in hell. Turning, the Raikage gazed over his village. Get out. I have a lot of thinking to do. Do not breathe a word about this to anyone. Tajiki whirled and headed for the exit. As he opened the door, the blockage in his chest gradually uncoiled itself. The Raikage appeared unimpressed with him. The Raikage yelled, I'll deal with your failure later. As Tajiki shut the door behind him, he muttered a curse. Forgetting his earlier rage, he gazed over his village. He recalled his initial encounter with the Yondaime Hokage. He and B had been easily manipulated by the Yondaime. A man like that would need to exercise extreme caution in his future dealings if he remained an ally of Konoha. Experience had taught him that the Yondaime was a formidable foe. By pulling this stunt, Konoha has really outdone the other villages. The Yondaime was a man capable of destroying an entire army on his own. It was a brilliant move to conceal a man like that. Konoha must have pretended to be dead by using the Kyuubi attack as a ruse. It was highly probable that the Yondaime had sealed the Kyuubi inside of him if his theory was correct. Many years had passed since the attack, and based on his intelligence, Konoha had not produced any new Jinchuriki. It was too much of a coincidence that they had wiped out the Yondaime's existence at the same time as the Kyuubi was sealed. Had it not been for this chance encounter, Kumo probably would never have discovered this valuable piece of information. The fact that they didn't have any spies in Konoha at the moment was something he had always worried would backfire. One side. Simply put, life had gotten a lot more complicated. He would need to alert B to prepare. The Yondaime would be a very strong opponent if he was also a Jinchuriki. It was also concerning that the Yondaime was spotted so far from Fire Country. Mabui! He cried out. His stoic assistant appeared in a matter of seconds. You called, Raikage. Sama. Yes. Hide Tajiki away and issue a notice to all the other villages that he and the rest of his squad were missing. Nin. Request them for any information they may have. Tajiki? Was the mission that bad? Yes. Not only did the Hyuga heiress escape with the knowledge that we were the ones after her, but the Raikage came to a halt. If he told everyone about this, it wouldn't work. Raikage. Sama? He said sternly, nothing. Just do as I ordered. He yelled, and get me a new table, as Mabui hurried from his office. Kurenai had been a Junin for a long time. Even after the birth of her child, she had continued to be an active shinobi. Although she had not served as a Junin during the Yondaime Hokage's rule, she had participated in numerous battles under his leadership during the Third Shinobi World War. She was familiar with his appearance and had seen firsthand how his powers operated. Her squad had been tasked with tracking down a man who was exactly like the Yondaime, and only the Hiraishin could have teleported himself in that manner. On the way back to Konoha, she had asked Hinata some questions. She had not seen the man use any scrolls or make any hand signs, according to her student. He had just teleported to where they were. She suspected that the Sandaime knew more about the blonde man than he had disclosed. The man couldn't have been older than 20, so he wasn't the Yondaime himself. The Yondaime would have been in his 40s if he had survived. She hadn't been so interested in anything in a long time. She would use her son as a form of blackmail to get answers from her father. In. The elderly man enjoyed showing his grandson affection. As Ox briefed the Hokage, she waited silently. Even though Ox was occasionally a little too eager, he was a good shinobi. When Ox finished, the Hokage nodded, signifying their dismissal. Before speaking, she hung back and waited for the others to go. The Hokage's expression was one of resignation as he gazed at her. He was aware of what was going to happen and that she would not give up until she had the answers. She whispered, Oto-san, as the door shut behind her. Hearing that, the Sandaime flinched visibly. She pounced knowing she had the upper hand. You know who that man was, don't you? Was he the Yondaime's son? The Hokage let out a frustrated sigh. Kurenai, I know you're curious, but I request you drop this line of questioning. There's a reason I haven't told anyone about him. Why? You don't trust me. Your own family. The Hokage frowned. Stop trying to emotionally blackmail me. It's not a matter of trust. He is the Yondaime's son, isn't he? He looks just like him and he's the right age. But why wasn't he wearing a Konoha Hite.8? Is he a missing nin? He snarled. No, I have made him a hermit. The elderly man was becoming irritable. If she wanted any more answers, she would need to play her cards correctly. Being his daughter.in.law had its benefits, even though she was aware that she was taking many liberties with the elderly man. She whispered, when did he leave Konoha? And why does nobody know about him? Rather than respond to her query, the Hokage vanished in a cloud of smoke. Kurenai muttered an expletive. He was pushed too hard by her. If he would rather flee than face her, it must be a very sensitive topic for him. She understood that she would never again get anything from him. She sighed and turned to go home to her husband and son. Sarutobi sat on the statue of his head, controlling his emotions. The wind blew through his hair as he removed his hat. He was worn out and let down. He was too old to be involved in village affairs on a daily basis. He required a successor. He hadn't spoken to Tsunade in years, and Jiraiya had flatly refused. For the sake of the village's improvement as well as his own sanity, he had to find a replacement quickly. He had hoped that Naruto would take up the mantle when he was forced to return from retirement 20 years ago. The boy's hopes were crushed when he left the village when he was only 5 years old. He let out a frustrated groan. What was he anticipating? The villagers had detested the boy and cursed at him. His life had been the target of multiple assassination attempts. If he had explained his heritage and his burden to the boy, things might have gone differently. It is a very harsh reality to be hated by others and not understand why. He examined his successor's face. He had failed Minato, who had trusted him with his child. If Kushina found out that her only son was a missing nin, she would kill him. Sarutobi was aware that his remaining years were limited. It was palpable in his bones. His chakra reserves were depleting, and he was now having trouble concentrating during some of the longer council sessions. He had once been told by the Shodai Hokage that one of the worst things that could happen to a person is to die with regrets. Sarutobi got to his feet and made up his mind. Well, if he died, so be it. But he was not going to die regretting anything. He was aware of his obligations. He could not possibly confront Minato and his forebears in the afterlife. He had purged the village of Root and Danzo. He needed to hold Orochimaru accountable. He needed to return Naruto and Tsunade to the village in some way. After 6 months, a shrill voice yelled, "Wake up, you good .4. Nothing slacker." After waking up a little from the sound, Naruto attempted to fall back asleep. "This is my last warning, you brat." With his back to the voice, Naruto rolled over on the couch. Then a sheet of icy water was thrown on him, and he jumped up with a battle cry. He absorbed his assailant as his pupils grew accustomed to the daylight. An angry expression was on the face of a small, middle-aged woman in her 50s. It was clear from the way she carried herself that she was a woman who took the world seriously, and he had personal experience with that. Naruto asked resignedly, "What? If you want to stay in my house, then you have to play by my rules. Even if we ignore the fact that you mysteriously turned up on my couch in middle of the night, I do not allow anybody to sleep past 7 in my house," she responded quickly. "Plus, I have been waiting for you for more than a week. I sent the message to the pervert 9 days ago. Look, I came as fast as I could. I just received Sensei's toad a couple of days ago," Naruto said with a tone of admiration. He didn't want to further enrage the woman in front of him. The last time he'd been there, she'd started throwing frying pans. Naruto was in Hitomi Sato's home. In the Fire Country, she served as the transcribing officer for the daimyo's court. Jiraiya had become her husband's spy in the daimyo's court after she had found and killed the mercenaries who had killed him years before. Every court official proceeding passed through her capable hands, and she gave Jiraiya any helpful information she could find. Jiraiya had introduced Naruto to her during one of their training trips 8 years prior, and he had since stayed at her home a few times. Typically, Jiraiya gathered all reports via Toad and only met in person when his confidant insisted that the information he or she had was extremely sensitive. Jiraiya had sent Naruto a message asking him to pick up the report from Hitomi in his place. "Were you seen?" Naruto's eyebrow went up. "Who do you think I am?" Hitomi gave a snort. "You can never be too careful. You ninja are always confident." She turned and walked out of the room with grace. "Come on, we'll talk over food." After stretching, Naruto trailed after her into the kitchen. As he entered, the aroma of miso soup welcomed him. He took a seat at the table and ate a lot of it himself. Hitomi pressed for an explanation. "Why are you here?" "I categorically asked for the pervert himself," she said. "Said he had been summoned to Konoha about something. As far as I can tell, he's actually gone back." "So you're sure that he's not lying drunk in some brothel at this moment?" Naruto scratched his head and said, "Well, that possibility always exists, but the messenger toad I got from him specifically said that he had come from Konoha." Hitomi let out a sigh. "Well, there's nothing to be done. You're here and that's better than nothing, so let's get to business. This is only conjecture on my part and that's why I asked for a face meeting. I think that the civil war in Kirigakure may have ended. We received a herald from the daimyo of the Land of Water 2 weeks ago. As you may know, we have been receiving mission requests for security details from him for the past 4 years. We have been passing on these requests to Konoha as per the standard procedure. I believe that the reason for these requests was that he did not fully trust the shinobi of Kiri due to their inner turmoil. The contract for the detail expired a month ago and this herald said nothing about renewal. I think he has sent the mission to Kiri this time, hence I believe that the situation in Kiri has stabilized. Do not look at me like that, young man, there is more. Due to pirates lurking in the islands of the Land of Water, trade between them and the Fire Country has been almost non-existent for the past few years, as you very well know. The shinobi of Kiri did not have the manpower to sort this problem out due to their civil war. However, the old trade routes have suddenly been re-established and we have been regularly receiving shipments in the past few months. Also, one of the nobles of the court had hired a Kiri missing nin as his bodyguard. The bodyguard mysteriously disappeared a few nights ago. I believe that is the practice employed by Hunter Nin. Naruto gave a nod. Well, in my book, these 3 reasons are sufficient to prove that there has been an upsurge in the activities of Kiri in recent months. Considering that there has been no conceivable activity emanating from there in the past few years, don't you consider this to be slightly strange? After a while, Naruto spoke while leaning back and gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling. I don't know. It seems possible, I guess. We'll need more information before coming to a solid conclusion. What else you got? Well then, you're going to like the next part even less. It's about Amegakure. Naruto interrupted, let me guess. You think their civil war is over as well? Hitomi gave him a long, scowling look before moving on. We have been consistently receiving reports from their daimyo about the status of Hanzo's war on the rebellion. These reports stopped coming in 2 months ago. Hence you are saying that Hanzo and his daimyo have been overthrown? Hitomi gave a nod. Don't you think it's a bit far-fetched? It is, but my instincts tell me that there has been a major upheaval in Amegakure. Your instincts, huh? Naruto added, then stopped talking. Have you shared these conjectures of yours with the daimyo? I'm just a lowly court clerk. Naruto rubbed his face and sighed. I don't know. I'm just doing this as a favor to sensei. Don't really care if your theories are true or not. I'll pass it on to him and it's up to him to decide what to do with it. Slowly, Naruto got to his feet. Well then, I'll be off. You need to get to work and I need to find sensei. Good luck. And when are you going to find yourself a purpose in life, young man? Not this again, Naruto moaned. You can't just spend your life roaming about the world. Sensei's still doing it. The pervert runs a spy network side.by. Side. What do you do? Naruto said, nothing. I like it that way, and vanished. In a dimly lit room that smelled strongly of sake, Naruto emerged. He saw Jiraiya, his sensei, when he looked down at his feet. It was clear that the man had been intoxicated the night before. He nudged the man gently with his toe. Naruto was usually very grumpy when he was woken up, and he had been beaten too much to be careless. Wake up, he murmured. Jiraiya stirred just enough to keep her deep in slumber. Naruto pushed his godfather more forcefully. He yelled, wake up, you old fart. The toad sage opened his eyes blearily and glanced up at his pupil, grunting in protest. What the fuck do you want? You told me you were busy in Konoha, you fucking pervert. This is Konoha and as you can see I am busy. Naruto's eyes went wide with surprise. He went to the window and flung it open, allowing the light to enter. The faces of the Hokages stared at him from the side of the mountain. He let out a moan. Fuck. This actually is Konoha. That's what I told you. Bloody hell. I never in my wildest dreams expected you to really be here. I thought it was one of your excuses. Jiraiya sat up with a protesting groan. Sorry kid. This really is Konoha. This is my flat, in Konoha. Fuck. Naruto growled. He hadn't returned here in over 15 years, and to be honest, he didn't want to. When he had left, that was the only promise he had made to himself. Sensing his distress, Jiraiya asked, "You okay, kid?" After a while, Naruto said, "Yeah. I'm fine, let's get this over with so I can leave. I don't want to stay here any more than I need to." Jiraiya said, "I understand," and stood up. Jiraiya said, "Give me a minute, will you? I need to take a dump," and headed for his restroom. Too much information, Naruto snarled. He sank into Jiraiya's dusty couch and surveyed the room. He leaned back, extended his legs, and gazed up at the ceiling. Cobwebs were all over it. Evidently, Jiraiya did not spend much time in Konoha. He waited for his teacher while closing his eyes. He waited until he heard the window open and faint footsteps, which meant that someone had come in through the window. It said, "Minato. Sensei." Opening his eyes, Naruto leapt to his feet and gazed at the intruder. The tall, slender man was dressed in a Junin vest. He wore a mask over his face and fingerless gloves. He had the most bizarre silver hair Naruto had ever seen, and his Hite.8 was drawn down to conceal one eye. As they gazed at one another, awkward silence stretched out between them. The sound of a toilet flushing interrupted it, and Jiraiya noisily entered the room again. "Let's beg." When Jiraiya saw his visitor, his voice trailed off. "Well fuck. This complicates things." "You must be Naruto," the man said at last. "Yup," said Naruto. "I had assumed you were dead. Sorry to disappoint you." The man approached Naruto and gave him a hug, his visible eye crinkling into a crescent. "Disappoint me? I'm glad you're okay." Naruto felt very uncomfortable. He didn't know who he was, but he assumed he should because the man was relieved he wasn't dead. As they split up, Naruto said, "Sorry about this, but who are you again?" Jiraiya was the one who responded. "This is Hitaki Kakashi, the copy ninja. He was your father's student." Naruto said, "Nice to meet you," and extended his hand. Given that they had already given each other hugs, the handshake was, at best, awkward. Once more, the room was silent as everyone stared at one another, waiting for someone to break the ice. Before Jiraiya had had enough, a good minute had gone by. "Alright Kakashi, give me 5 minutes. The kid is going to give me a debriefing and then we'll be off." "Sure," Kakashi said with a smile. "I'll go wait at the Hokage's office. I'll tell him you'll be along in a few minutes." Slipping through the window, he headed for the Hokage's office. "Well, that was weird," Naruto remarked, glancing at the window through which Kakashi had left the room. "Yeah. Forget that. Give me Hitomi's message and we can both get going." Head deep in his favorite Icha book, Kakashi entered the Hokage's office. "Kakashi, where's Jiraiya? I told you to bring him along with you." "He's on way. He's debriefing Naruto." When the Hokage exploded out of his office, the shockwave he left behind threw Kakashi's book out of his hands. "Huh. That was weird," he said, taking up his book and slowly following his leader. "Well, that was weird," Naruto remarked, glancing at the window through which Kakashi had left the room. Jiraiya sat down at his table and said, "Yeah. Forget that. Give me Hitomi's message and we can both get going." Without replying, Naruto kept his eyes fixed on the window, absorbed in his thoughts. Jiraiya interrupted Naruto's reverie with the question, "What's up, kid?" "Nothing," Naruto said quietly, glancing down at his mentor. Well, I didn't expect anyone in Konoha to remember me, or frankly even care." Jiraiya's eyebrow went up. "You shouldn't be so surprised. Lots of people respected your father." Naruto plopped down across Jiraiya and said, "That's not what I meant," with a bitter tone. "I'm just surprised that someone knew who I really was. I just assumed that the old man had completely swept my existence under the rug." Jiraiya sighed and said, "Look, we've been over this. I know that you're still upset about what Sensei did to you and you have every right to be. Just know that he had your best interests at heart. He frankly didn't know any better." Naruto rubbed his face and sighed. "This again? Look, I've already told you. I'm over all that. I've stopped caring about what happened to me in the past." "You sure?" Jiraiya questioned skepticism. "Yes. Like I've told you before, I took your advice. You're the one who told me that holding grudges was pointless. Frankly, it was tiring. I got tired of being angry. I stopped blaming the rest of the world for my fate a while ago. Why didn't you tell me all of this before?" Naruto gave his mentor a raised eyebrow. Jiraiya exclaimed, "Oh," as he came to a realization. "Shinobi rule number 3. Do not talk about your feelings and other mushy stuff. A shinobi is not a teenage girl. I forgot about those crap rules I made up. The sheepish look on his godfather's face made Naruto smile. The Sandaime Hokage rushed in as the door to Jiraiya's house flew open, interrupting their moment. At the unexpected intrusion, Jiraiya and Naruto leapt to their feet and took oaths. Naruto quickly slid into a defensive stance and pulled out one of his katanas. As they recognized their intruder, they both gradually lowered their defenses. Naruto muttered, "Talk of the devil," while putting his blade away. After a few moments of staring at them both with wide eyes, Sarutobi hurried forward and embraced Naruto. As he roughly pushed the Hokage away from him, Naruto snarled, "What's with all the fucking hugging today?" The old man stumbled back and said, Naruto, it really is you," in a shocked tone. Naruto snarled, "Well, do," he went on unpleasantly, "what do you want?" Jiraiya sat down heavily in his chair and moaned. This was never going to be well received. The child had been angry with the elderly man for too long. In the event of a conflict, he merely hoped that he would be able to do some damage control. "Calm down, kid," he called, holding out hope that his pupil would, for once, heed his counsel. He realized that if there were any Anbu in the area, things could get really ugly. He wouldn't rule out Naruto attacking the elderly man. Although he was usually very calm, he occasionally acted impulsively. As Kakashi entered, his hopes wavered a little. Surely the two of them could restrain the child? After regaining his equilibrium, Sarutobi gazed at Naruto for a brief moment. He then lowered himself to his knees and leaned back against the floor. "Naruto, I'm truly sorry for everything," he gasped. "I just wanted you to have a normal childhood. Nothing else. Not telling you about the Kyuubi. Not telling you about your parents. Everything I did was so that you would be happy. A childhood free of pressures. I didn't want your parents' sacrifice to force you to become a shinobi. I never intended for the village to treat you the way they did. I never realized until later that everything I did just seemed to hurt you further. Please forgive this stupid old man for his mistakes." It would have been an understatement of the year to say that Jiraiya was shocked. This was certainly not one of the many scenarios that had been circling around in his mind. He had thought about the potential for Sarutobi to apologize to Naruto. Instead, he had anticipated that he would attempt to influence Naruto in some manner. The elderly gentleman was a skilled manipulator. It was much too late before most people realized what he was doing. Experience had taught him that. But to kneel down and ask for forgiveness? He had not even given that a passing thought. In all the years he had known the old man, he had never witnessed him do anything like this. There was no doubt about it. Naruto was the only one who was more shocked than him. More than Kakashi, who probably didn't know what was happening. When he looked up and saw the look on his student's face, he couldn't help but laugh a little. The situation had just become considerably more intriguing. Naruto was in complete shock. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought the old fart would do this. To be honest, he had no idea what to do. He could take a direct confrontation. He wasn't particularly skilled at this kind of thing. With a growl of annoyance, Naruto betrayed his teacher. "Do something, will you?" Jiraiya gave a helpless shrug, and Naruto moaned once more. With ease, he leaned down and lifted the elderly man. "Look, all that doesn't matter anymore. You don't need to do this," he replied. "I do," the Sandaime said solemnly, staring into his eyes. "I have failed Minato's memory by the way I treated you. Now that you have finally come home to Konoha, I can." Naruto cut him off with, "I forgave you. I forgave you years ago." Sarutobi was taken aback by Naruto's response and asked, "What? Look, I'm not a small boy anymore. Yes, this village treated me like shit and I used to hate it. But I'm past that now. I don't really give a shit anymore. I'm happy with my life as it is now." Naruto hesitated and found it difficult to speak. "I did hate you for quite a while, but..." He struggled for words once more as his voice faded. "I know that you meant well. Just that you didn't know how to go about it. It's okay, really." After giving Naruto a long look, Sarutobi stepped forward and gave him another hug. Naruto reluctantly allowed him to do so this time. "I'm sorry. I wanted the best for you, I know." Sarutobi put his arms on Naruto's shoulders as they parted ways. He smiled and said, "I'm glad that you have finally decided to come home." "No, I haven't," Naruto replied. He jerked a thumb at Jiraiya and said, "I just came because I had a message for Sensei." "So you're leaving?" Kakashi inquired. Naruto gave a nod. The Sandaime slowly said, "I see," as the last of his joy faded from his face. "Naruto, the choice is completely yours, but you can stay here if you like." When you left the village, I managed to give you hermit status, just like Jiraiya. There are no hunter.nin after you and the other villages don't even know you exist. You are welcome to stay in Konoha if you wish. Naruto let out a frustrated sigh. Why? Why should I stay? The happy memories. No, and there's nothing you can say to convince me otherwise. There's nothing for me here and there never will be. I like the way my life is right now. I like traveling the world and seeing places. Maybe I'll even write a book like him, he said while tilting his head toward Jiraiya. I'll help Sensei with his spy network every now and then, but that's it. Don't expect anything more from me. Naruto left the apartment after brushing past the Sandaime. The apartment was quiet. A few seconds later, Sarutobi approached and sank into the couch that Naruto had left. Taking a few steps forward, Kakashi declared, I'll be going Hokage. Sama if you don't need me for anything. Sarutobi gave a nod. Kakashi shut the door behind him and turned to leave the apartment. Frustrated, Sarutobi pressed the bridge of his nose. That did not turn out the way he had hoped. He had assumed the boy wanted to stay when he heard Kakashi announce Naruto's return. Furious, he punched the couch. How could he have made such an assumption? At the age of 5, the boy fled because he detested Konoha so much. Why had he thought that would be different? Happy now? Jiraiya asked, interrupting his reverie. Happy? About what? Well, you've wanted to meet him, haven't you? You've been pestering me about it for the past 13 years. His voice trailed off. I'm definitely happy that I had the opportunity to meet him. Other than that, well, what did you expect? That he would magically forget about his mistreatment and decide to stay? Bitterly, something like that, he said. HMPH. Then you really are getting senile with age. A soft whisper. Maybe I am, Jiraiya. Maybe I am, he said. The room fell silent once more. Why did you never bring him back? Why did you never let me meet him? I've answered that question before and the answer hasn't changed. He didn't want to and I didn't force him. Yes, I know that, snarled Sarutobi. But if you had brought him back, he could have made friends here. He could have had a team. Made bonds with other people. It would have been good for him. Jiraiya said, maybe, maybe not, and got to his feet. That's the difference between you and me. I don't force other people to do things against their will just because I think it's good for them. Besides, the boy was an emotional mess. If I had forced him to do something he was vehemently against, then I would have lost his trust. He went to the refrigerator and grabbed a sake bottle. He took out 2 glasses and poured out 2 generous portions, setting it on the kitchen top. He gave one to his teacher and kept the other for himself. Sarutobi said, sake at 8 in the morning. You're a bad influence, Jiraiya, as he quickly drained the glass. He extended his hand to refill the glass. Jiraiya gave him a sidelong glance, shrugged, and poured him another. I'm dying, Jiraiya. I don't die with regrets. Naruto is a regret. Yes. One of my biggest. I won't be able to look Kushina and Minato in the face when I die at this rate. That's why I wanted to rectify my errors with him. Look, that's all well and good, but manipulating him into staying isn't the best way to go about it. Angrily, Sarutobi sat up. Manipulate him? What do you mean? That whole show just now. You think I don't know what that was? Sarutobi collapsed back onto the couch as all of his strength left his shoulders. If my own student thinks that I'm a lying bastard, then what hope do I have? Jiraiya turned and glanced at his instructor. You really meant all that? He questioned, astonished. You think I would prostrate myself before a 20-year-old boy if I didn't really mean it? Whistling. Well shite, Jiraiya said. Look sensei, I know Naruto. He extremely laid back, but he doesn't take kindly to being forced to do anything. He absolutely loathed it when I was teaching him how to break out of a genjutsu. He hated it when his own body wasn't under his own control. He's a good kid, but he has a lot of trust issues and problems with authority. Understandably so. He's also a lot like both of his parents. He's got Minato's intelligence and kindness. He's got a bit of Kushina's mischief as well, but rarely ever lets it out. He's got a personality of his own and he's just as stubborn as both his parents. You've got to understand that. If you want him to accept you, then you're going to have to see him for what he is. As Naruto had done some time ago, Sarutobi leaned back and gazed up at the spidery ceiling. Softly, it seems to be so, he said. Well then I'll have to do what I can to build bridges before he leaves. Naruto left the apartment and headed for the staircase. Leaning over the banister to look down, he stopped at the top step. The 4th floor was where he was. A few seconds later, he leapt over, using the banister as a fulcrum, and landed lightly on the ground. He brushed himself off and got up. He glanced around, found the exit, and left. The structure looked out onto a fairly crowded street. He slipped stealthily into the crowd and followed the crowd. As he proceeded, he avoided bumping into anyone by using only his shinobi senses while gazing up at the Hokage mountain and his father's face. "You're being followed. I know, it's that Kakashi fellow. I know. What are you going to do?" "Nothing. Shake him off if he sticks to me for too long, I guess." Meh. Laid back as ever. Naruto's response did not elevate that. Despite feeling that Kakashi was closing the gap, he took no action. Conversationally, Kakashi said, "That was a pleasant chat back there," as he caught up to him and began to walk alongside him. "Meh," Naruto said. "You don't talk much, do you?" Kakashi inquired, a smile crinkling his eye. "What do you want?" "Nothing. Just wanted to talk." "About you." Naruto said, "I owe you no answers," in a slightly harsh manner. He just wanted to be left to live his life on his own. The constant onslaught of personal questions that seemed to be directed at him today annoyed him. "Actually, you do," Kakashi stated gravely. "How so?" "Well, I was the Anbu on duty the day you left." Naruto avoided the woman who nearly ran into him by stopping suddenly in the middle of the road. Kakashi also halted and turned back to face Naruto after realizing he was by himself. Naruto leapt off after pointing to a nearby rooftop. Kakashi did the same. After landing on the roof, Naruto took a seat on the edge. Moments later, Kakashi landed beside him. His gaze was fixed on his father's pupil as he asked, "Why did you let me go?" As he responded, Kakashi turned his head away. "I had been watching you for months. You were angry. Upset with the world. I knew that if I made you stay, you'd just grow angrier. I know how it feels to be angry at the world." He sighed. "I was aware that nothing positive would have happened if I had made you stay." "You told the old man what? The Hokage? The reality?" "And, well, he didn't like it, but I think, in the bottom of his heart, he knew that it was the right thing to do." "Was it the right decision to leave a 5-year-old boy to fend for himself in the wild?" "Are you whining?" "No," Naruto replied, looking at his father's face once more. "It was hell and I nearly died a lot, but I was happy for the first time in my life. It felt great to be the only one in charge of my destiny." "How did you make it through?" "I learned how to hunt and fish for myself. Worked a few odd jobs here and there in a few villages to make some cash." "You meant Jiraiya Sama, but how?" "Well," Naruto said with a laugh, "let's just say I'm really lucky." "What are you saying?" "I got lost and ended up in Mount Myoboku." "What? No." Kakashi's response made Naruto laugh. "I'm not kidding," he said. "The greatest stroke of luck I've ever experienced. Like Sensei did during his travels all those years ago, I somehow found myself in Mount Myoboku." Kakashi muttered, "Just like Kushina-san," and shook his head. "What are you saying?" "What? Well, she had the same kind of luck," Kakashi remarked, startled that Naruto had heard. "She would always empty the entire gambling hall when she entered. According to what I recall, she was ultimately barred from practically every hall in the village." "What? Really?" Naruto laughed and asked. "Yeah," Kakashi grinned, "that really enraged her. Then there was the occasion when she asked Tsunade Sama to play poker with her and As Kakashi entertained him with tales of his parents, Naruto lost track of time. Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya inquisitively as he sat up on his student's couch. "You locate him?" "Kind of," Jiraiya said, putting the sake bottle in his refrigerator. "I've narrowed him down to one of 3 places. It's also possible that he's not in any of the places. The guy the first was able to turn as just a genin," he shrugged. "He was unable to provide me with more specific information." Sarutobi pondered, "We'll have to hit all 3 of them at the same time. Time frame? A maximum of 1 week. It is impossible to attack directly. They are all 3 fairly large bases. They will undoubtedly be heavily guarded and militarized." "So, what do you recommend?" "I don't know," he said hazily, "perhaps an assassination squad. However, I don't believe your assassination team is strong enough to eliminate Orochimaru. You certainly don't have 3, even if you do have 1. And you'll need 3. Sarutobi gave a solemn nod. "Let's say I take 1. The second is yours to have." "What about the third?" "The third is a problem." "Danzo?" "No for him. I have another idea." "How about her? Do you believe she will?" "Probably not. Additionally, don't overlook her fear. Without a doubt, a man like Orochimaru will turn it against her. It will be even more difficult to persuade her to come back in the first place. I'm not willing to take up that task at this time." "I know," sighed Sarutobi, "it will be challenging. Hard, That's putting it lightly, Jiraiya laughed. How about Naruto? After some time, Sarutobi inquired, will he do it? Honestly, I don't know, Jiraiya replied. Sometimes, even I can't tell what the kid is thinking. Can he do it if he agrees? Definitely, Jiraiya said with a laugh, it will be easy for him. However, that is not the issue at hand. So what? You? Me? Yes. You, Jiraiya nodded. The Hokage himself on a mission. It's too dangerous. At this point, the village cannot afford to lose you. As of right now, you have no clear heir. I can take care of myself. You can't, in my opinion. Orochimaru. He is no longer the same person. One of his bases has been visited by me. It was awful. It was unimaginable what he was doing in there. He has undoubtedly altered his physique in some way. I am certain of that. Killing him won't be a simple undertaking. In addition, are you certain you can succeed? The last time, you let him go. You have a lot to say. You also let him go. Sarutobi arched an eyebrow at Jiraiya, who remarked, my case was different. Back then, I don't think I was strong enough to beat him even if I wanted to. By then, you had mastered Sage Mode, didn't you? Jiraiya gave a nod. You could then stop him. I've watched you engage in combat in Sage Mode. Orochimaru could have done nothing to stop you. Jiraiya shrugged without responding. This is a question I have never asked you before, but I will now. In reality, what took place that day? It's difficult. Jiraiya said, his voice trailing off. Jiraiya. You were always the one I treated the worst of my 3 students. But here you are. Of the 3, you are the best. The only person who still communicates with me is you. I've been regretting my actions for a number of years. Please. Put your faith in me. I have no one left in this world but you. Bawako has left. Danzo has left. Orochimaru has left. Tsunade has left. Minato has left. The only person left is you, please. Jiraiya looked back at his instructor. Orochimaru was someone I had always admired. From the start, I felt envious of his skill. And envious of the time you spent with him. I did, however, always respect him. I had to put in more effort because of him. He deceived us, and I couldn't find my way. He ignored us with such ease, even though I had put in a lot of effort to surpass him. I wasn't feeling well when I confronted him. I was so screwed up that I couldn't even summon a quarter of my full strength. I refused to let him go. He was simply more powerful than I was that day. For a time, the room was silent once more. I'm sorry, Sarutobi said. For what purpose? For failing to assist you after they both departed. I imagine you were just as lost as I was. Just as alone as I was. No, it's all right. Minato was mine. He was a decent youngster. Yes. I am aware. You found her, then? After a long pause, Sarutobi asked, trying to shift the conversation away from Orochimaru. Yes. In Wind Country, she is. With a local noble, she accrued a substantial debt. In retaliation, she is healing the noble's daughter. All right. Good, Sarutobi muttered. How are you going to handle her? Meet her myself, was all he said. What? You know, that might actually work. He said, nodding and getting up to go to work. After you've given Naruto a debriefing, come see me. I will share my decision with you, he said as he made his way back to his office. Dust clouds rose from the floor as Naruto slipped through the window into his old apartment, which was exactly as he had left it, and he wondered why it hadn't been reclaimed after he had left. His sneakers were still weighing by the couch where he had left them 15 years ago, and he walked over to inspect his old bedroom, bent down to pick up the Santa hat he used to wear to sleep, and with a sad expression on his face, he dusted it off and threw it onto his bed. He then walked over and punched the bed, shocking out a massive cloud of dust from his sheets. By focusing the smallest amount of chakra on his chest, he opened his mouth and blew out. His minor Fudan blew away all the floating dust, and he turned around and crashed onto his bed. He was overcome with nostalgia as he gazed up at a familiar ceiling. This had been his home, the only home he had ever had, and someone had ensured that it had stayed intact. He was certain that if he opened the cupboard above the sink, he would discover a stack of instant ramen cups that had gone bad. He sighed, rolled over, and gazed out the window beside his bed. The tree outside his window was in bloom, and after a long moment of staring at the white blossoms, he made up his mind, slid off his bed, opened his window, jumped up on the tree, and started picking flowers. After an hour of searching, he finally found what he was looking for, walked calmly to the 2 graves, knelt down, laid one of the 2 bouquets he had made on each gravestone, then leaned back and took a heavy seat between his parents' graves. A single tear escaped from his right eye and trickled down his cheek as he gazed at the inscriptions in silence for a long time. He heard a faint rustle behind him, and his shinobi senses came into play. He rose gracefully, spun, and swung his katana at his assailant's neck. "Fancy seeing you here." Kakashi was holding the tip of his sword between his thumb and index finger. With a "sorry," Naruto withdrew his blade and put it away. "No harm done," Kakashi declared breezily. "You're fast," Naruto remarked as he turned and took a seat once more. Kakashi remained silent. "Are you pursuing me?" Came to tell Sensei that his son's doing well. "I see." Together, they remained vigilant until the sun was nearly set. "Ramen?" Kakashi inquired. "Yeah," Naruto muttered. With a raised eyebrow, Jiraiya bowed and walked into the restaurant that his toads had guided him to, assuming Naruto would have been in a ramen stall. Glancing around, he saw his pupil sitting with Kakashi in a booth, and he moved to slide in beside the Junin with the silver hair. He said, "You two seem to have gotten pally," with a smile. In response, the child swallowed a huge amount of ramen. This was the one habit he could never break. No matter what he tried, the child always ate ramen as though it were his last meal. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed, checking to make sure no one was listening, but it was too late to do anything about it now. "What was said by Hitomi-san?" he inquired. Jiraiya nodded once to show that Kakashi was trustworthy, and the child looked up from his bowl and gave Kakashi the smallest of jerks of his head. Naruto took another swallow from his bowl after acknowledging this. "Well, long story short, she thinks that the civil wars in Aim and Kiri have ended." Both civil wars had been raging for years and had shown no signs of abating, so Jiraiya's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Well, I was anticipating it with Aim, but I'm not sure about Kiri. Hanzo wouldn't have allowed the uprising to continue for very long." Naruto pointed with his chopsticks and said, "That's the thing. Hitomi-san believes that Hanzo's side lost." "What? Isn't possible?" Jiraiya inquired. "I've engaged in combat with him. He is incredibly strong. He'd just beat the three of you." "I am aware." Naruto shrugged and said, "Hey, don't look at me. You told me. It isn't my wild theory. I only serve as the messenger." "She must possess some sort of proof, right?" Kakashi inquired. Naruto waved an airy hand and remarked, "She didn't have anything much about either Aim or Kiri. She built her theory using a bunch of random coincidences." "What have I told you, Naruto? Never believe in company." "Stunnels. I am aware. I haven't forgotten. However, this goes beyond that. Hanzo's side stopped sending bi-weekly reports to the daimyo some time ago. She is basing this solely on that." Jiraiya rubbed his chin and remarked, "That's really not much. However, I have faith in Hitomi-san. Her intuition is sound. In the past, her intelligence has always been accurate." "Kiri?" Naruto reluctantly acknowledged, "Well, I actually think she might be right about Kiri. This led to more trade. Reduced communication with their daimyo. No more pirates. No more missions abroad," he declared, enumerating the reasons with his fingers. "According to Kakashi, that's still quite circumstantial, and it'll have to be verified." "Yes," Jiraiya said, nodding. "Kiri will be the simpler one. Aim. We will need to conduct an infiltration operation. Naruto, what say you? Are you game?" Naruto gave him a contemplative glance and said, "Well, I've never been to Aim before. I suppose it could be interesting. What am I going to get?" "This will undoubtedly be categorized as an S rank by the elderly man. These days, how much do those pay?" Jiraiya turned to Kakashi and asked. Kakashi informed them. "I'm in," Naruto declared at once. Sitting on the statue of his father's face, Naruto stretched, put his hand on his knee, and gazed out over the village he used to despise. "It seems that you have more than just a lingering affection for this place." "Kuma-san, what do you mean? You've never spent more than a few days in one location. Not even after you fell in love with that brunette who goes by that name. You're taking missions here, too." "I'm not sure. I used to despise this location. I'm not sure anymore. Compared to then, it feels different. Perhaps it's because I'm no longer fuckable." "So you intend to remain?" "No, not in my opinion. I find this Aim thing intriguing. After it's over, I suppose I'll push off." "Why don't you try to get in touch with the girl you saved while you're here?" "Fuck off," Naruto snarled. My, are we touchy?" The following day Jiraiya was squatting on a branch in the early morning when he fumbled with the dials of his telescope to adjust the image. He hoped that the woman he was spying on did not abruptly decide to close the curtains of her room. and he thoroughly enjoyed watching her play around in her room, completely nude. He decided that this would be a good theme for his next book, and that it would also require a lot of research. Behind him, someone cleared their throat, and he sighed, dropped his telescope, and turned. "How do you find me so easily every time?" he questioned his instructor. Sarutobi's eyebrow went up. "That damned crystal ball of yours, yeah. One of these days, I'll take it from you. I wouldn't ever need to leave my room to conduct research if I had that." He got a glare from his teacher. "What is the reason behind your insistence on calling that vile habit of yours research, anyway?" "Because it is. Do you believe it's easy to write a best-selling series?" "Yes. Yes. You old fart, you have the right to judge me. I am fully aware of the purpose for which you use that crystal ball." "Stop talking. I have never once misused it," roared Sarutobi. "Yes. Additionally, my balls are composed of pure gold." His instructor gave him a threatening scowl. "Enough of this stupidity. We need to talk about some important things." Yes. Apologies. Let's end this now." Jiraiya jerked a thumb toward the kunoichi's building and said, "There's a naked kunoichi dancing around back there. The sooner we're done, the better." "A kunoichi? Who?" "Aha!" shouted Jiraiya, pointing at Sarutobi accusingly. "I knew it. You're equally as awful as I am." Sarutobi snarled angrily. All right. In a pacifying tone, Jiraiya apologized and said, "No more jokes. What topic did you wish to discuss?" With a sigh, Sarutobi took a seat beside him on the branch. "How you managed to hide this side of you from Sama for all these years, I'll never know," Jiraiya said. "When I was promoted to Hokage, I had just finished puberty. The majority of my early years were spent in war, and I was married off shortly after. What are you anticipating? Besides, it's normal for most men to hide these kinds of things," Sarutobi asked blithely. "You are the exception because you are utterly insane." The telescope was brought back to Jiraiya's eye. "What topic did you wish to discuss?" he asked gravely. "Orochimaru. We must be certain of his location before we can launch an attack. For the moment, put everything else aside and concentrate on him. Find out his location, and then eliminate him." Despite all his other shortcomings, Orochimaru was a genius and extremely patient, so if anyone had a chance of accomplishing the impossible, it was Orochimaru. Jiraiya didn't respond, instead continuing to stare into his telescope, lost in thought, unsure of whether he would be able to defeat Orochimaru or not. His former teammate had been obsessed with the idea of immortality, and he had no idea what kind of progress Orochimaru had made in that regard. "Is that a directive?" "Yes. No more second chances, no more tenderness." Jiraiya handed his sensei the telescope and said, "I see, top floor. Third window from the right." He squatted and then fell heavily back onto the branch. "It will be difficult, as I mentioned. It won't be simple, even with Sage Mode." "I never said it would be," Sarutobi said, gazing into the telescope before setting it aside and turning to face his pupil. "You'll do it, then?" "Yes. I suppose so. Finding him in the first place will be difficult. However, I am unable to stop using all of my other sources as you requested. I would lose my network in a heartbeat." "Why don't you ask Naruto to step in for a bit? He is fully aware of it, isn't he?" "Yes. During the years we traveled together, I introduced him to the majority of my contacts. They have faith in him. That's not the point, though. He refuses to comply. He said yesterday that he would. Remember that he said he would take messagesa not for me, not use half of the network." "There must not be that much work, is there?" Jiraiya gave Sarutobi a fierce look and said, "Are you dumb? My spies are almost all fucking paranoid. Believe they've been exposed all the time. I must go give them fucking advice. Drop points are blatantly refused by some people. For some reason, insist on in-person meetings and claim it's unsafe. Drop point users are adamant that they want me to pick up the drops myself. It's a huge pain in the ass," Jiraiya growled, "and half of them regret their decision to turn spy in the first place. It makes me wish I hadn't made the initial agreement to do this. Why in the world do you think I approach shit in this manner?" Jiraiya pointed to the telescope and said, "It's the only time of day I have for myself." Will he do it then? This was how the old fart had gotten him into this job in the first place, and now the fucking manipulator was back. Jiraiya howled in frustration. "Did I just say something that you didn't hear?" "Yes, I did." "Did you miss what I said, too?" "Old man, Naruto is incredibly lazy. He will never consent to it." "Are you unable to inform him of the circumstances?" Jiraiya scowled. Sarutobi was working on a project. Are you attempting to make him remain here? He made the accusation. Of course I am, Sarutobi said without shame. You admitted it, Jiraiya said in shock. Yes. I want a successor because I am getting old. I can't keep doing this. The boy needs a home, anyway. He cannot live a life of aimlessness. Jiraiya rubbed his face and sighed. You are interfering once more. Why can't you give the poor child some peace? His life has been awful. Permit him to do as he pleases. Know the Hokage is me. This village will never thrive if I don't get involved. It is already thriving. Simply leave it alone. Let's just agree to disagree, can't we? Jiraiya let out a moan. All right, I'll ask him. But only because of the significance of the Orochimaru issue. Never assume that I'm in favor of your attempts to control him. Sarutobi roared. I'm not trying to manipulate him for the last time. Like you, I want the best for him. I owe Minato that much because he is her son. Despite being an adult, Naruto is not infallible. He needs someone to watch out for him because he's still young. When Jiraiya roared back, I'm looking out for him. Whispering, I see, Sarutobi said, and what kind of life do you want for him? The same as yours? To wander around the world by himself, purposeless, until he's an old man? Jiraiya stood up, balled his fists, and gazed down at his teacher with unbridled rage. You're implying that I have wasted my entire life? Quietly, he inquired. No, your life has been good. You had a family. You have allies and friends. Most importantly, you have a house. Because you loved Konoha and wanted to keep it safe, you even wandered the world. What about Naruto, though? He is alone. He has me. And are you going to live forever? Jiraiya, you're an old man. You are now over 60. Like the rest of us, you will eventually die. But what about Naruto? Humans are social beings. Being lonely does not define who we are. Jiraiya lost all of his strength after the elderly man revealed his deepest anxieties, which he had been suppressing for some time. As he fell to the branch, he uttered the words, "Fuck you, you old man," saying, "You're too smart for your own good." What are you saying? After collecting his thoughts, Jiraiya went silent for a while before speaking quietly and with unfocused eyes. I am aware that I will soon pass away. I'm not as strong or quick as I once was. When I pass away and run into Kushina and Minato, what should I tell them? I'll be asked if Naruto is content. And I won't know what to say to them. Is Naruto unhappy? He is not dissatisfied. But actual contentment? He hasn't really gone through that, in my opinion. I did my best, but I don't think it was sufficient. He is deserving of much more. He is deserving of love. He is worthy of a family. I believe that's what he secretly desires. Why are you upset about this, then? If he stays, isn't that good? I manipulated him, so I don't want him to stay here. He wants to stay here, so I want him to. In addition, he will never trust me again if he learns about this. Additionally, and I don't believe I'm capable of handling that. They were silent for a long time. Believe me, I'm not attempting to control him. I also want him to be happy. Yes. I am aware. I apologize for what I said. No, it's all right. I also said things that I shouldn't have said. What's wrong? Jiraiya burst out laughing, saying, we've turned into two old, sentimental coots. We have spent the last 2 days discussing nothing but emotional shit. That's because we are old coots. After another lengthy pause, Jiraiya said, all right, then. I'll get started. I'll find a way to persuade Naruto and leave. He stood up and stretched slowly, then jumped lightly to the ground while talking to Sarutobi about his telescope. Tell me how the Tsunade thing goes, he called over his shoulder as he left. I'll let you know when I find something, he said. Kakashi informed me of your intelligence. Sarutobi called back, tell Naruto to come to my office at noon. Jiraiya moaned in exasperation as the toad guided him back to Ichiraku, wondering how in the world someone could enjoy ramen as much as Naruto did. He entered and took a seat on the stool beside Naruto, who had a stack of empty bowls in front of him, and his pupil glanced up at him and gave him a nod. Hey, sensei? You must fill in for me. I can't handle the network right now because I have other things to do. Study? With a frown, Naruto asked. No mission? Oh, okay then. What, you'll do it? A startled Jiraiya inquired. Yes. What's the matter? As he sipped his broth, Naruto asked. Naruto had given in far too easily, and Jiraiya, who had been expecting to bribe the child, looked suspiciously at his pupil. When Jiraiya said, you agreed way too easily, she was being accusatory. What? I take it you need my assistance. I thus concurred. Right, Jiraiya said incredulously. Dude, what the fuck? I consented to assist you. show gratitude. All right, then, thank you. Aoshima sent me a message this morning. A drop has been made by him. Remember to pick it up. He handed over a small book and said, here's my notebook, which contains all of the recent activities. This is my treat, right here. Consider this my gratitude, Jiraiya said, slapping some cash on the counter and getting to his feet. The old man wants to meet you about a mission in his office at noon. I'll be occupied for some time. If you run into any problems, come find me. Take caution. After saying, the old fart's trying to force you into staying, he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Lost in thought, Naruto ate the last of his ramen slowly. The knock on Hinata's door caused her eyes to open, and she got out of bed and walked to her closet with grace. 1 second, she called as she dug through the closet, took out her robe, put it on, and fastened it securely, then padded over to her door, opened it, and welcomed her guest. Hi, ow. As the man bowed low, she chastised him, stop doing that. She detested it when the branch house members treated her the same way they treated her father, and no matter how often she told them, they never seemed to listen. Ao straightened and gave her an unabashed look. Greetings, Hinata. Sama. The Hokage has sent a messenger. At noon, you have been called to his office. You were specifically mentioned. The fact that her name had been mentioned indicated that she had been called as a regular shinobi rather than as a member of the Anbu, as ordinary messengers were unaware of the identities of Konoha's elite. I'm grateful, Ao. She closed the door and said, I'll be down soon. She wondered what kind of mission the Hokage had in store for her, as she couldn't recall the last time she had run 2 regular missions in such a short period of time, and her disastrous mission with her old team 6 months prior had been her first non-Anbu mission. She took off her robe and entered her bathroom for a lengthy soak. With her hair pulled back in a ponytail and wearing the standard issue Junin uniform, Hinata slipped out of the Hyuga compound and headed briskly towards the Hokage's tower, knowing that she would have plenty of time to arrive on time even if she walked. She had made sure to cover the Anbu tattoo on her shoulder with a long, sleeved shirt over her fishnet armor. Although she enjoyed her place among Konoha's elite, the amount of blood in every mission never ceased to amaze her. She walked and mentally prepared herself for the upcoming mission, gloating in the warm noonday sun and thinking, it would be good to do a non-Anbu mission again. She quickly reached her destination and made her way up the tower, smiling at the occasional acquaintance. When she arrived at the highest floor, the Hokage's assistant nodded her in, and she knocked on her leader's door with a grateful smile. Come in, called the voice of the Hokage. She pushed the door open and entered. The Hokage was standing at the window, gazing out at the academy, seemingly watching a group of kids playing in the academy playground, and he turned to smile at her while removing his pipe from his mouth. Hinata, it's nice to see your face for once, he said with a smile. Curtsying, Hokage. Sama, she said. As the Hokage returned to his desk, she took a comfortable position in the middle of the room, alone, certain that she would either be given a solo mission or her team would be late. Actually, it's a good thing you're early. Your partner is probably going to be a little late. That made it a very unconventional two-man mission. The Hokage thought about her for a long time as the last of his smile faded from his face. In many respects, this will be a very unconventional mission for you. I believe in you and your abilities, which is why I'm giving you this mission. This mission's partner is N. The Hokage spun around and stared, and stared, and stared, until she heard a window open to her right. It was the blonde man who had saved her and whom she had been asked to follow. Sorry, I'm late, the intruder said. For the first time, the man who had been speaking to the Hokage turned to face her, and he was as shocked to see her as she had been to see him. He gazed at her for a few seconds before turning away with a dejected expression. Hinata turned back to the Hokage and imitated his movements. He's my partner? She asked quietly. Yes, it's Naruto. Please meet Hinata, Naruto. Naruto was the man's name. What a strange name. But he is not a shinobi of Konoha. Prior to the Hokage's response, Naruto interrupted, technically, I am. She looked in his direction and said, what do you mean, technically? Well, I'm told that my name's on the list. The Hokage sighed as Hinata gave him a questioning look. Yes, it's accurate. Anyway, let's get started now that Naruto is present. He has provided us with some information. He believes that AIM's civil war is now over. We are unable to verify this as we have not heard from AIM or their daimyo in an official capacity. Therefore, we are unsure of the success of the uprising and whether Hanzo, the former ruler, is still in power. It is crucial that we determine AIM's actual leadership if the civil war is indeed over. As you may be aware, the past wars did not cause AIM and Konoha to lose their love. I don't think they'll be our allies anytime soon, even if AIM does have a new power. We have spilled too much of their blood. We can only hope they stay neutral at best. The Border Patrol has already been notified, and they will continue to be on high alert until we are certain that an attack is not imminent. You'll be responsible for that. You two need to sneak into AIM and learn everything you can. Under no circumstances should you be detected. Make sure Konoha's involvement is kept a secret in case the worst occurs. Please exercise caution because this is an S rank. Have any inquiries? Yes, said Naruto, the man. Well, I assumed that I would be by myself when I consented to this. He looked at her and said, no offense. None taken. I apologize, Naruto. Solo missions are discouraged in the village unless there is an emergency. Normally, a 4-man cell would be assigned to this mission. I made an exception in this instance, and you should be grateful. Furthermore, Hinata is one of our best infiltrators because of her skills as a Byakugan user. It would be foolish of you to refuse her. Naruto nodded resignedly, acknowledging his defeat. What is the mission's time frame? Hinata inquired. It goes without saying that finishing sooner is preferable. However, I would caution you against hurrying too much and making a rookie error. The Border Patrol is not a cause for concern. They haven't done anything for a long time. For the new members of their ranks, such a scenario serves as excellent training. Is there anything else? Excellent. The two of them left the room, saying, Hinata, please stay behind for a few minutes. You can decide all further arrangements among yourselves. I want to talk to you about a few things. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the Hokage before turning to face her. Ichiraku's ramen is where I'll be. When you're finished, meet me there. Are you familiar with the location? She had eaten there a couple of times with her former team, so she nodded. He nodded and waved to the Hokage as he slipped out. Well, you blew that completely. Shall we meet at Ichiraku's? The worst way to ask someone out on a date is like that. Naruto growled resignedly, it's not a date, you idiot, knowing that the foolish fox would ruin his life the moment he saw her in the old man's office. Are you certain? In any case, blowing it is irrelevant. You will spend a considerable amount of time alone with her. This is your opportunity. Will you continue to be this annoying throughout the mission? Definitely. You have better things to do, don't you? Considering that I'm stuck within you. No, ignoring him, Naruto strode to Ichiraku. What are you contemplating? I think this place is pleasant. I always assumed that if I returned, I would detest it. That's not the case, for some reason. For some reason, instead of hatred, I'm feeling sentimental. Avoid becoming overly attached. No one is aware that you have returned to the village. When your presence is made public, you never know how they will respond. I understand. Naruto's voice trailed off as he said, but I was just thinking. What were you contemplating? Why announce my return to anyone? Nobody must be aware of it. What is the matter with you? Normally, you wouldn't be this gullible. Or this hopeful. It will be released sooner or later. Multiple people's secrets always come to light. That's the way the world functions. Yes. Naruto shook his head and said, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking. Hokage. Sama, what's happening? Why have I been given a mission alongside him? Hinata asked passionately. Before responding, Sarutobi gave her some serious thought. Because both of you have shills that are suited for this mission. I did not mean that. He is not a Konoha shinobi. Why is S-rank information being entrusted to him? Although Naruto did not receive his training in the village, he is genuinely a member of Konoha. For many years, he and Jiraiya have been managing our spy network. He has never let us down and has far more important information than this one. He is reliable. Jiraiya. Sama and Naruto, the man who oversaw the village's spy network. Who exactly is Hokage? Sama. Sarutobi had a resigned expression. I had hoped that this would not happen. Recognize this about him. Shinobi parents gave birth to Naruto in this village. At an early age, he left the village to receive training from Jiraiya in the art of information gathering and ninja techniques. He volunteered for this mission and provided us with some crucial information a few days ago, as I mentioned. He is used to working alone. If what you say is accurate, why have I been put on this mission? It's true that he is used to working alone. However, he has never lost anything. He is embarking on this kind of mission for the village for the first time. When a mission fails, it has terrible repercussions for us. I'm sending you because of this. You have a great deal of infiltration experience. The mission depends on your expertise. It is your responsibility to make sure he doesn't make a mistake. With a bow, Hinata said, I see, essentially acting as a chaperone. I will fulfill the mission to the best of my abilities, she said before departing. When she got there, Naruto was eating a bowl of pork ramen, and after nodding at her, he picked it up and went to a booth, where she took a seat across from him. "Want to place an order?" To her surprise, he asked. "Nothing for me, thank you," she shook her head in response. "Yes. I've had ramen in many different places, but this one is the best by far." "I'm sure," she said quietly, with a lot to talk about. "Shall I hold off until you're done?" She pointed to his bowl as she asked. This time, it was he who was taken by surprise. He waved his hand airily in response, saying, "No, let's begin." "All right," she said with a nod. "When would you like to depart?" "I don't mind at all. If it's convenient for you, we can depart once I finish this bowl." "No, I need a little time to prepare." "What about this evening?" They could have easily left the following morning, but her time in the Anbu had made her love darkness, so she asked. "Sure," he said, shrugging. "Do you have a plan in mind since you volunteered for this mission?" Without responding, he stared at her for a long time before putting his bowl on the table and wiping his mouth with a napkin after gulping it down. "As a civilian looking to hire shinobi for a mission, enter the village. We'll be able to determine who is in charge with certainty thanks to that." "I understand. I fail to see how I fit into your plan." "That was my initial strategy. On the way, we'll pause at the final civilian village in Fire Country and change into our disguises. I suppose we can pretend to be siblings." "No, we must be in love." In order to avoid suspicion, almost all eloping couples pretended to be siblings. This would immediately raise eyebrows because they didn't look alike, especially in a shinobi village. "We all have different looks. There won't be any shinobi who think we are related." After giving her a contemplative glance, he nodded and said, "Good point." "Well," he shrugged, "a couple it is." "How are you going to stay away from censors?" she inquired. "My chakra can be fully suppressed." "You? Chakra suppression seal." "Okay," he said, nodding. "Want to remain together or split up with an aim?" "We can decide that based on the circumstances once we get there." "Fair enough. What makes you want to pretend to be civilians?" "We can sneak in, seize a senior shinobi, and make our getaway," she said. "Too disorganized. We run the risk of being caught, and things can go wrong." She nodded in agreement, and he appeared to understand that she had asked only to test him. They were both assessing each other as thoroughly as possible, and neither of them had yet to put their trust in the other. "Are there any long-range methods?" he inquired. "No," she said calmly. "I only perform well up close or mid-range. You?" "Me? I perform well at all ranges." "I understand. A cover story?" "We can think of something on the way. There's no use in wasting time here." She said thoughtfully. "Do you have any other questions?" He replied with a shrug. "You?" he inquired. The Yondaime must have learned the jutsu from Jiraiya, as she had read that Jiraiya had also trained the Yondaime. "The Hiraishin," she said, having studied everything she could about the Yondaime's signature technique following their second encounter. "How about it?" he answered somewhat defensively. "You're capable, aren't you?" He shrugged again. He did that a lot, apparently, and was almost as easygoing as Shikamaru. She mentally noted that she should never introduce them. "How does it operate? What makes you curious?" This time, it was obvious that his words were defensive. "I need to understand it if we have to work together." "No, you don't. I have no plans to use it for this mission." "Are you unable to drive us straight to aim? Time would be saved?" "I am unable to." "That isn't how it operates." She could tell he was not going to tell her anything more, so she nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "I'll start if nothing else comes up. I have some preparations to make." He shrugged. They stood up, and she walked out of the stall while he paid and headed home. Her partner was a mystery, and the Hokage had been right that this mission was going to be difficult in many ways. With a sigh, Naruto left Ichiraku, his partner already out of sight, and after a few moments of staring at the sky, he turned to leave. "I'm already regretting agreeing to this thing. Avoid staring at me. It was you who volunteered. I assumed I would handle it by myself. The old fart stuck a reminder on me, which I didn't anticipate." "How do you feel about her?" "She is powerful, incredibly powerful, and self-assured, and too damned courteous. That back there was really uncomfortable. I nearly swore a few times." "She's a kunoichi. She's probably heard them all." "That's not the point. You're pursuing her, then?" "Are you crazy? No way am I going to pursue a kunoichi. Remember, that was just your idea in the first place. There was never a moment when I showed any interest. In addition, kunoichis are too hasslesome. She was in Anbu, I believe. She's also far too quiet and serene for my taste." "Yes. You like them needy and noisy, yeah. That's not a good thing. Make things easier. I can tell what they're thinking, at least. He jerked a thumb back toward Ichiraku and said, I had no idea what was going through this one's mind back there. And why do you claim that she was in Anbu? She might be, I said. It is difficult for regular Junin to become proficient in infiltration. Kurama remained quiet for some time. Come on. You have to admit that the entire situation is intriguing. The pervert is the only person you have ever traveled with. No, the pain in the ass is too great. Why don't I leave right away? That way, everything will be simpler. Your choice. Naruto let out a sigh. I'm desperate for the cash. For a long time, it will make life easier. Once again, your choice. When Kakashi heard a knock on his door as he was ready to leave his apartment, he opened it to find Naruto there. How did you find out my residence? Admitting his sensei's son, he inquired. Naruto replied with a shrug. I was given the mission. The one with aim, he said. All right. Well, I've been assigned a partner. All right. And the only person in the village you know is me. With a sheepish smile, Naruto nodded, and Kakashi sighed, closing his front door and sinking into his couch. He could wait to go grocery shopping. So, who is it? Hinata Hyuga. Kakashi had not anticipated that, so he was taken aback. I understand. What are you trying to find out? How is she? Well, for one, she's pretty good. About 3 years ago, I think, the Anbu recruited her. He seemed not to be surprised by that little factoid. And, well, I don't know a lot about her. Good girl. Keep quiet. The Hyuga clan's heir. He did pay attention to that statement. Is she the heir? Yes. She's in the Anbu, too. I think her dad didn't support it. Her teacher, Kurenai, told me something about it. I understand that she is acting against the wishes of her clan. All right. What else? I'm not sure. Isn't she attractive? He made a weak offer. You realize how useless you are? Oh, indeed. When someone approaches her, her older brother beats the living daylights out of them. Naruto gave him a disbelieving look. I want information that is helpful. Not that kind of shit. I'm not going to make a move on her. All I want is to complete this mission without getting hurt, Naruto declared ferociously. With an apologetic shrug, Kakashi said, Hey, don't kill the messenger. I'm just sharing my knowledge with you. I apologize. Fuck, Naruto grumbled, this whole situation is a pain. Do you want tea? Kakashi offered. No, I have to leave. I have a lot of work to do before I leave tonight. For a while, that jerk Jiraiya threw his network onto me. Sarutobi had been waiting for this, and he looked up at the knock on his door. Come in, he bellowed. A kunoichi with pink hair entered through the open door. Hi, Sakura. You're exactly on schedule. I have a task for you. For me, you must find someone. Like you, she is a medical professional. By the time he arrived at the gate, she was already there. She had a pack slung over her back and was dressed in the same clothes she had on in the afternoon. As he approached her, she arched an eyebrow at him. With a dry tone, she remarked, You seem to have forgotten something. No, I'm okay, he answered. He summoned all of his material possessions from Myoboku whenever he needed them. She gave him a blank stare. Then she shrugged, turned, and started to walk. Naruto silently followed. For roughly 10 minutes, they strolled in silence. Hinata suddenly leapt and flew through the trees. Naruto stared at Hinata's vanishing back, momentarily stunned. He sighed, jumped, and did the same. He caught up to the kunoichi with a little burst of speed and then slowed to keep up with her. His comment was blithe. A warning would have been nice, he said. As soon as he said those words, he cursed himself. He was never affected by others. However, she had been able to irritate him rather easily. Once more, he muttered a curse. All of this was unfamiliar to him. He was in charge of Jiraiya's network, getting to know Kakashi and the elderly man. Going to the graves of his parents. This mission, collaborating with a colleague. And all of it had been thrown at him in a matter of days. He was accustomed to a considerably more relaxed and leisurely pace of life. He disliked abrupt changes. Instead, he wanted to introduce change gradually. He had never been a big fan of surprises and had discovered that the world didn't surprise him as much that way. In particular, the unpleasant surprises that included strangers attempting to murder him without his knowledge or consent. Her response jolted him out of his daydream. We'll travel through the night. Stop at dawn and rest till noon. By dusk we'll reach Tenzen town. We can spend the night there and assume our disguises. The border's only half a day's walk from the town. He replied with a shrug. There was nothing he could say. He didn't care if they arrived in AIM in 3 days or a month. Even so, he wasn't exactly prepared to spend a month with a complete stranger. Particularly when that stranger was really smitten with him. A few feet in front of him, the blur that was Hinata growled, "What?" He was shocked to learn that she was unable to see his affirmative gesture. "Fine by me," was his response. "Good," was all he received in response. "You two seem to be having fun. I'm not in the mood for this, Kurama-san." "I know you're not." "Apologize to her." Naruto cried out, "For what?" "I don't know. She's angry at you for some reason. Apologize and get it over with. The mood is driving you up the wall and sooner or later you're going to start getting bitchy as well. And that is something I'm not in the mood to handle. I'm not getting bitchy. And I'm not apologizing to her. I haven't done shit to offend her. Other than being downright rude to her, I wasn't rude. Right. And my balls are made of gold." Naruto nearly let out a cry of exasperation. He was unable to manage both of them simultaneously. "Why the fuck you even care? I don't. If you promise not to bitch about her, then you're free to do whatever you want. Hell, you can grope her while she's asleep for all I care. As long as you don't drag me into this clusterfuck you've gotten yourself into. Fuck you, you dirty piece of fur. I haven't even brought her up once. You're the one who is talking about her every fucking second." Kurama remained quiet for a while. "That was different. I was only teasing you a bit to while away the time. I never expected you to get stuck in a mission with her. Seems like your luck is in one of its downward spirals again." With a sigh, Naruto swept through the tree, leaving not a single leaf shifted. "Yeah well, shit happens. Yeah well, that seems to happen rather a lot with you." For the remainder of the evening, neither of them spoke. When Hinata saw the first rays of the day, she was a little relieved. She had been annoyed by the tense silence. This was never the case even on her Anbu missions. Even though the majority of her Anbu peers were psychopaths, at least they had normal communication. There was something about her unwilling teammate that annoyed her. She raised her hand and formed the ram seal, glad of the distraction. She shaped some chakra and summoned the Kekai Genkai her parents had given her. She extended her range, searching for a clearing where she could make camp. She was so skilled that even when her eyes were focused elsewhere, she didn't slow down or lose her balance. She turned off the Byakugan and changed her direction, hoping to find a suitable campsite. She headed for the clearing without waiting to see if her teammate had noticed the change in direction. She knelt down and removed her pack after gently landing in the middle of the clearing. Sweat had soaked the area covered by the straps, which had been biting into her shoulder. When her teammate arrived, she had just started searching through her pack after setting it on the ground. He appeared to have no signs of exhaustion or dyspnea. Instead, he appeared even more disinterested than when he was in the village. Was the man unaffected? As she pulled out a blanket, she said, "It's 6 hours till noon, I'll take first watch." He started, "There." His voice breaking from lack of use. He tried again, clearing his throat. He pointed to her blanket and remarked, "There's no need for that. And for that as well." She looked up at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Beside him, a cage bunchen poofed into being without him even flinching. She concealed her astonishment. Few shinobi were able to execute ninjutsu without using hand signs. With extended practice, a few proficient junin were able to produce fewer seals. However, they managed to form at least one seal. Even for their most favored and frequently used methods. The cage bunchen leapt off and positioned himself on a nearby tree without saying anything. Naruto cut his index finger on his blade, causing a few drops of blood to spill out as he unshed an inch of the sword that was dangling at his hip. He slapped his hand on the floor once more without making any seals. The typical puff of smoke came with the appearance of a small toad. Her teammate gave the toad a nod. The toad gave a nod in return and started to change. As the toad grew bigger and bigger, Hinata's mouth fell open. There was a decently sized house in the clearing when the transformation was finished. Naruto said, "There you go," with a faint smile. "There's a reason why I don't carry a pack." He ascended the short flight of stairs to the house and entered. Hinata simply kept gazing at the object before her. She had seen her share of the strange and the unusual from her previous missions and her time with the Anbu. However, the thing in front of her was more bizarre than anything she had ever seen or heard. She ascended the stairs slowly, carrying her pack, and stood uncertainly at the door. She entered and took a look around, steeling herself. The entrance hall was where she stood. A few windows were letting in a little sunlight. A small couch, a table, a cupboard, and a few chairs were used to decorate it. It resembled the standard apartments that the village had given to shinobi. In other words, it only had the bare necessities for human habitation. There were 2 doors on the opposite side of the room. Naruto walked out of one of them, which was open. The look on her face made him smile a little more. He jerked a thumb at the other room and said, "You can have that room, there's no bathroom, for obvious reasons. No kitchen as well, though I can make one if you want." The response he got was, "How is this possible?" He gave a little chuckle. When he laughed, his face changed. It was a far better fit for him than the lifeless look he typically wore. I reacted the same way the first time Sensei did this as well. But what is this technique? Saying, "This is Gamereichi," he waved his hand. "He uses my chakra and an image from my mind to transform. As long it's not too big, he can transform into anything. This is roundabout his maximum size, I guess," he stated with thought. "Well, I'm off to sleep. My clone will wake us up when it's time." He walked back into the room he had selected after turning around. Hinata entered the one he had made for her, still in awe. Adjacent to a curtained window were a bed, a closet, a side stand, and a small reading table. The room had the appearance of one from a small country inn. Hinata climbed onto the bed and lay down, dropping her pack onto the table. A bed was always better, but she was pretty accustomed to roughing it. She dozed off almost immediately. The majority of shinobi acquired this skill early in their careers. She was awakened by a delicious scent coming from the open window, not by Naruto's clone. She pulled back the curtains and rolled out of bed. Naruto squatted in front of a small fire while sitting outside. A cloth supported by a couple of sticks driven into the ground covered the fire. It appeared as though he was roasting a rabbit. She leaned out and looked up at the position of the sun. What her internal clock told her was validated by the position of the sun just after 11 o'clock had arrived. She slowly stretched after bringing her head back in. She approached her teammate while carrying her pack. He said, "It's almost done," as a greeting. She sat down beside him and nodded. He took the animal out and raised it for inspection. He nodded, got to his feet, and returned to the house. He took a plate from the cabinet, arranged their lunch on it, and set it on the table. He retrieved a thick scroll from his pouch and unfolded it. It was filled with numerous individual seals, as Hinata could see. Naruto pressed his hand against one of the seals and laid it flat on the table. A spice and seasoning box materialized. He opened it and began working on the rabbit. This was the reason he didn't have a pack, Hinata realized. The scroll contained everything he needed. She pointed to the scroll and questioned, "Isn't that risky? You'll lose everything if you lose that scroll." He explained, "This is a summoning scroll, not a sealing scroll. If I ever lose this one, I can ink new seals." Hinata nearly kicked herself for being so foolish. Those weren't sealing arrays, and she should have known that. He said, "Help yourself." After finishing, he went back to the closet and took out a few knives and plates. They ate in silence while seated across the table from one another. As he ripped into his share, he asked the unexpected question, "So, what is the heir to the Hyuga clan doing in Anbu?" She didn't look up, even though her eyes widened in shock. She took another bite and chewed slowly while considering his query. How had he found out she was an Anbu member? Although her status as the Hyuga clan's heir was well known, her inclusion in ABNU was not. Only a select few in her clan were aware of her position. At last, she asked, "Who told you?" "Kakashi," was his response. Kakashi Hitaki. Alongside her, he had graduated the academy as the Junin sensei for one of the genin teams. There are still rumors of the man's exploits circulating in the Anbu locker room, making him a legend. He was a threat to society as well. She didn't respond, so Naruto asked, "Well, why does it matter to you?" "Well, if I happen to be the heir to one of the biggest clans in the village, I definitely would not be running missions. Especially not Anbu ones. What I do and why I do it is none of your business," she retorted, glancing up at him at last. She was not interested in explaining her decision to him. Her closest confidants were the only people she had ever told. Kurenai Sensei and her genin team had been part of that. "This is fair enough," he said. He bowed his head slightly and said, "I'm sorry. I can see that it's personal and that I crossed the line. I hate it when others pry into my life as well." She repressed the surprise that was about to appear on her face once more. She had not anticipated a retreat and an apology. She responded, "Thank you for understanding," and bowed herself. After that, they didn't speak to each other. By the time they arrived in Tenzen, the sun had just set. She said, "I know a place we can stay," as they made their way down the main street. Naruto just followed and nodded. She led him to a little inn on the outskirts of town. She looked familiar to the proprietress. Seeing his curious look, she remarked, "I used to stay here with my old team whenever we were returning from missions." After giving her another nod, he trailed her up the stairs to their rooms. She beckoned to him just as he was ready to enter his room. Her words, "We have a lot to discuss," were clear. He followed her into her room without saying a word. As they sat down, she said, "I think it's time we disguised ourselves. We aren't too far from the border. Do you have something to wear?" "No, I'll go pick up something suitable. What do you want to pose as?" "A farmer and his wife. Sounds good to me. We need to figure out a back story as well. We're going walk the rest of the way, right? We can figure it out before we reach the border." Her expression made it clear to him that she wanted to argue, however, she didn't. She turned away and said, "Okay," making it obvious that the conversation was over. She retrieved a seal from her pack as he stood up. When he recognized what it was, he said, "May I see that?" She gave it to him without a word. He raised it and looked at the array inked on it. It was a seal of chakra restriction. In addition, it was incredibly crude and amateurish. He had anticipated higher standards at Konoha's Anbu. "Quite bluntly, this seal is crap," he declared. The penmanship is pathetic and the array had no escape routine. The chances of it failing are also quite high if the user happens to possess a reasonable amount of chakra. Is this what the infiltration cell of the Anbu use? He thought his remark would make her angry, but instead he saw acceptance on her face. "We lost our team of Fuinjutsu specialists a few months ago in a botched mission. Anbu has never been good with the passing on of knowledge. We make do with what we can now." "So you didn't make this yourself?" "No, I have no aptitude for Fuinjutsu. We recruited 2 new Junin who possessed a working knowledge of it. They fulfill the requirements of all the Anbu members. We never have more than a couple of proficient members because it's not really a skill which is useful in combat." Naruto said, nodding. "Thankfully for you, I can do better." He produced a brush and a bottle of chakra, sensitive ink after taking out his scroll once more. He inquired, "Where do you want it?" She turned around after giving him a blank stare for a few seconds. She took off her flak jacket, and Naruto watched. She pushed down her shirt sleeve, exposing part of her upper back, and pulled her hair to one side. Her exposed skin was creamy and white, and Naruto gazed at it. That was not what he had anticipated. He simply was unable to read her. She kept forcing him to step outside of his comfort zone. He calmed himself by taking a deep, slow breath and knelt behind her. As he inhaled the subtle aroma of pines, his nose wrinkled. To relax, he inhaled deeply once more. He reached out and started stroking the array, dipping his brush into the ink. As the brush touched her skin, she shuddered. Silently, Naruto cursed himself. His body was acting like a teenager with hormones. He inked more quickly. After finishing, he set the brush aside and waited for a little while. Ink that was sensitive to chakras dried very quickly. He lifted his hand and pressed it to his seal. She shivered once more as her skin felt cold to the touch. Her breathing was labored. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and let his chakra flow into the seal. His chakra activated his seal, making it burn red. Her chakra flow was interrupted, and she let out a gasp. Backpedaling as quickly as he could, Naruto replied, "Done. I also inked in an escape routine. The seal has suppressed your chakra completely, but it won't stop you if you try to mold fresh chakra. This way, in case we're exposed, then you won't be at a disadvantage." She nodded and pulled her sleeve back up. "Thank you." Naruto muttered, "Don't mention it," and quickly left the room. The following morning, he saw her in a light blue kimono. Her hair was loose and flowing to her waist. He gazed at her while muttering curses. Naruto finally recognized his teammate's beauty at that point. She stood looking off into the distance from the village entrance, awaiting his arrival. He inhaled deeply. He calmed himself and pushed his way to her through the milling crowd. He had chosen to dress simply in a gray yukata. He had a pack on his shoulder now. Now that they were merely 2 itinerant farmers, it would have been suspicious if they hadn't had a pack. A sealing scroll that held all of his weapons, equipment, and scrolls was tucked away in his robes. He assumed she had done something like that. When he saw her face, he gasped in shock. 2 black pupils now flowed in her pale lavender eyes. The sight was quite unsettling to Naruto. He inquired, "What did you do?" "Contact lenses," she calmly answered. "Unfortunately for me, these eyes of mine are quite easily identified." Naruto gave a silent nod. When he had been planning, he had not even considered her eyes. Such an error would never have occurred to Jiraiya. As they started their journey without saying a word, he muttered curses. It seemed like he was swearing a lot these days. With her hands clasped in a tiger seal, Hinata squatted on the branch and calmly examined the village of Aim from every angle. At this moment, they were about 30 kilometers away from Aim, which was the furthest she could see. Using civilian transportation, they had traveled here for approximately a week and a half. Now, before they infiltrated their target, they had set up camp one final time. Directly beneath her, her partner was meticulously preparing their meal. They couldn't take the chance of being found so near a shinobi village. She lowered herself to the ground and deactivated her Kekkei Genkai. "It's pointless," she remarked as she sat down beside Naruto. "The rain?" "Yes," she said. "It's some kind of jutsu. Each and every drop which falls is inundated with chakra. I can't see through it." "Can you detect the source?" "No, I'm afraid that my eyes aren't going to help us in this mission." Grimly, her partner nodded. Too bad. He took a bowl of rice from her. A simple meal that was determined by their situation. She questioned, same plan. They had made the most of their time by preparing their backstories and their strategy for the village. AIM was closer to them than Konoha because they were two Fire Country farmers who lived so near the border. A Yakuza group that specialized in selling young girls to brothels had abducted their niece. To hire shinobi to get the girl, they had to sell a lot of their material possessions. After the mission booking desk had closed for the day, they intended to arrive in AIM after dusk. That evening, they would separate and discreetly inquire, and the following morning, they would venture to the mission booking desk. They intended to leave the village and seize one of the shinobi assigned to their mission if they needed more information. Too late to make a new one. She wiped the perspiration from her brow and nodded. The time was just past noon, according to her internal clock. To be sure, she looked up and checked the sun's position in the sky. Before they could begin to move, they needed to wait another 6 hours. "My name is Akira Toriyama and this is my wife Aoi. We have a mission for the village." The pair of guards gazed at him, assessing him. Then he waved them through, dismissing them as mere citizens. When they were allowed to pass, Naruto blinked in surprise. He had been informed by Jiraiya Sensei that AIM was very suspicious of infiltrators and would not allow anyone to pass without a number of checks. There was a problem. It might be a trap. Hinata inquired, "Can you tell us of a place to spend the night?" "Second right. Plenty of inns there," the guard curtly answered. Before the guards had a chance to reconsider, they both bowed their heads in gratitude and left. Naruto stayed vigilant. He was aware that Jiraiya rarely gave false information. Some other security measure must have been put in place. They were so certain of it that they didn't need to use any other methods. They had left their storage scrolls back at their campsite in anticipation of the checks. Both scrolls had a summoning seal that Naruto had inked to his blood. Anytime they needed their equipment, he could call it forth. Naruto drew the hood of his cloak closer as he observed everyone mingling. The residents of AIM did not appear to be put off by the rain. The street was packed with civilians and shinobi, who were going about their daily lives as usual. Living somewhere where it rained all the time was unthinkable for Naruto. Although he didn't mind the rain, he did not particularly like it. In many respects, AIM was different from other shinobi villages. First of all, he had never seen skyscrapers so tall before. He could tell by the architecture that the village had been heavily industrialized. Not to mention the constant rain. It had a purpose, he was certain. Before they left, he was desperate to figure it out. They strolled slowly into the first inn they saw. It was fairly easy to make a reservation. They were not even asked for their names by the proprietress. All the shinobi villages valued secrecy. When they went into their room, it was just after 7 o'clock. Naruto waited for the proprietress to depart while removing his sopping wet cloak. He said, that went well, after he was certain they were by themselves. With a nod, Hinata began using one of the towels in the room to dry her hair. Too easy, in fact, she answered. With a glance at her hair, Naruto said, I know. Be on guard. What's the point? It's going to get wet again. Hinata simply gave a shrug. Naruto let out a sigh. Once more, he was clueless about his partner's thoughts. He said, I'm off, and moved to the door. I'll be back by 11. Be careful. Yeah, was her response. I'll be heading out as well. As he shut the door, Naruto gave her a nod. His opponent yelled, fuck, as Naruto finished his 11th vodka shot. He swallowed, the alcohol burning down his throat. He slammed his shot glass down on the table and let out a cry of victory. He yelled, beat that, you cocksucker. Fusuke was the name of his opponent. A young shinobi, Fusuke appeared to be around Naruto's age. The AIM.nin could hardly hold his glass because he was so inebriated. It was precisely what Naruto desired. He was seated at a table with 6 AIM shinobi, each of whom was in a different level of intoxication. 1 was a chunin and 5 were genin, which was what he desired as well. Slurring, I'm out, Fusuke said. My girlfriend will kill me if I don't get home tonight. Man, you've got an incredible tolerance. It's genetic. My dad could down 15, Naruto remarked. In actuality, he was possessed by a massive chakra monster that destroyed all of the alcohol in his system. Come on. Pay up, Naruto said, grinning and extending his hand. As he turned over 20,000 ryo, the vanquished Nin moaned. This will be useful, Naruto remarked, patting the pocket in which he had put the cash. You shinobi are expensive to hire. One of the other shinobi questioned, you're here to give out a mission? Yes. Yakuza have taken my niece. The table was surrounded by 6 empathetic winces. She was the daughter of my brother. In. My wife is very upset about it. Since the kidnapping, she has been crying constantly. When I left my room, I believe she was crying once more. Then, should you be drinking? Nothing I say makes her feel better. So why even bother? Besides, I'm going to save a girl I don't even like tomorrow with all the money I've ever saved. I'm getting sloshed right now. Hey, don't blame us, man, Fusuke said apologetically, gesturing up. The rates come from the top, he said. Does your leader reside upstairs? Asked Naruto, causing 6 inebriated giggles. No, the Chunin explained that Pain Sama resides in the village's tallest tower. Sama Pain? What a strange name. His friends gave a shrug. What sort of person is he? With a gurgle and a hand clamped to his mouth, Fusuke got up and walked out of the bar intoxicated, while the others looked on in amusement. What sort of person is he? Well, nobody is really sure. He hasn't held the position for very long. She had made the right guess, and Jiraiya Sensei, who had truly respected Hanzo, was going to be very disappointed. Naruto nodded silently, as if he owed Hitomi-san an apology. Well then, I'll decide for myself when I meet him tomorrow for the mission. He was so naive that his friends burst out laughing. One of them guffawed, with a mission like yours, there's no way you'll get to meet Pain Sama. Naruto gave a friendly shrug. I'm sorry, I have no idea how you shinobi operate. Who is going to meet tomorrow, then? The Junin responsible for overseeing the missions desk, and, if you're lucky, Angel Sama. Angel Sama? She is the right hand of Pain Sama. She occasionally stops by the missions desk to supervise the work. Naruto nodded and took a sip of his beverage. He said. With all traces of intoxication gone, Fusuke roared back into the inn. Hey guys, the rain has stopped. Everyone in the bar let out astonished shouts, and they all got up and started to leave as one. What's the matter? He asked, getting to his feet as well. Curfew, one of his friends said. Pain Sama controls the rain. There must be some kind of emergency. You better get back to your hotel as fast as you can. And don't leave it until it's raining again. As he walked out of the inn, Naruto muttered curses. He was fully aware of the emergency. Kurama-san, find her, yeah. As she moved through the marketplace, Hinata involuntarily twirled her umbrella. It had been too easy for her to ask questions. Almost everyone she encountered seemed delighted to extol the virtues of Pain Sama. The way they talked about him made them think he was a god. Others went so far as to say it directly. He had freed the poor and vanquished Hanzo. It appeared that Hanzo's rule had caused great dissatisfaction among the civilian population. She discovered that the leaders of the uprising had been Pain Sama and Angel Sama. Hanzo and all his supporters had been completely destroyed by their forces. The wind shifted and sprayed rain on her face, making her shiver. It wasn't the cold water that made her shiver. She could feel the alien chakra in the water slipping across her skin, and it made her shiver. She turned and started walking back to the inn, tilting her umbrella. She questioned whether Naruto had advanced more than she had. She knew, somehow, that if he had, she shouldn't be shocked. He seemed to have a lot of surprises in store. The closer she came to their inn, the smaller the crowd. The rain was pouring down the long, sloping street where their inn was located, which was lined with cobblestones. Hinata approached her inn slowly as she walked up the street. As she stepped on one of the cobblestones, it broke off from the ground. She instinctively and reflexively rebalanced by cementing her foot to the ground with a small amount of chakra. She walked on as if nothing had happened, cursing herself for her mistake. Fortunately, nobody appeared to have noticed. When the rain stopped, she was only a few paces away from her inn. All of the people on the street gasped and shouted in surprise as they looked up at the sky. They could all see the stars in the clear sky. The rain had ceased completely. Everyone she could see started running, and she watched. Bolts were being slid into place, windows were being closed. She quickened her pace and entered her inn as the proprietress hurried down the stairs. She called out, "Thank God, you're back," and secured the front door. What's going on? Hinata inquired. Curfew. Till the rain starts again, the village is in curfew. What? Why? That's how it is. Has my husband come back yet? No, I'll let him in if he turns up, but he better do it soon. With a nod, Hinata rushed to her room. The coincidence of a curfew immediately following their arrival was too great. It must have been Naruto's exposure. She shut the door behind her and turned on her Byakugan to find him. She sobbed and threw herself to the right, giving thanks to the stars for her timing. The assailant had rushed in through the window and she narrowly avoided being speared. A tall, muscular man in a black cloak adorned with red clouds was her assailant. There were several strange piercings on his face, and a long, thin blade stuck out from under his cloak. His body was completely different from other human bodies, as her eyes showed. There were more mechanical components than flesh on his body. Neither tenketsu nor clear chakra pathways were visible to her. Against this man, the taijutsu of her clan would be nearly useless. She could also see that her enemy had died. Her eyes were telling her that. Additionally, he was getting a lot of transmitted chakra in a continuous stream. The chakra in the rain was the same one. Hinata remained calm. All of these facts caused her to become more cautious. She was accustomed to being at a disadvantage when fighting. But it was his eyes that frightened her. His eyes had a ripple-like pattern and were purple. The Rinnegan was the one. She had learned about the Rinnegan early on because she was a member of the Hyuga clan. Most people now regarded the Rinnegan, the most potent of the three great dojutsu, as a myth. The myths, however, never described the abilities it bestowed upon its user. Simply put, it was incredibly strong. She let out a cry and pushed out her right hand. Her palm exploded with a burst of pure chakra. A moment later she blinked into action. She pirouetted forward, her palms turning blue with chakra. She hit her opponent in the chest with her initial blow. He was slammed hard against the wall, causing a spurt of blood. Hinata attacked his legs, her hands a blur, giving him no rest. Without his legs, he was immobile even though he was dead. Her attack struck his right thigh as she leaned low. His leg muscles were torn apart by her chakra, and he fell under his own weight. She spun around and attacked the enemy's head, which was now level with her waist. He raised his right hand without trying to sidestep her attack. His arm exploded forward, disengaging from the rest of his limb. She sidestepped and dropped her attack. She was blasted back even though the attack only slightly injured her side. The hand reattached itself with the enemy, and she slammed hard into the other side of the room. She cursed and got to her feet as two more figures rushed through the window, which had already been smashed, into the room. A slender young man with long red hair wearing it in a high ponytail was the first newcomer. He turned to face her and gazed at her without emotion. The second one is a little older. He gave her no attention at all. Rather, he approached and started to inspect his fallen comrade. Both of them had on black cloaks with red clouds embroidered on them. They both owned the Rinnegan and shared the same strange piercings. Hinata leapt out onto the street and threw a smoke bomb. It was a bad idea to fight two enemies in a small space. Only one of her assailants pursued her. The long-haired enemy jumped lightly onto the street and gazed at her. Saying, "The Byakugan, you are from Konoha." Hinata rushed at her adversary without bothering to answer. Her opponent slammed his palm to the ground rather than advancing to meet her attack. Out of the smoke came a huge dog with 3 heads, its maws wide open. She leapt back and affixed herself to the building behind her, pushing chakra to her feet. She was looked up at by 6 big Rinnegans. She took out an explosive tag and threw it while glaring down at the dog. The kunai exploded after sinking into the dog's back fur. The dog just split in 2, rather than exploding into pieces of flesh. She swore and threw herself at the man. Since the dogs multiplied when they were killed, she had no chance of defeating them. She could only defeat the summoner while the other adversaries were busy. A figure rushed straight at her from the destroyed inn, and her eyes widened in shock. It was the first person to attack her. The one she had vanquished. She was shocked to see that he was no longer injured based on the way he moved. It was not possible for the wound she had caused to heal that quickly. Her adversary yelled, "We underestimated you the first time," as he approached. "We will not make that mistake again." Dodging was out of the question because she was in the air. Hinata raised her hands and spun, forcing chakra out of every tenketsu in her body. Around her, a dazzling blue spinning chakra orb developed. With a raised hand, her assailant launched a missile. When the missile struck her technique, it exploded with a massive energy wave. Her technique couldn't handle the energy. Her Kaiden gave way and allowed the shockwave to pass through. She was flung back violently, and the explosion's force carried her through the building behind her with ease. She made a hard landing on the nearby street, leaving a tiny crater in her wake. She shook her head, moaned softly, and attempted to get up. When she slowly sat up, Byakugan no longer active, every muscle screamed in protest. She knew it was over because the last attack had exhausted her. There was no hope for her. She glanced up at the 3 adversaries surrounding her. They had thin black rods clamped against her throat. "You are brave but stupid. Mere mortals cannot hope to take on a god. Finish it," she commanded. She felt a wave of nausea and disorientation as soon as she finished speaking. She was out of aim now. They were carrying her at high speed through a forest. It came to her late that this was where they were camping. She looked up to see Naruto had saved her. She pushed herself from his grasp and cursed. She jumped onto the branch they were on, her knees swaying and collapsing beneath her. As she hit the floor, she felt another wave of nausea. But her fall was cushioned. She yanked herself free from Naruto's hold once more and clung to the closest tree for stability. He snarled, "What are you doing, woman? No, what are you doing?" "I'm rescuing you from a sure death and taking you home," he growled. "No, we can't go," Hinata said, lowering herself to the ground with gratitude. It seemed that her legs lacked the strength to hold her up. "What the fuck are you talking about? The mission's bust. We've got to leave before they give chase." "No," she said in a whisper. "They know we're from Konoha." "Obviously. Even a civilian would have guessed that you were a Hyuga. Your point being?" When she did look up, she gave him a fierce glare. She let out an angry scream. "Don't you get it? Didn't you see how powerful they were? If they attack Konoha, then we'll be hard pressed to stop them. And it'll all be my fault. We have to send a message home warning them, and we have to go back. We have to try and find out as much as we can about their abilities. We have to try and take out as many as we can. I don't stand a chance, but you. You can do it. You can fight him, I know it." Silently, Naruto gazed at her. "No," he muttered. "What?" I said, "No, I have no interest in risking my life for the village." "What? Why? Isn't Konoha your home?" "No, Konoha isn't my home. It never was and it never will be. And I have no intention of fighting an enemy of that skill just to assuage your guilt. You fucked up. Your problem." Hinata gazed in disbelief at him. "Innocent people will die. Those very same innocent people tried to kill me when I was 4 years old. I frankly don't give a fuck. This whole mission was a mistake from the start, and this proves it. I have no idea why I agreed to it in the first place. I'm going now. I can take you to Konoha if you want, but that's the limit of what I'm willing to do." Hinata gave him a furious glare. She hauled herself up, breathing heavily. She turned and walked toward Amegakure without a word. "What are you doing?" she said. "What I said I was going to do," without looking back. "You'll die," was all he said. "I'm aware of that, and unlike you, I'm not a coward. I came to terms with the fact that I was going to die an early death a long time ago. I may be a coward, but that doesn't change that fact that this is pointless. You'll die a pointless death." "No, I'll die a shinobi's death. I am confident enough of my abilities to know that I'll be able to figure out a bit more of their abilities and that I'll be able to send out a message with it. Beyond that, I'll try my hardest to take them out with myself." "Why? I don't understand. Konoha does not deserve." She turned around and yelled, "What the fuck do you know about Konoha, you coward? This has nothing to do with deservedness. I'm willing to die for the village because it's my home. And because it's the only thing which stands between death and my loved ones. And for them, I'm willing to do anything. Go. Just go and warn them of what's coming." He gave her a blank stare while cocking his head to the right. He turned. "I see. Trying to convince you is pointless," he said. He called out, "Goodbye. I'll inform Konoha of your decision," and turned to leave. Hinata remained silent. She waited for him to go in silence. Then she turned and started running in Aim's direction. Sakura sat up in her bed and swore loudly. Her sleep was being disrupted by the constant sound of the wind. In addition, she was sleeping in a bed that was absurdly dusty. There always seemed to be more dust in it, regardless of how hard she hit it. Being assigned to a mission in the land of the wind has its disadvantages. She stood up and started to dress, cursing once more. She had no desire to lie in that dusty bed any longer, and it was just before dawn. She was prepared to depart in a few minutes. Are you prepared to meet the world's most well-known medic.nin? After paying her fees at the inn, she walked slowly through the town. According to what she had been told, Tsunade was now living on a local nobleman's estate. According to a few questions at the inn, the estate was situated on the town's rural outskirts. It would take her almost 5 hours to get there if she was moving slowly enough. And that was just right for her. She didn't think her mission target would be an early riser based on the tales she had heard about Tsunade over the years. She had been fairly correct in her estimation. When she finally arrived at the aforementioned estate, it was approximately 11:30. She only had to look at the gates to realize that the nobleman in question was extraordinarily wealthy. The massive arched gateway and the tall, intimidating walls enclosing the compound were both intimidating. She couldn't even see the main house itself from where she was. The compound was obviously large enough to warrant the size of the surrounding protective structures. The guards at the gate provided her with additional proof if she needed it regarding the nobleman's evident wealth. These guards weren't your typical sentries. Additionally, there were numerous of them. She could count up to 15 men with her eyes. She could tell by the look in her fairly experienced eyes that they had all been trained to varying degrees as shinobi. The cost of hiring shinobi for a mission was very high. Hiring shinobi to serve as an estate's personal guards was a luxury that only the upper classes could afford. In a place like this, she obviously had to be on her best behavior. As she arrived at the gate, she nodded to the guards and carefully took out her identification documents and the letter the Hokage had given her. Silently, she passed it to them to read. She handed it to a guard, who quickly went through it. He said, "Wait here," and opened the tiny access door set into the enormous wooden gates. Her documents were apparently being passed up the chain of command. Before the guard returned, she had to wait for a full 10 minutes. 10 drawn out, awkward questions were asked, and the remaining vigil keepers openly gave her hostile, incredulous looks. "The boss says you can go through. Any weapons?" He was obviously not pleased by Sakura's raised eyebrow of disbelief. "You'll have to surrender all weapons here before going inside." "Seriously, guys? I just walked up to your main entrance in the middle of the day." "Rules are rules," was her harsh response. She sighed, shrugged, and motioned for him to take the lead. The other sentries gave her a suspicious look as she passed through the access door after he nodded. She was led into a small wooden guard outpost by the side of the road on the opposite side. Another gaunt guard with a big notebook was waiting inside. The man meticulously scribbled a description of everything she put on the table in front of him as she started to turn in her weapons. Her usual shuriken and kunai kit. Her smoke bombs and explosive tags. Her poison bag. Her poisoned senbon stash. When she finished, the first guard snarled at her, "Hair. Seriously? I can't go in there looking like a banshee?" No one sympathized with her plea. Pulling out the senbon that held her hair in place, she let all of her hair fall down with yet another defeated sigh. As she combed her hair into something approaching a manageable style, she asked, "Happy now?" During missions, she detested letting her hair down. It consistently obstructed her path during pivotal moments. However, she had never had the courage to cut it herself. As a result, her hair now reached the middle of her back. The guard cautiously scanned her from head to toe, searching for any more obvious hiding places. A second later, he nodded slowly. Sakura thought, "Amateur," as she swept out of the outpost and crossed the street. As she walked, she took a spare hairband from her pack and pulled her hair up in a long, pink ponytail. The compound was enormous. The path she was on was flanked by flowering gardens and dense orchards full of exotic fruits and trees. And only by importing a lot of foreign soil and using a lot of water could someone in the land of the wind maintain such greenery. In the country, it was strictly forbidden to use water excessively, but obviously, if one was extremely wealthy, these regulations did not apply. Taking in the sights and the occasional servant, she walked briskly along the cobbled path. She was obviously not disappointed when she finally arrived at the estate house, which took her roughly 15 minutes. She had anticipated and received extraordinary extravagance. The house was less like a manor and more like a castle. And to top it all off, it was composed of white marble that sparkled. Her sensitive eyes were actually harmed by the way the entire building glinted and shone in the sunlight. She had no idea how anyone could live in such a thing. The doors opened and an elderly servant in a respectable uniform emerged as she ascended the stairs to the front porch. Clearly, he had been told she was coming. The words, "Welcome," he said arrogantly. "Welcome to the humble abode of Tobiyashi. Sama. Your arrival is awaited." "Thank you. It is an honor to be here. Is Tsunade Sama available?" Sakura said, suppressing her snort at the word humble. "Unfortunately, I am afraid not. The lady is currently indisposed and is not receiving visitors. I am sorry, but your visit has been in vain." "I see. I have taken a room in the town. Maybe I can come at another time?" "Is that so? I am truly sorry for your trouble." Nevertheless, the lady was quite clear that she would not be holding audience any time in the foreseeable future. It was obvious that he wasn't very sorry about it. Sakura understood. She was not someone Tsunade wanted to see. That could be the case, the Hokage had said. It's time to take drastic action. She swiftly flipped through two hand signs while raising her hands. What are yo? The man asked, obviously startled by what she was doing. His entire manner abruptly changed when his sentence was interrupted in the middle. He said, yes, wanting to please. Why of course, the lady is awaiting your arrival with interest. Please follow me. I'll take you right up to her. The man led her through a literal labyrinth of hallways and staircases, and Sakura followed him with a faint sense of satisfaction. With composure, she proceeded, meticulously learning the route and the faces of every servant she encountered. The number of servants was obviously excessively high in comparison to the number of residents. She was fortunate not to encounter any of the shinobi guards inside the house, indicating that the sentries had been confined to the wall and nowhere else. He came to a halt in front of a large doorway after what felt like an eternity. It was the type of grand entrance that gave the impression that the room inside was among the best in the manor. Without waiting for a response, the servant knocked lightly and went inside. Sakura trailed behind. Sakura Haruno. Sama from the village of Konoha here to see you, my lady. A strong voice yelled, what the bloody fuck, you old man. I told you I didn't want to see her. What are yo? No, Tsunade. Sama. Please don't, a second voice, more shrill and nervous, commanded. The door opened into the actual room after passing through a brief hallway that had a bathroom connected to it. When Sakura walked in, she saw nothing in the actual room. The elderly man in front of her was all she could see. In slow motion, she also saw a bottle slam into her line of sight and hit the servant's head with a dull thud. She moved swiftly forward, grabbed the man as he fell, and gently lowered him to the ground. She didn't really look up and take in the room until she had completed that. In the middle of the room was a big bed, and a woman who was definitely a Sannin was lying in it. Young, attractive, and furious. Incredibly irate. Another young woman with short black hair was also present in the room, and she was rushing toward the fallen servant while wearing an apologetic expression. Shizune, Tsunade's longtime assistant, must be that person. She obviously wanted to assist the elderly man who had recently been taken advantage of by her master. However, she was outdone by Sakura. She learned from a brief diagnostic jutsu that the man had not sustained a concussion but had simply experienced severe shock. She carefully transformed the chakra into the healing technique she wanted to use by focusing it into her palm and allowing it to flow into the victim's head. The man's eyes opened instantly, and he blearily glanced around. Sakura, you're fine now, she said. She helped the man up and nudged him in the direction of the door. You'll get a bump later, but that can't be helped. Put some ice on it to soothe the pain. Now get going, she said. In addition to wiping out Tsunade's genjutsu, the trauma of her attack had left the poor man so confused that he blindly obeyed. It was only after he left and shut the door behind him that Sakura turned around. She could tell by the expressions on their faces that they were a little friendlier to her now than they had been previously. Shizune was now giving her a small smile. It makes sense why the Hokage sent her. They clearly had sympathy for their fellow medic. Nin. Tsunade. Sama, Sakura curtsied. Sorry for the the servant thing. Its emission and the genjutsu was a really light one. Tsunade snorted, HMPH, and rose from the bed. The old man hasn't changed much. Sending a female medic. Nin just to gain my sympathy. But that doesn't change anything. I have no interest in listening to your message and I have no intention of going back. That's okay, Sakura remarked. I don't really have a message for you. She dropped to her knees, took off her pack, and started searching through it. While Shizune hovered anxiously around her master, Tsunade asked suspiciously, what do you mean? As she located the package she was seeking, she remarked, well, I was simply instructed to find you and do this. With skillful side ripping, she produced a scroll and a small vial. A tiny amount of red liquid was sealed inside a vial. With a hint of nervousness, Shizune asked, what are you doing? Sakura remained silent. She spread the scroll on the ground and unfurled it quickly. She opened the vial and poured the contents onto the scroll's seal. She placed her right hand on the scroll, focused her chakra on its tenketsu, and then released her chakra onto it. For a brief moment, the array glowed blue before disappearing. A moment later, the Sandaime Hokage stood in the room, puffing calmly at his ubiquitous pipe, accompanied by a man-sized puff of smoke. Shizune's expression changed to one of shock, while her master's face changed to one of utter horror. Tsunade stumbled back and landed on the bed. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing here, old man? Ah, Tsunade. Chan. It's so nice to see you again after such a while. And you too, Shizune. My, you've grown a lot. I almost didn't recognize you." The young woman's astonishment gradually subsided, and she now grinned kindly at the new intruder in the room. After bowing, she said, "It's good to see you again, Hokage. Sama. This is indeed a surprise. I hope you're keeping well." He laughed and remarked, well, I'm managing. Being this old is not very easy, you know." Softly, he turned to Sakura and said, "Good work, Sakura. You may wait outside now. Your part in this story is now over. Please ensure that we're kept free of any interruptions." Sakura said, "Hi, Hokage. Sama," and turned to start her vigil outside the door. Tsunade wiped all traces of anger from her face and gazed blankly at the elderly man. Her mentor was more than capable of covering her eyes, even at this age. After all these years, she clearly hadn't learned her lesson. You simply became a victim of Hiruzen Sarutobi's web of manipulations if you underestimated him. She was going to do everything in her power to achieve that. She was not going to comply with the Sandame's wishes. He said, "May I sit?" "Now." She nodded briskly, showing that she accepted. Pulling up the only chair on the room's writing desk, the old man sat down in front of her. Pushing herself from the bed, she walked to the window and peered out, keeping her face hidden from the old man in the room. "Sorry," Shizune muttered to her. Her resentment was repressed. The girl was overly courteous. "It is of no matter," Sarutobi uttered under his breath. A prolonged silence ensued, which sharply contrasted with her impatience. She snarled, "Well, what do you want?" "I apologize," Sarutobi said. "I needed a second to gather my thoughts." "Well, gather them fast, old man." Apologies. I'm done now." She yelled, "Well, get on with it then," she heard Shizune mutter, "Sorry," and suppressed the protest that twitched at her tongue once more. I understand. First of all, I would like to apologize for all my actions in the past." "What?" "I have recently been told, and I'm inclined to believe that it is correct, that for a long time I have been not interacting honestly with the people close to me but rather spending considerable effort into manipulating them to fall in with my views. I will not make excuses for this. It is a side effect of being in the charge of the village so long, but that is no excuse for the things I have done. And for that I wanted to apologize." She was perplexed by the old man's remarks. This went against everything she knew about her mentor and was completely different from what she had anticipated. He issued commands, expecting subordinates to do everything in their power to comply. He had never acknowledged his shortcomings or offered an apology for what he had done. She whirled around and gave her visitor a suspicious look before asking, "What is this?" "I'm sorry," Sarutobi said, perplexed. "All this," she said, gesturing to him. "The apologies and all that bullshit. What are you playing at, old man?" "Ah," Sarutobi said as comprehension set in. "I see. You too, Jiraiya didn't believe me as well, at first. He thought this was another one of my ways of manipulating him. He was wrong. And you are wrong as well. I have no hidden agenda here, Tsunade. I am simply an old man with plenty of regrets, trying to fix the mistakes I have made. And one of the biggest regrets I have is letting you leave the village. And that's why I'm here, trying to fix that." Tsunade wasn't entirely persuaded. With the old man, it was impossible to tell. "I can tell that you still don't believe me. Understandable, given my past history. I don't blame you. If Bawako was still here, even she would be surprised by the things I've done. Look, I'll be frank. I want you back at Konoha. I need you there. The village needs you there. The citizens need you there. No, that was my answer all those years ago and that hasn't changed. My life as a kunoichi is over. I have no intention of changing that. I understand that, and that is not what I am asking of you. I do not ask for your strength as a kunoichi. I do not ask you to run missions for me. Then, your proposal. Your proposal regarding the medic.nin training program. Even back then, I saw the weight of your idea. But back then there was a war going on. Such ideas are not for times of war. Such ideas are for times of peace. And what we have now is a time of peace. I do not know how long it will last for, but I will fight to my utmost to keep it going. And now the village has need of your skills. This peace won't last much longer and then war will be upon us again. And this time I have no intention of letting my village suffer again. Whatever I may be, I do learn from my mistakes. The village must remain strong even I'm gone, and for that I need you. I need you to finish what you started. Your project will save lives. Hundreds and thousands of lives. And that in itself is important enough for you to end this self-imposed exile of yours." As she took in what she had just heard, Tsunade gazed blankly at the elderly man seated in front of her. The thought was alluring. It was tempting enough for her to give it some thought. Among the many things she regrets not doing while she was in the village was her failed project. However, nothing changed as a result. My answer still remains no, I have intention of returning to Konoha. If I may ask, why? Glaring down at Sarutobi, she crossed her arms over her chest and said, why? You ask me why? I told you so why when I left. That village of yours is not a beacon of peace, as you seem to believe it is. It's a magnet for death and bloodshed, that's what it is. The existence of your village simply propagates and encourages further violence, and I have no interest in being a part of it. Sarutobi said, I see, as he gazed at her with his constant sense of superior knowledge. You're afraid. She slapped the wall behind her and yelled, what? A huge hole appeared in the side of the room as the force of her blow exploded through the brick and mortar. You're afraid of being hurt. You're afraid that you'll come back and have to face losing people you care about once again. You're still a coward, Tsunade. Even after all these years. Tsunade's bubble of rage burst in her chest in an instant, and fear took its place. She had been seen through once more. The people you care for are going to die whether you come back or not. We are a village of shinobi. Death is only constant we face, and we are prepared to face it for peace. This country has prospered thanks to the blood we shed, and you know it. There are millions of happy people in this country because of the losses we incurred, and you know this too, Sarutobi said with a raspy voice. You didn't leave because you were disillusioned with our system. You know as well as I do that in this crazy world of ours, it is the only way to maintain a semblance of peace. You left because you were afraid. And here you are cowering in a distant country while there are 12-year-olds fighting for their lives out there. Too afraid to fight for what you yourself once believed in. You're a disgrace to the memory of Dan and Nawaki. They shed their blood and died in the hopes that the village would survive and prosper, and here you are whiling away the rest of your time drinking and gambling, said Sarutobi. I know I have made mistakes. Many mistakes. And those mistakes have cost lives. Many lives, and caused a lot of hurt, but I never ran away. Every day, I learn from my mistakes and try to do better in their memory. That's why I can't stop. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve peace of mind after all the things I've done and all the blood I've had shed. My only solace is that the innocent are happy. And prospering. That is my solace. Slowly, Sarutobi's voice faded. His words were met with silence. There was a long, tense, and guilty silence. This was a mistake, Sarutobi said quietly as he stood up. Tsunade muttered, what would you have me do? She had made many mistakes and experienced many regrets throughout her life. Things she had kept to herself. Things she had spent years concealing. For years, she had been too scared to confront these things. And within a minute, Sarutobi had discovered them all. Sarutobi gave her a stern look. Come back and finish what you started. I can't. You can. You have to. Tsunade murmured, no, I literally can't, my hemophobia. My fear of blood. I still have it. I am of no use to you as I am now. A medic.nin cannot fear blood. HMPH, Sarutobi snorted. Such phobias are a construct of your mind. A method to facilitate an escape from things you do not want to do. You should know that much better than I do. You are the greatest medic.nin this world has ever seen, and even you couldn't save Dan. Death comes to all of us, and death cannot be conquered. Do not let one failure scare you away from your duties. You can still prevent others from losing their loved ones and shield them from the hurt you suffered. If you really wish to do so, then you will overcome this fear. I have seen you take on armies without a shred of fear. I know you can overcome this as well, if you truly wish it. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for this poor girl, he continued. This girl has followed you everywhere and put up with all your failings for all these years with nigh of a complaint. She deserves better than the life of an aimless nomad. Shizune swallowed and gazed at her, his eyes wide. Okay. Tsunade nodded following a protracted silence. She whispered, I'll do it. I'll come back. Sarutobi said, good. Very good. I'm glad, with a faint smile. Take your time. I'll leave you to your thoughts. Sakura shall accompany you back. I'm certain that you'll like her. Sarutobi vanished in a cloud of thick, white smoke, leaving her to ponder. A lone tear trickled down Tsunade's cheek from her eyes. Softly, I'm sorry, Shizune, she said. Her pupil hurried to embrace her. She soon started crying uncontrollably. Shizune comforted her by saying, it's okay, Tsunade. Sama. It's okay. As she hurried back towards the village of Aim, Hinata gazed at it through her keke genkai. She had yet to rekindle the sensing rain that had caught her off guard the first time. If she hoped to have any chance of achieving any of her objectives, she had to return to the village before it did. She activated a burst of speed and turned off her Byakugan. It is necessary for the enemy to think that the Rinnegan are still in the village and to be making every effort to locate them. That was her only opportunity. Isolating one of them and trying to remove him was her only chance. It should be fairly easy for her to gain an understanding of the Rinnegan's power in a 1-on-1 battle. According to the legends passed down through her clan, the first shinobi, the Sage of the Six Paths, was the last known person to possess the Rinnegan, and his power was hailed as beyond legendary. AIM had 3 of these users. The tense peace that the shinobi villages had managed to preserve since the last Great War would undoubtedly be severely disrupted by the existence of such power in the modern world. It was incredibly unlikely that the person with such power would value peace. She was all too aware that the best of the best could be easily corrupted by power. Whatever the enemy had in store, getting rid of Hanzo was probably the first step. She could also be sure that the enemy did harbor fond memories of Konoha because of his previous interactions with AIM. The only silver lining was that her village would not be caught dozing off because they were aware of the potential threat. Now she had to assess the magnitude of the danger they were facing. Hinata broke stride as she came close to it and plunged into the body of water encircling the village of AIM. The large lake was obviously man-made, having been formed after the village was built. The water came from a swift, moving river that poured into the lake on the village's far side. As usual, the river proceeded downstream after the lake. This implied that the water in that lake was constantly moving, and Hinata swam quickly in opposition to this motion as she got closer to her target. The curfew remained in effect because the rain had not yet stopped. Unnoticed and unheard, she entered a deserted village and used her Byakugan. She had a wide enough field of vision to search every square inch of the village if necessary. Silently and swiftly she walked to the closest skyscraper and ran easily up its side. She would be able to locate her targets more easily the higher she was. When she got to the top, she crouched at the roof's corner and started looking. Finding all 3 of her assailants took several minutes. They had dispersed and were searching the village for the infiltrators, just as she had suspected. Her eyes informed her that one of them was still at her inn, conducting staff interviews. He appeared to have healed his comrade, and he was the only one who hadn't attacked her directly. It was highly likely that he was not a combatant, and she couldn't allow herself to believe that. Similar to her first assailant, she could see from her eyes that the man was dead and receiving a constant flow of strong chakra from the village's tallest tower. And she was going to give that place a wide berth. Although her target had a beating heart and a constant blood flow, he did not exhibit any of the other symptoms that a living thing would exhibit. The most obvious strategy was to somehow stop the man from getting chakra. She had no idea what that would accomplish. And she had no idea how she was going to do that. She got up and clambered down the tower, cementing her feet to the ground with her chakra. She leapt onto the next building and headed to her former inn as soon as she was low enough. She kept her Byakugan active the entire time. She just could not afford to be ambushed again, not to mention live one. She slipped through the village, taking the better part of 5 minutes to reach her destination. She crouched beneath the parapet and landed gently on the roof of the building across the street. Her eyes told her that her adversary was still in the inn. The civilians with him were the issue. Her goal was to question each employee individually in the hotel's main hall. The employees were clearly cooperating and in complete awe of the man. Hinata felt conflicted. She couldn't wait for the rain to stop, and she couldn't attack the man right now because the civilians would undoubtedly sound the alarm and call in reinforcements. Her downfall would be reinforcements. She didn't think she would be able to manage multiple Rinnegan users simultaneously. The tides of her luck turned at that very moment. After waving the other employees away, her adversary ascended the stairs of the inn and went into the room where she had been staying. He was obviously going to look around the room for clues. She was positive that neither of them would betray them in the slightest, and both of their fictitious packs were still in the room. She was also aware that this was her opportunity. She might be able to accomplish her goals if she could enter and eliminate the enemy with little difficulty or fuss. After retrieving the storage scroll from their camp, she slipped her hand into her dress and took it out. She unfolded it, revealing a few kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags along with her standard issue Anbutanto. She got up on her haunches, tucked her equipment away, and braced herself. She got up and stepped onto the parapet a second later. She launched herself at the wide opening that once served as her room's window with a burst of chakra. In an instant, she was on the other side of the street and landed softly in the room, reducing her momentum with a slight roll. As she landed, her adversary turned to look at her. She denied him the opportunity. She turned her roll into a sprint without losing any momentum and charged at her adversary. She held up a palm and blasted him with chakra. Her opening salvo was sidestepped and avoided by her adversary. A large dent was made in the wall behind him as the attack crashed into it. She was on him in an instant. She could see that there were multiple black objects embedded in various parts of the man's body now that she was in close quarters. These items were being used by the transmitted chakra to get into the man's chakra channels. Those were obviously chakra receivers. She had to take those receivers out if she was going to destroy her enemy's chakra source. A long blade composed of the same material as the chakra receivers was tucked into the man's right sleeve. The body of this enemy was completely human, unlike the first. Dead, of course, but completely human. She has a plus. She could see the tenketsu and the chakra pathways clearly. She immediately pulled out the big guns, beginning with the Hokage Rokuja, Yan Sha. Perfect for quickly bringing down an adversary. She landed the first 2 strikes after stepping in with grace. Then 2 more. Then 4. Then 8 more strikes. After that, there were 16 more. She closed down all of the man's tenketsu methodically. She stepped in one last time and delivered the final 30.2 blows, flinging the enemy hard against the wall. He slid down slowly upon impact and lay there motionless, his strong eyes still staring at her blankly. Even though the chakra was still entering his body, he was powerless to control it at this point. Uncertain of what to do, Hinata approached her fallen enemy slowly. It had been too simple. She had anticipated a more difficult struggle, even from a non-combatant. Particularly for a man with a Rinnegan, she remained vigilant. Her defeated adversary said, "You are a threat," as she approached him. "We must eliminate you. Your interference may cause problems in the future." The man's words were disregarded by Hinata. In any case, she never really believed any threats from an enemy. It was just hot air 9 times out of 10. She leaned forward and extended a hand to extract one of the several chakra receivers set into the man's face. But before she could finish, her Byakugan eyes warned her that there were 2 blurs racing in the direction of the inn. She didn't know how her location had been compromised. She had not witnessed any signal or call for help from her adversary. She immediately got to her feet and spun around to confront the new adversaries as soon as they walked into the room. The 2 adversaries she had made a concerted effort to avoid were standing in front of her. The one whose body was semi-mechanized, making the majority of her methods useless. And the one who called forth an animal that was much too big and ferocious for her. Hinata slipped into battle stance, aware that she had failed at her mission. She had no chance of outperforming her adversaries. Getting away long enough to write a message and get a messenger hawk away before being caught was all she hoped for. A summoning scroll that would grant her access to one of Konoha's best hawks was on her person. Such a scroll was carried by every Anbu. But a moment later, all of her plans were put to rest. The fallen enemy behind her moved faster than he had previously shown as she concentrated on her newcomers. Even though she anticipated it, she was only able to brace herself because the attack was so close. The enemy behind her raised his arm and used the black blade he had concealed up his sleeve to stab her. When she had the chance, she ought to have taken care of him. She attempted to spin and use a well-placed kick to knock out her assailant as the black blade pierced her skin. The less adversaries she had to deal with, the better. However, a foreign chakra invaded her as soon as the blade pierced her skin. Strong chakra. The chakra surged through her body, shutting down her Byakugan and taking complete control of all her limbs. Despite her best efforts, Hinata was immobile. She was unable to move despite the intense pain radiating throughout her body. She could no longer control her body. As the enemies in front of her gradually started to approach, a trickle of blood leaked from her lips and trickled down her jaw. Enjoying the fact that he was once again alone with his thoughts after a long time, Naruto slowly left AIM and headed toward Konoha. In addition to that, his partner was remaining mute. He was content to keep it that way because that didn't happen very often. The fox's only hobby was to make fun of him and ruin his life. He couldn't really hold it against him, but it wasn't pleasant to have every single thing he did ridiculed. For all he knew, he could not recall the last time Kurama had been quiet for more than 2 hours. It wasn't like the fox was constantly talking to him. Simply put, he was more than willing to voice his thoughts whenever something even remotely intriguing occurred in his life. And on Kurama's interest scale, the fight he had just been in had undoubtedly scored highly. He leapt into the trees without breaking the stillness and gradually increased his pace to what he considered a light jog. "You sure about that?" Naruto let out a sigh. It couldn't have lasted long, he knew. "About what?" "Well, the further you run from AIM, the farther you'll have to run to get back." "Why would I want to go back to AIM? Unless you marked her, of course, did you?" With a little more vigor, Naruto repeated, "Why would I want to go back to AIM?" "I don't know. I was just pointing out a fact which you may or may not have missed. And is there any point in me asking why I pointed out that fact? Well, yes, of course there is. In the off chance that you had failed to notice said fact, then I felt that it would quite interesting to you. And pray tell me, why would I find that interesting? Well, I happen to know better than anyone the true depths of your laziness and just wanted to ensure that in your haste that you didn't miss the fact that you may have traveled farther. Naruto ran with his teeth clenched. The same thing happened each and every time. Which brings us back to my first question, you bloody fox. Why the fuck would I want to go back to Ain? Ah yes. That does seem to be the case. I have noticed many times in my many years. Life tends to be circular. Events that have come to pass will most probably come to pass again at a later date. Your point being? My point? I was simply pointing out a fact of life that I have been privy to, if you'll pardon the pun. The pun? The point of my sentence was that I was pointing out a fact. Naruto held himself back from striking himself. As it had never done so before, bodily harm was not going to help. Fortunately, his partner became quiet. Naruto could be certain that his partner was grinning shit eatingly right now if he went down there and looked. His partner paused the conversation long enough to ask, what now? Nothing. I head back to Konoha, collect my money and push off. You sure about that? Why not? Well, they're not going to be too happy to see you, are they? You haven't got any information and you let one of their shinobi die. I never agreed to fight and I did get her out of there, didn't I? If she then rejects my rescue and rushes back in like an idiot, then what am I supposed to do? Kidnap her? Well, yeah. I do understand that. But my question is, will they? Most probably not. The old man'll be quite cheesed off, I presume. But that'll actually be a good thing. He seems to have an unnecessarily high opinion of me. This should clear that up and any possible tricks he has up his sleeve to get me to stay in Konoha. I didn't think of that. That does seem to be the case, but what of the pervert? What of him? He's not going to be too happy, is he? Naruto let out a sigh. His actions would undoubtedly make his mentor unhappy. No, he's not. He'll just say that as long as I could have saved her life, I should have saved her life. Well, you did save her once before. It is a tad hypocritical of you, if you walk away now. It's not. How? Well, that time it was a bunch of half-wit Junin. This time it's a bunch with the Rinnegan. You see the difference? Well, if you look at it from a moral point of view, then no. Since when the fuck did you begin to have morals? Morals? Me? No, of course not. What are you insinuating? But I can, of course, view things from a moral point of view when I need to. That's the biggest load of bullshit I've heard in a long time. I'm hurt that you would say that. I was simply offering my humble opinion. Rose. Tinted with a shade of morality. Oh, get off your high horse. The only reason you're doing this is because you're interested in the Rinnegan. You want to know if these guys have any connection with that sage of yours. Not really. A glance was all I needed to glean that these guys are nothing compared to the sage. You wouldn't even have managed to escape, if that had been the case. And that was where my interest ended. The Rinnegan is a Kekkei Genkai. The sage's genes must have resurfaced somehow. He did have 2 sons, after all. Okay, I get it. I take back what I said. Good. I really dislike having aspersions cast on my character, especially by the likes of you. Oh, fuck off, will you? Well, yes, I can do that. But that won't change the fact that Jiraiya won't be happy. Frustrated, Naruto slowed to a stop and combed through his hair. Fuck. He really won't be, will he? Yes, and neither will be the Hokage. Might not even pay you for this whole thing. That would be a shame, wouldn't it? Plus, if the girl does somehow manage to get out a message before she bins it, you'll look like a right idiot when you turn up with Konoha with squat and they already have everything they need. Nah. That's alright. I can make do without the money. I always have. That may be so. Then there's also the possibility that the girl's clan might hold you responsible for her death and start a blood feud against you. Or whatever foolish customs you humans follow in such scenarios. Nah. That's alright. They'll never find me. Well, yes, that may be so, but like you said, Jiraiya won't be happy. Damn, Naruto exclaimed. He'll eat me alive. I really don't want to fight those guys. They seemed half-decent. Your call. You think you can hide from Jiraiya long enough that he'll forget? Fuck, I have to go back, haven't I? It seems so. Didn't I mention that the further you run, the farther you'll have to run back? I have a knack for these things. Well, not really, a sheepish Naruto muttered. You did mark her. I knew it, you naughty boy. I knew you'd mark her the first chance you get. You really are more like the pervert than you let on. Fuck you, Naruto snarled. I did it after I rescued her. In case we got split up during the escape or something. What escape? You could simply have teleported all of us to Konoha right off the bat. Naruto rubbed his face in exasperation and moaned, Arg, there's no winning with you, is there? I just try to help. Fine, fine. I give up. You win. I really shouldn't have taken this mission, in the first place. Damn the pervert for suckering me in with the money. I would suggest you get a move on. All this won't do a fat lot of good if the girl is dead by the time you get there. Naruto let out a sigh. He had no desire to fight, particularly in the attire he wore. He took his scroll out of storage, unlocked his equipment, and fastened his straps. He snarled, I look like a right idiot, as he fastened his blades over the farmer's kimono. I'm going to kill the pervert for getting me into this mess. Best of luck with that. That man is going to outlive all of us. Hinata exerted every effort to resist the alien chakra that was controlling her, but all she was able to accomplish was a severe nausea. Her invasion was not being well received by her body. As the blade inside of her gradually twisted, she groaned in agony. The other two approached her slowly, and she watched in resignation. That was the end. She was certain. For her, there was no way out of the inevitable. She heard a voice she knew and hated say, I let you out of sight for a minute and you get into this kind of mess, coming from her right. She knew exactly who it was, even though she was unable to move her head or control her eyes. She didn't know how he got there. Naruto sheepishly remarked, this is really awkward, as the silence continued. He rubbed the back of his head and went on, I know that we now have to try and kill each other, but there's no harm in being civil about it, you know. The adversaries stared down at him in silence, unmoving and silent. Despite the blood streaming down her face, Hinata was motionless and completely rigid at his side. Apparently, the enemy was able to impede the movement of the person it stabbed thanks to the black blade. If at all possible, Naruto made a mental note to avoid touching the sword. He longed for his traditional clothing and the accompanying gloves. Naruto let out a sigh. His motivation levels fell short of his expectations. Nor did he anticipate that they would soar in the near future. He tended to become mentally exhausted and bored by battles. He felt the need to tap out more when his opponent was stronger. Not that he encountered lethal foes every day. He made an effort to stay away from it, and for that reason, the whole circumstance in which he now found himself startled him deeply. Naruto let out another sigh. He leaned slowly and pressed his index finger to the ground, muttering, well, at least I know I tried. At a startling speed, he sprang into action a moment later. He spun around and gave the enemy a vicious, ferocious knee in the face from behind. With a sickening crunch, the man's body and face snapped back, taking his sword with it. As soon as the sword left her body, Hinata fell to her knees and moaned in agony, a scene that was perfectly suited to Naruto. As soon as he had started his charge, the other two adversaries had started theirs. From somewhere under his cloak, the larger enemy was in control of a thin, flexible, jagged, and lethal blade that was now stabbed harmlessly at the air, exactly where Hinata's head had been. Instead, he dodged the blade as it swung in his direction. He continued to squat, moved a few paces forward, and positioned himself in front of his gasping teammate. He had to leave the room they were in immediately. When he had an injured teammate, it was definitely not ideal to fight in close quarters with two opponents. His opponents were almost on him, so he needed to do something quickly. He stomped hard on the wooden floor, forcing chakra to his foot. His blow was so powerful that the wood just fell away like a piece of paper on fire. He made a hole, and they both fell through it, landing on the floor below, her heavily and him lightly. Upon landing, Hinata fell to her knees once more and coughed up blood globules. She didn't stay, though. She could see her teammate's ruse. She was suddenly on her feet and running for the window. Naruto reached into two pouches with both hands. He grabbed at them as soon as his practiced fingers found what they needed. Naruto took out a regular issue kunai and attached one of his numerous personalized explosive tags to it. He barely looked before throwing it into the room he had just left and running after his teammate. Even though her wound was making it harder for her to move, she still managed to smash through the window with her shoulder and bundle herself onto the street outside. Feeling sorry for the innkeeper, he followed a little more elegantly. He was fully aware of the violence of his custom. Made. Looking back as he landed on the street, he saw that the enemies were imitating their movements on the floor above. Just as his kunai exploded magnificently, they rushed out of the room, carrying their wounded comrade. They were flung heavily against the building across from them after being caught in midair by the shockwave. Naruto didn't stand by and observe or attempt to calculate how much damage he had actually caused. He yelled, "Come on," and hurried away. He leapt onto a nearby roof and raced across the village, his teammate, who was breathing heavily, following him. Naruto aimed to gain as much advantage as possible before the adversaries pursued him. He dug his heels and stopped, landing lightly on the roof of a 5-story building. There was no better place to prepare than here. For starters, his view of the surroundings was unhindered by any tall skyscrapers. With a dark red stain slowly spreading across the back of her dress, Hinata fell heavily to the ground next to him. Naruto cut both index fingers and drew blood from them as he unsheathed an inch of a sword. He called forth the toads he was thinking of by slapping his palms on the floor. 2 huge toads materialized in front of him with 2 puffs of smoke. Both had the bulk to go with their height, standing at around 10 feet. The man on the right was armed with a big, lethal katana and was well armored. The second one had soft, green skin and was unquestionably female. Naruto said, "Gamamuta-san, Gamapiri-chan, in greeting. I require of your assistance. I'm in kind of a sticky situation." Gamamuta slapped his armored chest enthusiastically and boomed, gladly, in a deep voice, "I haven't had a good fight in ages." "How may I be of assistance?" Gamapiri inquired quietly. To which Naruto replied, "You're exactly who I need, get into her," he said, gesturing to Hinata. The Konoha.nin gave him a blank look. "What? Get inside her," Naruto said impatiently again. "Her saliva has healing properties." Hinata gave the green toad a nervous glance. "No," she firmly stated. "Look, there isn't time to AR. However, in the middle of his protest, he was rudely interrupted. Gamamuta boomed, "Naruto-kun, you need to see this," gesturing behind him. When he heard the words of his summons, Naruto immediately spun around, and what he saw did not give him hope. A huge, gray bird with a huge horned beak was soaring through the air. Naruto knew that the bird had come from the area surrounding the inn they had just left without having to follow its path. A second, sharper glance told him that, in addition to its unusually dangerous beak, the bird had 3 wings and 3 legs. The odd bird landed on one of the village's tallest towers and looked out over the horizon. Finding them didn't take more than a beat. They weren't exactly hiding, and it was obvious that having 2 large toads around made the job easier. The bird pushed itself off the skyscraper and dived at them with increasing speed, cawing loudly. He also caught sight of a huge 3-headed dog that leapt onto a building's roof a moment later. The dog roared at them, leaping quickly over the rooftops with a growl that could be heard even from this distance. "Damn it," Naruto snarled. "Piri, grab her," he sharply commanded. Behind him, he heard a startled yelp. He glanced back and saw that Piri had Hinata ensnared by carefully luring her in with her tongue. "What the fuck?" Hinata cried out, "How dare you!" As Piri's mouth closed and his teammate's voice was sufficiently muffled, Naruto missed the remainder of her curse. Naruto noted the information as intriguing and put it away. It had surprised him that his typically quiet and collected teammate could use such language. But he had to concede that no woman with any sense of dignity would be overly excited about the possibility of being cured by a toad's saliva. Desperate measures were necessary in desperate times. Furthermore, he wasn't very understanding because he directly blamed her for putting him in this predicament in the first place. "Muta-san, can you take care of that dog?" "With pleasure," the summons boomed. He charged off over the roofs, whirling his sword, to meet the dog halfway. It was expected that the following day would be filled with irate landlord complaints about roof damage. Naruto fixed the bird with his attention. He had faith that Gamamuta-san could care for himself. He was more aware than anyone of his friend's resilience. He had engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Muta-san during his adolescence. He flipped through 2 hand seals and snapped his hands together. "Take her and hide, Piri," he cried out. "Find me once she is sufficiently healed." As soon as instructed, the green toad hurried away. Naruto took a deep breath, readied his technique, and bided his time. He was not going to give the bird time to avoid him. However, the enemy summon would most likely use his beak to drill through the entire building if he waited too long. Naruto wanted to stay away from that. The collateral property damage from his fights was never as bad as Jiraiya's, which was one of the few things he was proud of. There was not a shred of self-control in his mentor. Naruto could now see the eye of the approaching bird. It had the Rinnegan, just like the master who had called it. This information was also calmly filed away by Naruto, who labeled it, "What the fuck? Fa, Tun. Renka, Dan." He merely blasted at the enemy summon with a huge, extremely compressed bullet of potent Fudan chakra that burst from his mouth. There was just no chance for the bird to live. As his attack struck, it exploded magnificently, sending the bird flying across the village. The poor creature's damage reached critical levels as it flew uncontrollably over Aim's roofs, cawing weakly. The Kachiyose failed with another feeble caw and, with a great puff of smoke, went back to its original location. Naruto saw Gumamuta-san strike the dog with his blade after a heavy collision, and the dog snarled at him with its lethal maws. The attack easily cut through the flesh. However, the dog simply divided into two distinct entities, one with two heads and the other with the third, instead of releasing a spray of blood as Naruto had anticipated. With a growl, the two-headed dog's jaws seized Gumamuta's sword. Taking advantage of Gumamuta's temporary vulnerability, the other launched itself at him. Gumamuta repelled the attack with a powerful punch and a heavily armored hand, knocking the beast back. But Naruto was aware that his friend wouldn't survive long against two adversaries like that, particularly if they were able to proliferate even more. He was ready to go and help his friend. But when his senses alerted him to a presence behind him, his plan was thwarted. He turned and saw that the adversary was a large one with a long-bladed appendage. He didn't know how the man managed it, and to be honest, he wasn't even sure if he wanted to know. "You're good," he remarked gratefully. "I didn't sense you until you were already here." His enemy actually answered for the first time. "You are skilled. We have not faced such a troublesome enemy for a while." "I'm honored," Naruto said. "I could say the same for you." As Naruto slowly leaned down and marked the location where he was standing, there was silence. "Let's finish this. I'm getting tired of playing around." A broad, lethal smile split the enemy's face. Pointing his fist at Naruto, he raised his right arm. With tremendous speed, his fist broke free and sprang at Naruto. However, Naruto was endowed with a speed that was superior to nearly everyone else's. He sidestepped neatly, completely avoiding the attack. His adversary didn't seem to mind at all. He smiled lethal and charged. After drawing his swords, Naruto waited. The man was quick, but he was aware of his speed. He waited while directing Fudan chakra onto his blades. As he concentrated, everything around him slowed down. His body sprang into action as soon as the enemy came within range, and he used his katanas to launch a deadly counterattack that was precisely timed. His mind knew that his move would land because it was executed flawlessly. As usual, his instincts were right when they told him otherwise. The enemy's head suddenly snapped open like a box's lids, revealing a cannon just as his blades were about to cleave through it. It fired at close quarters. There was hardly a technique in the world that could make blocking or dodging easier at that range. Naruto just vanished. Suddenly he was back in the inn, standing on the section of the floor he had marked that had collapsed. The inn was still standing, albeit shakily, when he looked up. His explosion had left a huge hole in the building's side and completely destroyed the upper floor. Now he felt a great deal of sympathy for the innkeeper. He shrugged and teleported once more. He returned to the building where he had been fighting. 2 steps ahead of the location he had carefully marked, the enemy was looking for Naruto on the ground below. Naruto could see the 2 dogs beating Gumamuta-san behind him. Naruto rushed forward. He was greatly surprised by how quickly his adversary reacted. He could not have sensed or been aware of his attack. "Naruto, behind you." His opponent tried to backfist him as he ducked under his first slash. Naruto looked back and danced away with ease. The other enemy threw a black projectile that was bearing down on him. The one responsible for the summons, he surmised. In line with the projectile, he was sprinting along the roof at Naruto. With his Fudan chakra shaped, Naruto ducked beneath the blade and casually stabbed at the newcomer with his sword. He was still only 15 feet away from the enemy, but that didn't bother him in the least. Naruto shaped his wind into a long, unstoppable blade of lethal sharpness as he stabbed. Increasing the range of his swords came almost naturally to him. The enemy somehow figured out what he was up to and leapt out of his giant invisible lance's way. The first enemy had turned and was slapping a strong punch at Naruto when he effortlessly transformed his stab into a slash. He mentally called this one Gorilla. Ponytail is the other. Gorilla dropped his punch, pulled out his black sword, and attempted to block Naruto's blow. Naruto smiled. His Fudan chakra was nearly impervious to blades. A second later, this sentiment was shown to be incorrect. His chakra flow was interrupted as soon as his Fudan lance touched the black blade, causing it to weakly collapse onto itself. Naruto leapt back and threw himself from the building, cursing. He cut his finger again while in midair and did another Kachiyose. A giant toad with an equally enormous wakizashi joined him in the skies above the village of Aim. Naruto yelled, "Sup, Kichi," in response to his favorite summon. "Mind helping Muda-san out?" "Sure thing, Naruto," Gamakichi smiled, giving his summoner a thumbs up. Naruto called out, "Try not to break anything," as he landed on a tower's side and adhered to it with glue. With a tremendous thud, Gamakichi fell heavily to the ground far below him and hurried to assist his countrymen. Naruto turned to face his adversaries. They were still standing on the roof where he had left them, staring up at him without expression. "Everything about this is weird. Those two are weird. Their summons are weird. Those piercings are weird. And how the hell did that black sword of theirs block my Fuden? And how did the first one know that the attack was coming?" The answer to your second question, I do have knowledge of. The Rinnegan is the father of both the Sharingan and the Byakugan. A possessor of the Rinnegan is able to view chakra as material objects. I'm sure he could see your Fuden blade as you can see your own metal katana. As to how the big one blocked your attack, I am unaware. I have never seen anything like the swords they possess. You're right. This whole fight has been decidedly strange. What I do know is that those two are being supplied with chakra. What do you mean? You see the tallest tower. There's someone in there that's transmitting them a constant steady stream of chakra. You better end this fast. These two are not going to tire out anytime soon. But what are they? The gorilla guy had an effing cannon in his head. Naruto didn't hear back. His partner, he was certain, had simply shrugged. Naruto let out a sigh. This was not turning out the way he had hoped. Time to take things seriously. That's what he obviously needed to do, anyway. He wasn't sure if he could handle it. Hinata had to use all of her self-control to avoid jukening the toad's internal organs when she was seized. That had been due to two major factors. First of all, she had been too preoccupied with yelling at her irate teammate to truly focus her ire on her captor. The second was that as soon as her back touched the toad's tongue and the saliva it secreted, her wound started to heal. Thus, she composed herself and endured the hostile circumstances she was now in. Covered in a thick layer of saliva, adhered to a large gyrating muscle in total darkness. Even when her jailer jumped off the roof and sought a hiding place, she repressed her complaints and continued to be tossed around like a rag doll. It was worth it if it would help her get better. Besides, the toad was just doing what it was told to do. She was angry, but only at the summoner of the toad she was in at the moment. The saliva took almost 10 minutes to completely seal the wound on her back. For now, it would suffice, but she wasn't entirely sure. "Let me out," she said, raising her head off the pink tongue. "It's done." Her jailer was very willing to comply. Her dilated pupils were hurt when the toad's mouth opened and let in light. The summon laid her down gently on the ground and extended its tongue. The small gap between two tall skyscrapers was where they were. From one building to another, a thick network of pipes extended 15 feet above them. "Sorry," the toad muttered. "That could not have been pleasant for you." Hinata, whose head was covered with thick, sticky saliva, shook her head in agreement. "No, it most definitely wasn't. I'm sorry," the toad said again, "but I had to obey Naruto-sama's orders." Hinata's face revealed the irritation that had grown inside her head. No one should have to live with having to deal with her ingrate teammate as Naruto-sama. No, it's completely alright. I knew you were following orders. Besides, you healed me. What right do I have to complain?" Piri muttered, "Oh, that's alright then, I guess." Hinata let out a sigh. It appeared that her new friend was weaker than she had ever been. It was not going to help herself esteem anytime soon to have to call her teammate Naruto-sama. Hinata clapped her hands together, switched on her Byakugan, and turned her attention to more pressing issues. She was suddenly inundated with visual information after a switch in her brain flipped. Hinata said, "We need to get back and help," while viewing the skyline for indications of intense combat. Mumbling, "I'm no good at fights," Piri said. "Well then, you better get out of here pronto because we have won our hands now." Hinata had found Naruto in roughly 10 seconds. Her eyes had also alerted her to the impending west end of the alley they were in at the same moment. Hinata turned to confront the danger. The third foe she had faced at the inn appeared out of the darkness, clad in a black cloak with red clouds on it. The one who had just given her a backstab. The enemy calmly stared her down as he drew closer, a man in his 50s with orange hair and several black piercings on his face. His black blade slid into his hand from his sleeve with almost no sound. Piri whimpered a little. Hinata said, "Get out of here," and slid into her customary Juken position. She could defeat the enemy again because she had already done so once. Her eyes told her that all of the tenketsu she had previously closed were now open and functional. The enemy seemed to have a lot of giant creatures, and she hoped he wouldn't call forth another. She wouldn't be able to handle that in her current state. There was no indication that the enemy tried any jutsu. With his blade drawn and aimed at her, he silently drew closer to her. Hinata made a lunge. She stepped into his swing, palm outstretched, and hit him in the heart. The enemy skillfully changed course and slashed his blade at her arm. She would lose everything below her elbow if that happened to her. The enemy's arm went over her, and she ducked under the swing, stabbing upwards with 2 fingers. Her fingers made contact with the tenketsu she was aiming for and she shut them off. She took a step to the right and spun, aiming for the enemy's shoulder with her right leg. As he pulled off a perfect replica of her own counter, her all-seeing eyes watched. He ducked under her leg and slashed his sword up at her knee. Now, the enemy was moving far more quickly than when she had first faced him. She got an answer from her eyes. At this point, the man was getting roughly twice as much chakra as he had previously. The first time, she had obviously caught him at his weakest. That also clarified why she hadn't expected the In's backstab to happen so quickly. Hinata leapt to her feet, spun around in midair, and used her left leg to transform the attack into an overhead kick. She quickly pulled her right leg back to deflect his blow. The black blade whistled innocuously through empty air as intended. She had planned for her left leg to crunch into the back of his head, but it didn't work out that way. The enemy swung at her once more with terrifying speed after making a clean sideways dodge. Hinata's gaze expanded. The man's sudden burst of speed had caught her off guard. Now, with no way to avoid the blade flashing at her, she was falling in mid-air. When something big and pink grabbed her and quickly pulled her back, her neck protested vehemently. She said, "Thanks," as Gamapiri let Hinata down and opened her mouth. When the enemy came closer to them again, she unsheathed her tanto and aimed it at him. She was a short-range fighter, so it was problematic that he was obviously faster than her. However, she was not particularly bothered by that fact. Being a woman, she was accustomed to facing down adversaries who were quicker and more physically powerful than she was. Her enemy charged, barely making a sound. She shouted to Gamapiri, "Get back," and the toad immediately obeyed. Hinata bided his time until he was sufficiently near. Her plan would only be effective once, and only if, at the time, she ensured that the enemy was sufficiently close. Hinata spun like a top after releasing a ton of chakra from each tenketsu on her body. A huge, rotating globe of chakra engulfed her as her momentum grew. A globe that would inflict crippling damage on anyone foolish enough to collide with it. Her all-seeing eyes watched as her approaching foe charged straight in, sword raised. She was shocked by what transpired next. Her Kaiden did not blow the enemy away, instead, he slashed through with his blade. Rather than fending off the obsidian sword, the blade tore the control of her own chakra from her hands, causing her chakra to simply deteriorate. When the blade went through her right shoulder, she was powerless to stop it. She lost control of her own limbs once more, and a sudden, intense pain clouded her vision and sent a shockwave through her brain. The man lifted her, squeezing hard, and grabbed her throat with his other hand. As Hinata's eyes began to take in what was behind her captor, her brain jolted into action, dulling the pain. A huge, hideous head that was spewing red smoke. She watched as it opened its mouth, revealing a seemingly endless darkness and a row of sharp, deadly teeth. Her entire body was overcome with fear for the first time in a long time. The man said, "Who are you? And why did you come here?" From his rather odd perch on the side of the tower, Naruto gazed at his opponents and readied himself to shift into a higher gear. He had been depending solely on his physical speed up until this point. It was time to demonstrate to them why Jiraiya thought his Shunshin was the greatest in the world. Gamakichi was now successfully helping Muda-san, but he had not been able to adhere to his request of minimizing property damage, as he was informed by a massive crash to his right. He let out a sigh. Perhaps having so many of his summons running around town wasn't the best idea. Jiraiya and the rest of his toads appeared to lack self-control. Furthermore, he was going to establish a reputation for himself at the rate he was going. The thing he most definitely did not want was that. He started bending slowly to indicate where he was adhered. And that's precisely when his adversaries started moving. They were obviously starting to lock onto his skills. Gorilla raised his left arm in midair and inexplicably hurled several missiles directly at him. Naruto was rudely interrupted as he was about to teleport away. He just vanished into a white smoke cloud. He reappeared in a narrow passage. He could feel Piri's presence behind him. She had obviously done an Akuchios, and he understood why. Hinata was being strangled by the third enemy in front of him. Another of the black blades protruded from her shoulder, which accounted for the Konoha nin's ease of escape. He burst into action without saying a word. He had done a shunshin and was now bombing him from above before the enemy could react to his presence. He held a luminous whirlpool of condensed chakra in his left hand. He was hefting the hilt of one of his blades in his right hand. He brought his katana's hilt down vertically on the obsidian blade with all the force he could muster. It was easy for the black sword to break in two. At the same time, his Rasengan made a horrifying noise as it smashed into the back of the enemy's neck. In an instant, his victim fell to the ground. Naruto spread his legs and landed lightly, being careful not to hit the body. Just in front of him, Hinata fell heavily to her knees. She would be killed the next time around if the fight continued at its current pace. In an instant, he made up his mind. He looked at a few hand signs and said, "Why can't you run away like the rest of us? That's the third time I had to save your ass." As he cancelled his Kachiyose techniques, his numerous summons vanished from the village of Aim with numerous clouds of smoke. He took a step forward, teleported, and grabbed Hinata's uninjured shoulder. He brought them back to his apartment. The chakra receiver could not possibly be active at this distance, and his suspicion was confirmed when his partner stumbled to her feet and fell backwards, taken aback by the abrupt shift in location. As he landed on her back, she moaned, and Naruto felt a twinge of pity. That day, his teammate had endured a lot. She started to carefully remove the shattered obsidian blade from her body and asked, "Where are we?" As she finished her task, her right hand jerked with pain. She glanced at the bloody half blade and tossed it lightly to her side. It landed on his bed neatly. "My bedroom," Naruto answered. "Where?" "Konoha." "You have a house in Konoha?" "Apparently so." "What is that supposed to mean?" In response, Naruto shrugged and moved to retrieve the black blade before the blood ruined his sheets forever. Naruto said, "We need to get you to a hospital," while he examined the blade that had caused them so much annoyance. Her response was, "I'll live. We need to report to the Hokage first," as she stumbled to her feet. Naruto came up to her and extended his hand. After a few moments of doubtful staring, she accepted it and got herself up. "You've just been run through. The Hokage can wait a bit." "No," she snapped back. "The village comes first." Naruto arched an inquisitive eyebrow. His shrug said, "Well, they sure have you brainwashed," dryly. After a few encounters with the other sex over the years, Naruto had formed an opinion about women. Jiraiya had heard his theory, and his mentor had given it their full support. From Naruto's perspective, every woman had a Kekkei Genkei. And to top it off, they all had the same one. He would have blocked Hinata's attempt to punch him at that precise moment. He would have escaped if she had attempted to knee him. He would have ducked under it if, as unlikely as it was, she had chosen to spit in his face. And that was precisely why he questioned why all of his years of training and reflexes seemed to fail him whenever someone of the other gender attempted to slap him. The fact that Jiraiya completely agreed with his theory and that it also applied to civilian women irritated him the most. The sound of her palm slamming into his face reverberated throughout the room. That was certainly not what he had anticipated. "Never dare questioning my loyalty to this village again," she yelled. She turned abruptly, stomped off to his door, and got out. For a brief moment, Naruto just gazed in disbelief at the wall in front of him. Then he let out a sigh. In a long time, this had been the worst day of his life. At least it hadn't been after he'd saved said female's life 3 times that he'd experienced such treatment from someone of the other sex. He had only been attempting to dump her at the time. He rubbed his face as he pursued his attacker, anticipating the mocking voice that would inevitably enter his mind. It wasn't very long. "That one must have hurt." Naruto remained silent. His words would only fuel the flames. "Oh, so it's going to be the silent treatment, eh?" "Quiet. You know, I sometimes wonder what's wrong with you." "Quiet. Ignoring the fact that you let that girl bitch slap you, I sometimes wonder if there's anything in this world that can get you angry. I mean, look at yourself. You're just following her without a word. Right after she slapped you. I mean, if somebody slapped me, then I woe. Will you stop repeating that word? I know you're doing it just to piss me off." "What word?" With a sigh, Naruto rubbed his nose bridge. "You didn't say which word you were referring to." "Quiet. I'm starting to wonder about your self-esteem, my friend. As it stands now, you seem to be scraping the bottom of the barrel." "More quiet. You know what you need. I'll tell you what you need, what you nay. Will you bloody just shut up? That's what the problem is. You're only ever getting angry at me. Poor me whose only fault is trying to help." You're always taking out other people's frustrations on me and I don't tea. What the fuck are you getting at acting like you're my wife or something? All I'm trying to do is to be the voice of reason here. If you're going to misrepresent that as being like a nagging wife then. Naruto forced himself to ignore the fox and left his room, anticipating that his living room would be deserted. That was not the case, though. Hinata stood at the doorway, her back to him, her hand on his doorknob. Softly, "I'm sorry," she said. "I shouldn't have done that." Naruto remained silent. To be honest, he was at a loss for words, so he just stood there, naive. "Thank you," she offered. "I would not be here now if not for you." Naruto said nothing. She paused to ask, "Why?" When he didn't understand the question, he responded, "Why what? Why did you come back?" He took a long time to answer. "I have no idea." She glanced back at him, catching his attention as she turned slightly. Her words were, "That's a lie, I don't need my Byakugan to know that." Naruto gave a shrug. "What do you want me to say? Why leave in the first place if you were going to come back anyway?" "I don't know," Naruto said. "Quite a lot of the time, I have no idea why I'm doing anything." Slowly, "Yes," she said. "I can see that." What that was supposed to mean was beyond his comprehension. "Thank you. I owe you my life. I shall make it up to you one day." She turned and walked out of his apartment, twisting the doorknob. For a few moments, Naruto stood silently. He followed after shaking his head as though to clear it. The Hokage's eyes twinkled, and Naruto did not like it at all. Hinata's clothing was in ruins and had several bloody splotches on it. Her face was covered in dried blood, and there was a dark stain on her shoulder that was gradually getting bigger. However, the old man was only interested in Naruto's red hand-shaped mark on his face. "Why Naruto-kun? I really didn't think you would try something like that. I had expected more from you." Hinata-san, I must really apologize in his stead. You see, Naruto here was raised by a man with a shocking lack of morals. I'm sure he didn't really mean it way. But two voices interrupted the Hokage at the same time. Naruto begged, "It wasn't like that, I swear." Hinata growled, "Don't even attempt to go there." At their responses, Sarutobi arched an eyebrow. There was no doubt that the old man's eye continued to sparkle. "Ah, I seem to be traveling on territory where I shouldn't be, it seems. Maybe we should turn to the mission itself. Or maybe we should wait till Hinata-san gets her injuries looked at." "There's no need for that," Hinata snapped back, dismissing his proposal. "They can wait." Sarutobi said, "I see, at last becoming serious. Well then, have a seat, both of you. I can see that this is going to take a while." Sarutobi lighted his pipe and took avaricious puffs of nicotine. He was gradually calmed by the drug as it raced through his lungs and into his bloodstream. And what he needed was peace. He had received some rather unsavory news. Hearing about the overthrow of their colleagues is something that all Hokages detest. A period of turmoil and chaos was always signaled by a change of leadership. And it was very likely that the madness of war would spread from that chaos. Sarutobi approached the window and peered out over the village he was responsible for guarding. Thousands of vulnerable lives looked to him for leadership and direction. This particular sight had always calmed him and made him use his cunning in his many years as the Hokage. The truth was that AIM had somehow devised a technique to implant the Rinnegan in whoever they preferred, and that was really concerning. Running a pitched battle against a swarm of Rinnegan users was not something he wanted to even consider. The fact that AIM had also been able to successfully apply their technique to non-humans was even more disturbing. Furthermore, they possessed a technique for sending chakra over long distances. Overall, he liked the way that sounded. Over the years, Sarutobi had fought in numerous conflicts, but one thing had always been the same. War was an attrition-based conflict. The person who was able to outlast the adversary emerged victorious. This explains why their peers praised shinobi with high chakra reserves so highly. They claimed the most kills because they were the ones who could stay in combat the longest and employ the most devastating tactics. Overcoming such an adversary and succeeding based only on the troops' will to succeed and their morale. The thought of launching a campaign against an adversary with limitless chakra made Sarutobi shudder. AIM could just divide their army in half. One half will attack the enemy, while the other half will just consume soldier pills and provide massive amounts of chakra to the battlefield. If he had ever seen a recipe for victory, that was it. After allowing their origin to be discovered, it appeared that the two shinobi who had made this crucial discovery had also gone on the rampage through the aforementioned village. Nor could he really hold them accountable for their negligence. To him, the thought of being able to sense rain was nearly unthinkable. The scale and quantity of chakra required would be enormous. To put it simply, and AIM appeared to be doing it all day and all night. He needed to do something. Additional Junin and Anbu would need to be added to the border patrol. The Fire Country's numerous deserted wartime outposts would need to be manned. He would have to thoroughly assess the village's financial situation. In AIM itself, he most definitely and most crucially needed a man. And Jiraiya was necessary for that. His pupil appeared to possess an unbounded ability to persuade foreign bureaucrats and shinobi to renounce their lifelong allegiances and concentrate on assisting Konoha in accomplishing her own objectives. He didn't know how he did that. It was essential that AIM had a man. They required troop movement information. They required knowledge of the enemy's tactics. Above all, they required data about the Rinnegan users and their capabilities. Naturally, he also had to identify the mysterious shinobi responsible for all of this. Pain, as he called himself, looked like a strong man. During the last Great War, Hanzo had destroyed entire armies on his own. Without enough information, he had no plans to meet the man who defeated Hanzo in combat. For the time being, it appeared that he would have to give up on Orochimaru. This man from Pain was definitely not to be taken lightly. Standing at the entrance to the Hokage Tower, Naruto watched her disappear into the darkness. She didn't appear to be planning on getting herself to the hospital. He sighed and turned to begin the walk home. What now? Sleep. And then? Ramen. And then? I have no clue. I thought you were going to leave. I can't, can I? They need me here while they try to figure out that black sword. Plus, it'll be easier for me to cover for Sensei if I'm here. Can you imagine having to come here every second day just to send in reports? The loud knock on Naruto's door caused him to groan. No one was supposed to know that he was in the village, and he didn't know anyone there. And yet someone at his door is rudely waking him up. He grunted in annoyance as he rolled off the bed slowly and pushed off his covers. Shaking his long hair out of his face and wiping his eyes, he walked slowly from his bedroom across the living room. He raised his right index finger and pressed it against the door's center. He deactivated the protective seal he had put on his door and yawned as he pushed the smallest bit of chakra through his finger. Naruto blearily glared out at his visitor as he snapped his door open. It was Kakashi, as was to be expected. What? He yelled. Heard you were back. Thought you would like some lunch. How the fuck did you know I was back? Oh, I have my ways, so a lunch. It's 8. Couldn't you have asked me later? Well, I had some errands to run and wanted to make my plans for the day early. Naruto stared blankly at the Junin, his synapses still not working properly until the sentence finally made sense. He grunted, yeah. Okay, then. That's nice. 1. Naruto gave a nod. You like yakiniku? Naruto gave a shrug. That's good. I know of this really good place. Naruto muttered a curse at Kakashi. He was in the restaurant where he was supposed to be, and the bastard who had originally recommended the establishment was nowhere to be seen. He raised his hand and pointed to the waitress. Kakashi wasn't going to wait around if he couldn't be bothered to arrive on time. He was already past the 15-minute mark in his wait. He made his purchase. He closed his eyes and did his best to block out the sounds made by the other patrons. He felt that he had drawn the worst possible straw because he had never been a fan of noisy restaurants. There appeared to be some sort of party going on at the table behind. A generic free-man cell, along with their Junin leader and the Junin's son, appeared to be occupying that table. It appeared to Naruto that they were commemorating a birthday. That wasn't the only thing that bothered him. What irritated him was the squad's female member's incredibly loud and high-pitched voice. She just didn't seem to have the ability to hold her tongue for longer than a second. The arrangement of the space guaranteed each table's privacy. Each unit had a sizable enough space between them, which was thoughtfully filled with inconspicuous plants. This woman's existence was obviously not taken into account by the designer. For him to switch tables, it was too late. The eatery was completely full. He was certain that the shrill voice of the woman would repeatedly break through his concentration, even if he attempted any of the numerous meditation techniques Fukasaku Sama had taught him, so he kept quiet about it. As soon as his food arrived, his mood slightly improved. If nothing else, he had something to do. He carefully spread the meat out onto the brazier that was sputtering away happily in front of him using the tongs the restaurant had given him. He continued to turn the portions over from time to time with the tongs, keeping a careful eye on each one. He enjoyed his meal well prepared. At that moment, it occurred. A harsh, irate voice yelled, "You," loudly. It took Naruto a few moments to realize that he was the target of the words. Now there was no sound in the restaurant. Everyone was staring at him, so he figured that was the reason. He leaned over and turned the knob that shut off the brazier's air supply. He was certain that whatever the situation was, it would take some time to resolve, and he had no intention of letting his food burn. At last, he raised his head to confront the voice that had yelled at him. Prior to focusing on the man in question, his gaze was fixed on the jagged tip of a kunai that was aimed at him. An elderly man with unkempt hair, red war paint on his face, and two ominous-looking fangs protruding from his mouth stood at the foot of his table, glaring at him with a vengeful scowl. Naruto thought the big white dog standing next to the man was just too big to be allowed inside. Another shinobi appeared behind the oversized dog, and Naruto thought this one was marginally more dangerous than the first. He was wearing a heavy coat with the hood pulled over his face and shades, and he exuded a vibe that told him to avoid him at all costs. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to locate the two, even though his mind told him he had seen them somewhere before. A rough voice asked, "What's going on?" And a moment later the bearded Junin from the table behind him appeared and joined the first two. Naruto was certain that the three shinobi behind him were also positioning themselves to engage in combat if it became necessary. Naruto held back a sigh. He was only interested in eating lunch. "Yes?" he inquired courteously. The person with the dog yelled, "What the fuck are you doing here? And how did you get into the village?" "What am I doing here?" Naruto asked in a rhetorical question, trying to have lunch. At his reply, the big dog snarled. The owner of the dog stepped forward and shoved the kunai within a foot of his face. In Naruto, a tiny bit of annoyance blossomed. "You're coming with us," the dog-man snarled. "No sudden movements. No weapons. Just follow us." The bearded Junin lightly fingered his weapons pouch and asked, "Kiba, who is this guy?" "He's wanted by the village," the dog-man said. Tension in the restaurant increased a few degrees at his words. Naruto started to say, "I'm sure there's been a misunderstanding. I'm in," but was rudely cut off. Growling, "Don't fuck with me," the dog-man said. "I remember your face and your scent clearly, now get up." The Junin, now whirling a kunai grimly, said, "You better listen to what the man says." Unsure of what to do, Naruto gazed at his attackers indifferently. He truly didn't want to fight again. On the one hand, the meat he had so meticulously prepared would have to be left behind if he were to teleport away. He carefully weighed his options. A female voice Naruto recognized yelled, "Kiba-kun, what do you think you are doing? Put that kunai down." Hinata was standing at the restaurant's entrance. She was accompanied by a stunning woman with crimson eyes. And that's how Naruto made the connection. It was this team that had located him 6 months prior. "Hinata. This is the guy, the hoe," Hinata said. "I know who he is," as she approached his table. "Now put that kunai down and go join everyone else. Bu. No buts. Just go. All of you." Everyone stared back at him with suspicion, and there was a brief period of silence. Then, with apparent reluctance, his 3 potential attackers spun around and crept back to the table behind him. It seems that they were all intended to attend a single, joyous celebration. As she stood at the foot of Naruto's table, the woman with Hinata turned and raised an eyebrow at her before continuing. The woman complied with her request to move on. She slipped into the seat across from him and muttered, "Sorry about that. Kiba-kun acts first and thinks later, but his heart is in the right place." As patrons gradually lost interest in the events that had just transpired, the restaurant's noise levels gradually increased once more. The establishment resumed its normal activity as the waiters and waitresses started to move around once more. Naruto said, "No harm done," and shrugged. He leaned over and turned the brazier back up to a low heat. He could hear a heated discussion being held in whispers behind him. Hinata was clearly going to be asked a lot of questions in the future. "I thought you would have left the village by now." "Nah. I still have some work left. Once that's done, I'll push off." "I see," Hinata said. She whispered, "Work for Jiraiya-sama?" Naruto raised his head from his meat to look her in the eyes. He had definitely kept his relationship with Jiraiya a secret from her. The old man's words appeared to have been a bit loose. He said, "Yeah. Something like that," returning his focus to his meat. "Want some?" "No, thank you." "Well, I'm glad I got to see you before you left." Once more, Naruto's head jerked upward. He smiled wryly and said, "Why's that? I don't really remember us becoming the best of friends." Her lips quirked up at the tips. She pointed to his food and remarked, "That's not what I meant. I was hoping you would allow me to cover this, as a small token of thanks for the 3 times you saved my life." Naruto leaned back and gazed at her, snorting lightly. "HMPH, he said. 2 of which I was indirectly responsible for. There's no need for that, thank you." Naruto said, "No, you weren't to blame. Let me have this, and she got up to go to her table. Wait. What do you mean? At the base of his table, she stopped. I was willing to lay down my life because I have long accepted the risk of dying for the village. It was wrong of me to ask for the same from someone who hadn't. Naruto's gaze followed her until she was out of his line of sight. He asked his partner, what the fuck was that supposed to mean? Who knows? You're the human one out of us too. I never claimed to be an expert on the females of your species. Figure it out yourself. And by the time Kakashi joined him, he was still having trouble solving it. She said, hello everyone, and slid into a seat beside Kurenai. She leaned over and ruffled the little boy's hair, reaching around Kurenai and Shino. Happy birthday, Otaru. Chan. I'll bring over your present later. Thanks Hinata. Nay, the 5-year-old boy said, grinning toothily. Hinata. A voice cried in a rageful whisper. Hinata patiently leaned forward and forked a piece for herself, asking, yes, Kiba-kun? She took a tiny bite and blew lightly on it. As she chewed, she looked up. Everyone at the table was keeping a close eye on her. Kiba questioned, what the hell was all that about? She said, I just cleared up what seemed to be a simple misunderstanding while continuing to eat. He's one of us, not an enemy. What? Kiba murmured in surprise. Now it was Shino's turn to ask her questions. Without moving, her stoic friend spoke. If what you say is true and he is a shinobi of Konoha, and let me be clear that I'm not doubting your word, then why did the Hokage assign us to track him down 6 months ago? Before she could respond, Asuma said, oh, incomprehension. He's that guy, is it? The one you told me about? He said, turning to face his wife. Kurenai gave a nod. Ino yelled, Who is this guy? He'll hear us, Kiba muttered angrily. Keep it down, Ino. Okay, sorry, what aren't you two telling us? Hinata looked interestedly at her mentor. She had no prior knowledge of this. Why Kurenai and Asuma were discussing Naruto in private was beyond her comprehension. There's nothing to tell, Kurenai said calmly in response. I just told him about our mission, is all. It was quite an unusual one, you'll have to admit. Maybe if you guys told us what this mission actually was, Ino might actually be satisfied enough to shut up. With practiced ease, Ino slapped the back of Shikamaru's head and asked, well? Leaning forward, Kiba spoke. Shikamaru interrupted. Why don't you take this one? I have better things to do than listen to Kiba ramble on about every punch he threw or dodged. Kiba started angrily, why yo? But was interrupted by another slap to the head from Ino. We got ambushed by Kumo on the way back to Konoha from a straightforward B rank. During the fight, Hinata got separated from us and was pursued by a squad. By the time we overcame our own enemies and caught up to her, she was heavily injured but alive. She informed us that the Kumo.nin had been disposed of by a blonde man whom I believe is the same man sitting in the table behind us. When we informed the Hokage of these facts, he sent us out to track him with the assistance of 2 Anbu squads. Softly, Shoji whistled, 2 whole Anbu squads? Crab? No, the mission was a delivery mission. The Hokage gave us a message intended for him. Why 2 Anbu squads then? Protection. And did you get it through to him? No, Kiba snarled. We tracked him down but he managed to escape. For a short while, the table was silent. Everyone seized the chance to help themselves to additional food. Shikamaru noted, that still doesn't explain how Hinata knew him well enough to sit down and have a chat over lunch, in between mouthfuls. Everyone's gaze returned to her, she didn't let out a sigh. Maybe we should change the topic. We don't want to bore Otaru-kun on his birthday, after all, said Hinata. No, Otaru rambled with excitement. Your shinobi stories are great, Hinata. Hinata did sigh this time. Everyone gave her the expected look. We ran a mission together. Is he one of those long Anbu members we keep hearing about? Is that why we've never seen him before? Inquired Ino. No, he's not in the Anbu. Ino asked, then, what was this mission you did with him? Classified, Hinata said, sipping her water. What gives me the impression that you're purposefully obstructing our progress? Ino inquired with suspicion. I'm not, Hinata answered wearily. I was an S rank issued by the Hokage himself. Her response obviously did not persuade them, in particular, Kiba and Ino. A low voice said, well, what do we have here? Asuma asked. The 5 people seated in front of him strained to look at what he was discussing. The blonde man had just been joined at his table by Hitaki Kakashi. Well, at least we know he's not a loner. He was just waiting on Kakashi like the rest of us are forced to do, sighed Shikamaru. Naruto glared up at the man who had been more than an hour late. Sorry, Kakashi said as he sat down. Those errands took longer than I expected. Naruto gave a shrug. He motioned to the food and said, help yourself, as he forked another piece of meat. As he began his meal, Kakashi inquired, so how did it go? He pulled down his mask and ate, keeping his face turned away from Naruto and the rest of the restaurant. Hanzu's dead. New guy called Pain is in charge. Dude seems to have found a way to plant the Rinnegan in anyone or anything he wishes. What? Kakashi asked, clearing his mind of all food-related thoughts. You're joking, right? Please tell me you're joking. Do I look like I'm joking? Naruto asked in a rhetorical manner. I don't know, it's always the quiet ones I saw. Naruto gave a snort. No, I'm not joking. Fuck, Kakashi uttered. That's bad. That's really bad. And it had to be aim of all people. The only thing that could be worse was if Iwa got hold of something like this. Not really. At least with Iwa, we know what's coming. They'll just charge right down at us. With this dude, we have absolutely no idea what he's going to do. Well, if you put it that way, what did the Hokage say? Nothing much. Paid us and sent us off. Seemed too upset to say anything. I think he needed to sleep on it before he decides on a course of action. Did you fight any of these Rinnegan users? Yeah, a bit. And they were tough. Better than your run of the Miljunin, I would say. Abilities. I can't fully say. They can definitely see chakra like you can, but I don't think they have the Sharingan's ability to predict the enemy's movements. I would have noticed that. Why did you say he could plant it in anyone? Because the three I came up against could not possibly have shared a common gene pool. That and the fact that his summons also had it. Now, you're just fucking with me. His summons? Nah, man. Giant. Asked bird came right at me. Saw it up close. Rinnegan. Huge dog with 3 heads. Rinnegan in all 3. That can't be natural. The Junin fell silent in shock, and I haven't gotten to the best part yet. With incredulity, Kakashi questioned, there's more? The dudes were dead. What? They were dead, Naruto reiterated plainly. She said her Byakugan was certain about it. They were being kept alive by someone. Someone in the village was transmitting a fuck-ton of chakra at these dudes and somehow keeping them alive with it. Without a word, the silver-haired Junin absorbed the information. You sure about this? Well, she seemed sure, and as far as I can tell, she is competent. Kakashi gave nod. This is the worst news I've heard in a while. Naruto gave a shrug. The implications area. The sound of his voice faded. Well, at least we got wind of this early enough. I wouldn't have liked to run into an army of zombie Rinnegan users without having a clue of what I was getting myself into. Naruto gave a small smile. I hadn't pegged you down as an optimistic person. Oh, don't worry. I'm as cynical and pessimistic as they come. This was just me trying to say well done. Ha, Naruto chuckled. Don't worry. I don't need positive reinforcement to keep my spirits up. Silence prevailed during the remainder of the meal. There was really nothing more to say. However, it looked like they were having a good time at the table behind them. Another round of laughter erupted at her table, and Hinata grinned. Despite their tendency to be rambling, Kiba's stories were always entertaining. The voice was dull. This seems to be quite a jolly party, it said. Hey Kakashi, Asuma uttered. I was wondering when you would notice us. He waved. I did notice you guys. Didn't want to disturb, is all. Anyhow, nice to see you all, he said. Good to see everyone still alive. As his fellow Junin left the restaurant, Asuma remarked, that guy sure knows how to rain on a party, doesn't he? There was another round of laughter. Ino pointed to Hinata's side of the table and said, he's alone now, isn't he? That response was given by Ataru, who nodded. Good, she smiled and said, let me out, you two, to Kiba and Shino. What do you think you're doing? Kurenai inquired bewilderedly. She said defensively, what? I'm just going to have a little chat, he sounds interesting. When the intrusion happened, Naruto was finishing the last of his meal. He was sitting in the booth opposite the blonde woman who had made his life miserable some time ago. He had to concede that she was very attractive now that he could see her face. From across the street, you could see the type of woman she was. There was now a dead silence at the table behind him. Naruto held back a sigh. His day was starting to resemble a soap opera on television. Hi, I'm Ino. Nice to meet you, she said with a smile. Naruto let out an inward groan. He was just not mentally prepared to deal with such degrees of joy. I'm Naruto. She uttered the word, Naruto, slowly, weighing each syllable. "What an unusual name," she said, laughing. "I like it." He caught a glimpse of the bits down the front of her dress as she leaned forward casually. "Hinata has told me a lot about you." Naruto just looked dumbly at the woman interrupting his meal for a few seconds. He craned his neck slowly and spoke toward the table behind him. They started acting out a conversation right away. "Excuse me," he said courteously. The people who could see him clearly gave up their pitiful pretext of an act and focused entirely on him. The others spun around and followed suit. He jerked his thumb at the blonde seated behind him and said, "I'm so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your meal, but would you mind taking her back?" For roughly 10 seconds, the two adjacent tables were completely silent. The people he was speaking to then started laughing uncontrollably. An irate voice growled behind him, "Excuse me," and he could feel a lot of murderous intent directed at him. He turned back to the woman at his table and said, "I'm sorry," in a courteous manner. The noise level at the table behind him fell to zero again as soon as he started talking. "Well, it's just that Naruto uttered, taking a moment to scratch his head as he tried to find the correct words. "It's just that you seem to be, please don't take it the wrong way, it's just that you seem to be a bit too troublesome, if you know what I mean." An even greater roar of laughter now greeted his words, so much so that everyone in the restaurant was now observing them with interest. The woman snarled, "How dare you?" Her right hand exploded, flashing quickly at him. His reflexes and training didn't fail him for once. He appeared to have a subconscious aversion to being slapped by this specific woman, particularly after he had actually done something wrong. His body swayed back instinctively, allowing her palm to whistle innocuously past his chin. The slight regret he felt at the failure of his pet theory washed away as a wave of glorious triumph filled his chest. "Ingrate," she gave him a vicious growl. She got up quickly and walked out of the restaurant, displaying the behavioral traits of a 5-year-old. Without a trace of regret, Naruto watched her leave. He thought that he had just escaped a very big and disagreeable bullet. He reached over and put the last piece of yakiniku in his mouth after forking it. He got up, chewed slowly, and stretched slowly. He turned and walked to the table next to it. A group of grateful smiles greeted him. "Would one of you mind apologizing to her again on my behalf? She took that a tiny bit worse than I expected." "No shit, bro," snapped the man who had tried to arrest him earlier. But this time, Naruto saw the largest shit-eating grin he had ever seen. "I owe you a beer for that. Haven't laughed like that in ages. If you see me in a bar, hit me up." He said, "Thanks, I guess," with a faint smile. He called out, "See you around," and started to leave the restaurant. A voice calling his name halted him before he had gone more than a few steps down the street. He recognized the voice. He turned to Hinata and arched an eyebrow in apprehension. "If you're going to stay in the village for a while, would you mind sparring with me?" He raised his eyebrows in astonishment. One of the things he avoided the most was sparring. During his training, Jiraiya had put him through enough spars to last a lifetime. When asked, "Sure, I guess," he replied. She gave a nod. "I need a couple of days to fully recover. I'll get in touch when I'm ready." "How?" It was she who raised an eyebrow at him this time. She said, "I know where you live," and then she went back to her party. For a few seconds, Naruto just stood. He questioned, "What just happened?" "I have no idea. I'm being forced to throw everything I know about you down the drain these past few days." Naruto muttered an expletive. He spun around and vanished into thin air. In the land of the wind, he had to reach a drop point. From his hiding place, Jiraiya gazed at the rock formation patiently. After more than 48 hours of work, he still hadn't discovered anything that would implicate him. Since the Hokage had asked him to find his fellow Sannin, he had been following Orochimaru's money trail with patience and attention to detail. Although his old friend was competent, Jiraiya was superior when it came to gathering information. 3 of Orochimaru's agents had been found by him, and the information he had learned from them had brought him to this location. Orochimaru was present because it appeared that all 3 of them thought this was his primary base. Not that he had really expected it to, but his long surveillance had produced nothing. However, one must always adhere to the fundamentals. Before entering the target, always scope it out. The moment had arrived for him to take action. He gathered Doton chakra into his body and slipped down into the earth itself, slapping his hands together into a seal. He took a cautious step forward toward what he thought was a huge underground bunker. He was aware of the number of adversaries that were waiting for him inside. He was aware that there would be no backup for him. He arrived at his destination in roughly 10 minutes. He stepped out of a circular opening in a wall and took a slow look around. He was in a passageway with brazier lighting. He closed the entrance he had made slowly, pressing a palm against the side of the passageway. He opened all his senses and looked around for any indication of life. He moved slowly to the closest brazier after finding nothing. Placing his palm on the shadow cast by the brazier, he simply melted into the shadow itself, channeling some chakra. He then waited some more while keeping a close eye on things. After half an hour, he had enough information. Every 6 minutes, the lone patrol made its way through. There were just 2 men on the patrol. He could manage it easily. He kept waiting. He heard their footsteps at the 5-minute mark and started getting ready. The moment they were beyond him, he moved fluidly from the brazier's shadow into one of the 2 shinobi's shadows. The man he was possessing struck out and knocked out his partner with a single clean blow as soon as he gained control. Jiraiya released his hands, made 2 kage bunshin, and performed a kacheyose while leaning slightly out of the shadow. His clones assumed the appearances of the 2 fallen patrolmen and executed henges. He instructed the toad, take him to Konoha. He told the man to take him to the main, central chamber, leaving his summons to it. His victim led him there, which was where he needed to go. He was aware that there was not much time left before the alarm went off. The act would be too short for his clones to maintain. Jiraiya was carried by his victim as he observed the cavernous chambers and lengthy, winding passageways that contained Orochimaru's experiments. He did not have the freedom to examine, but he wanted to. He estimated that the bunker, which was inhabited by between 200 and 300 shinobi, was most likely the size of a small village based on how frequently he encountered other humans. He didn't appear to have arrived at his destination after 10 minutes of his clones. He encouraged his victim to jog as soon as he heard the alarm being raised. He had no desire to engage in a blind pursuit through the labyrinthine passageways. That was the extent of his memorization of his escape route. As his man ran past them, making his way deeper and deeper into his oldest rival's base, dozens of enemies hurried past him, gathering to receive their orders, he assumed. The passageway abruptly expanded, revealing the biggest cavern he had yet to see. There were dozens of passageways leading out of the cavern, a large panel of computer screens to monitor the entire base, and a throne that he assumed was Orochimaru's, but this one appeared to be lacking any experimental equipment. Since he had to abruptly leave his hiding place, that was the extent of what he could see. Just as his victim was hit by a spout of blazing white flames, he emerged from the shadow and put himself back together. "You're not supposed to be here, old man. He is not going to be pleased, and that is going to interfere with my training." When Jiraiya looked up, he saw a man who appeared to be only a third his own age. He had red eyes with 3 tomo on them and a katana that was lightly sparking with electricity. Jiraiya was staring down into blood-red Sharingan eyes. Jiraiya barely moved as she stared back. On the inside, though, his body was in overdrive. His chakra network suddenly came alive as he frantically pumped enormous amounts of chakra through his coils. He was not going to make the same mistakes he had made as a young man because he had already fought the Sharingan. Jiraiya had only been on the field for more than a dozen missions as a recent shinobi graduate before realizing that, in spite of the Sandame's training, he was dreadfully unprepared to handle genjutsu. By then, he owed his life numerous times over to his teammates' skill. And even in those days, he had resented having to rely on Orochimaru. He had therefore taken extreme steps to make sure that his weakness had been fixed, and it had been plugged. His method was rudimentary but very successful. It was undoubtedly not ideal to cause havoc in one's chakra network during a life or death conflict, but Jiraiya had succeeded. The fact that the majority of his methods relied on raw power rather than exact chakra control was undoubtedly beneficial. In his experience, raw power is undoubtedly much more effective in the field but tends to be less elegant. Jiraiya also thought of himself as a pragmatic individual. He said, "That's quite disappointing," in a sardonic manner. "I thought one of the Sannin would do better. It appears that what he said about you is accurate." Jiraiya said nothing. "Be calm." Not moving, luring his adversary to try his trademark move. And the Uchiha made an effort. In an attempt to calm and subdue his senses, an alien thread of chakra infiltrated his coils. A thread incapable of withstanding the overwhelming force of chakra coursing through his body. As though struck, Sasuke Uchiha flinched and palmed his right eye, which was leaking red globules of blood. Jiraiya only needed that invitation. With a whirlpool of revolving chakra glimmering in his right palm, he was suddenly within striking distance of the missing nin. He moved in neatly and stabbed the Uchiha in the heart with the Rasengan. Uchiha were nimble. With his eyes still red, the Uchiha spun away from the assault, pulled out his blade, and slashed at him. Jiraiya dodged the blow and intervened once more, his palm a blur that was aimed at the Uchiha's throat. The Uchiha leapt back and made room for himself as his hand grasped through thin air. Jiraiya gave him permission. He was never one to rush things, and it was obvious that his opponent was now fully focused on him. His shoulders crackled as he rolled them slowly. He was slightly slower and less nimble than his adversary. Orochimaru's student was expected to do that, and he wasn't overly bothered by it. Jiraiya moved incredibly well for a man his size, but occasionally he did run into an opponent who was a little bit more agile. He had endured countless battles and overcome far more formidable challenges to reach his advanced age. Jiraiya charged, deciding he had given his opponent enough time to recover. In order to avoid his blow, the Uchiha leapt up and slashed downward. Jiraiya ducked as the Uchiha transformed his attack into a horizontal slash after making a clean sidestep. He took a quick breath as he straightened. The eyes of his opponent widened in shock. It was obvious the Uchiha knew what was going to happen. The type of chakra he was building up inside his body was visible to the Sharingan. A tiny but potent ball of fire escaped from his mouth. After making a quick backward move, the Uchiha barely avoided his jutsu. Jiraiya grinned. He never grew weary of the response that this specific attack of his consistently managed to generate. A fireball in close proximity is disliked by all. He took it out without any hand. Seals, though, which made his opponents even less fond of it. After a considerable amount of work, he was able to teach himself some of his most practical methods without the aid of hand signals. An accomplishment that had been extremely helpful in countless conflicts. The ground shook beneath their feet as his attack buried itself deep and exploded. Jiraiya rushed the Uchiha, leaving him with no time to recover, and he could still feel the ground vibrating from his attack. As he got closer, the katana slashed at him, but this time, he didn't do anything evasive. With all the force he could muster, he parried the blow and bundled into the Uchiha, drawing out a kunai. As they flew across the cavern, Jiraiya smiled. Despite knowing what was coming, the Uchiha were powerless to stop it. Jiraiya slammed his former teammate's student against the cavern wall with a loud crash. With blood pouring from his mouth, the Uchiha collapsed to the ground. Jiraiya took a backseat and waited cautiously. Sheesh, child. Back in the village, they told me you were a genius. A great amount of threatening chakra erupted from the Uchiha, causing Jiraiya to yell and take a step back. Jiraiya sighed as Sasuke slowly pushed himself off the ground. What they didn't tell was that you had a cursed seal. Sasuke raised his crackling blade, spread his wings, and charged. Naruto appeared in his living room just as the sun's first rays were beginning to slowly spread across Konoha. For a few seconds, he stood motionless, letting his eyes get used to the new illumination. When he had left the land of the wind, it had been dark. He held the package in his hand and jabbed it out, dropping it onto his couch. Later on, it might be time to open it, interpret it, and tell Konoha what it said. Normally Jiraiya would send through his toads whatever he could smell. Naruto could bypass that step completely now that he was stationed in the village and relay the information straight to his mentor's only point of contact with the village, the Hokage. Naruto turned slowly, left his house, and went in search of food. In a shinobi village, something was always open. Most of the time, retired shinobi ran the all-night ones. Asuma took a long drag from the cigarette and allowed the effects of the nicotine to spread throughout his body. The balcony door behind him opened, and he turned his head, letting go of a black cloud. He grunted, morning, to his wife. It's too early in the morning for that, she retorted. Yeah, he said, tapping it against the railing. He flicked his fingers, and the extinguished butt vanished into the streets below. Kurenai snorted. Was that really necessary? Given that it's your father's job to keep this place clean. He remarked, what he doesn't know is never going to hurt him, as she leaned against him and sat down. The couple gazed up at the morning sky in silence. Yesterday at the restaurant. Yes. The child with the blonde hair. What are your knowledge of him? What makes you think I know anything about him? Yuhi, really? Games are not appropriate at this hour of the morning. Tracking mission following the incident in Kumo. The target was him. I understand. I recall that. That did not sit well with Hinata's father. Yes. And? I think he's the Yondaimi's son. Turning, Asuma gazed down at his wife. The yellow flash did not have any children. I had the same thought. Until I got to know him. The same blonde hair. The same face. Same physical characteristics. Lots of people look like that. He also used Hiraishin. The Hiraishin? That is not feasible. I saw it myself. If my memory serves me correctly, the Yondaime attempted to teach it to a few individuals. No one could do it. At best, Genma, Rado, and Iwashi managed to execute a modified version of it that wasn't truly applicable in real-world combat. I remember. Well, does the elderly man know about this? Obviously. Yes. What a stupid question. You questioned him about it. Clammed up. Obviously. Asuma reached into his pocket and took out another cigarette, but his wife did not reprimand him this time. Gosh. The son of the yellow flash, this makes a difference. Is it true? How? He is not one of this village's shinobi. He's also not a missing nin. If he was, I'd know. That's accurate. That must have been the old man's doing. HMPH. Everything is influenced by my father. He is an expert at that. And how is this guy related to Hinata? How are they acquainted? According to what you told me, that had only the smallest amount of contact during those 2 missions. No idea. You didn't ask her. No. And if I did, I doubt she would tell me. Why's that? Because if it was something she wouldn't mind telling me, she already would have. Well, I'm going to listen to Kakashi anyway. You're definitely not going to get anything from him. I understand. What's the harm in trying, though? Bullshit. It would be wiser for you to try to get the children tickets to the final Chunin exams round. Yes, indeed. Will work. I have a friend who owes me a favor. Perched atop his father's carving, Naruto gazed down at the village. You sure you're not following me around? He drew lead. No, not that I am aware of, was the arid response. Naruto leaned back and looked up at the sheer rock face with his head tilted back. Kakashi was perched at the top, waving merrily. Look, I'm pretty sure the old man told you to keep an eye on me. No, Hokage. Sama desires that you remain in the village, not frighten you. Then why are you here? That's obvious, not to me. I'm here for you. Why? You around next week? I guess so. The Chunin exam's final round. Do you wish to enter? Nah. Kakashi arched a single, noticeable eyebrow. Why not? Not really interested in watching a bunch of kids knock each other out. I wasn't talking about that. Guard duty. Why would I be interested in that? Pays well. VIPs will be showing up in droves. To guarantee that the best and brightest are present at the arena, they give the village a good wage. We can split 50-50. How much? Kakashi informed him. Phew, Naruto exclaimed in amazement. It's tempting, I have to admit. However, I don't think I'll be able to handle this one because I'm not really among the best and brightest in the village. Well, what are you discussing? Few people here would make it through more than a few rounds with you. You are aware of that? One must first be a native of the village in order to be among its best and brightest. I'm not. Kakashi snorted, bah, and waved a fluffy hand. Technicalities. Nah, Naruto shook his head and grunted. I try to stay away from crowds. The less my face is recognized, the better. Well, if you don't want people to see your face, they won't. You're awful insistent, Naruto shot back sharply. The short straw was drawn. This one cannot be backed out, so here I am, attempting to inflict my suffering on others. HMPH, Naruto snorted with amusement. You seriously telling me that out of all the people you know in this village, I'm the one you chose? Yup, Kakashi said with a smile. Fine, Naruto sighed. I'll do it. That's good to hear. 60.40 split to me. You strike a good bargain, my friend. HMPH. My blackmail isn't even visible to you yet. Jiraiya barely avoided his transformed opponent's blade, which was engorged with Raiden. In general, Jiraiya liked his opponents to genuinely resemble people. The aftermath was less chaotic the more human. Like his opponents were. Furthermore, humans most certainly lacked wings. Not purple ones, in particular. The second dodge was just as slight. The Uchiha had previously been agile, but this speed was significantly higher. The third sidestep was the same. Jiraiya was aware that he was not supposed to continue doing that for very long. The Uchiha would eventually sustain a single nick, which would be sufficient for the powerful Raiden chakra leaking through the blade to immobilize him. The fact that he was at a disadvantage when it came to Raiden chakra didn't help. He had to make space and time for himself. He leapt back, slapped his palms together, and directed his chaotic chakra toward his hair as the Uchiha's blade whistled past him for the fourth time. Hari Jizo. With a burst of vitality, Jiraiya's white mane wrapped him in a hardened shell of needles. Hard enough to deftly dodge a blade infused with Raiden. The blade, which easily cut through most materials, bounced off innocuously, causing Sasuke's eyes to widen in momentary shock. Kabari Senbon. A flurry of razor. Sharp needles flew in all directions as Jiraiya's hair surged once more. Sasuke made a sudden retreat, acting evasively. There were too many needles to completely avoid or block. To keep the Uchiha from getting skewered, it had to move out of range, and Jiraiya wanted precisely that. Jiraiya was suddenly out of his shell and bursting across the cavern at the passageways from which he had first emerged. "You won't get away from me, Jiraiya." Jiraiya was not planning to escape. He was fully aware of his strategy and how to carry it out. He prepared his chakra by slicing his thumb with his kunai. He rushed into the passageway with a shunshin and started carrying out his plan while his opponent trailed behind. His fingers pushed his chakra to his palms while flashing through the required hand signals. Jiraiya dropped to his knees, slammed his hands to the ground, and sent a powerful surge of chakra into the rock. Kachiyose. Gamaguchi Shibari. His technique changed the rock. Hewn tunnels walls themselves. What had been black and hard turned pink and spongy and fleshy. From behind him, his adversary growled, "What in the world is this?" The final game. Greetings from the Great Toad's esophagus. As he turned, Jiraiya remarked, "No one has ever escaped this." For a moment, the Uchiha used his Sharingan eyes to examine the walls. After gathering enough information, he decided to turn tail and flee. "Brat, you're not leaving." As the walls of flesh tightened and encased the purple, winged monster his former teammate had constructed, Jiraiya yelled, "Just back with me to Konoha." With his eyes closed and his forehead creased in contemplation, Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned heavily against the room's wall. The conference room on the floor that housed the ANBU's high-security prison was situated far below the Konoha headquarters. Those whose incarceration could not be made public were housed here by the village. Few of the hundreds of inmates who have entered over the years have been able to escape. Those who departed were held responsible for the outcome of the negotiations between the participating rival villages. Nobody had ever gotten away. "It would have been much simpler if you had just killed him," he sighed in the end. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow as he glanced up from the table where he was reading the report. "Sensei, really? It was unexpected that you, of all people, would say that." "What else am I supposed to say?" As he moved away from the wall and sat down at the table with Jiraiya, Sarutobi asked. "You couldn't have chosen a worse time to bring Sasuke in." "What should I have done? My aim was Orochimaru. Was unaware that the Uchiha would be present." "I understand, but what if Orochimaru makes an attempt to get him back during the Chunin tests? He can infiltrate the village at the ideal momenta the Chunin exams. It's not an if question. He will undoubtedly try something during the tests, in my opinion. I know him, and you know him. Something like this won't be tolerated by him. In particular, since I took his prize student out of his own den. And destroyed one of his bases. Yes, additionally, there is that. He will be able to infiltrate despite our best efforts. He is too familiar with our defenses. Yes. That is an issue. Yes, that is. Things will become disorganized." Jiraiya smiled malevolently. "After a long period, things are starting to get exciting again. The world appears to be making up for lost time and moving toward greatness." There was a great sadness in Hiruzen. His pupil was right. While it lasted, the peace had been pleasant. To put it another way, when the violence erupted again, it would be even more chaotic. He was not as excited by the idea as some shinobi were. He no longer craved excitement the way Jiraiya did. "I concur. That's not a good thing, though. I was content with the status quo. We must be ready. I do not wish to live through another war. The next Hokage's headache must be the next shinobi war. Not mine." On the topic of preparation, you sure Kakashi's the right person to be sealing off the boy? He is one of the village's top practitioners of Fuinjutsu, apart from me and you, of course. I'm not questioning his abilities. He has a history of letting people go. That was different. Jiraiya's eyebrow went up. He left a 4-year-old unaccompanied, unprepared, and unprotected in the wild. For his own student, who knows what he might do? Take a look at yourself. Even after all these years and everything Orochimaru has accomplished, you still have a place in your heart for him. If he were lying helpless in front of you right now, could you really tell me that you could kill him? Hiruzen stopped and gave his eyes a tired rub. When the time comes, we will cross that line. But this instance is unique. Sometime after he left us, we dispatched teams to get him back. One of Kakashi's proto-copyright Ga Copyright S led one of them. He was killed by Sasuke. His words were met with silence. "Ah," Jiraiya uttered quietly. His file did not contain this. I was unaware of this specific fact. Clearly, it's in his file, but not in the condensed form I provided you. Jiraiya said with a grim nod. "Gosh. I feel bad for the bastard now. Kakashi is a good man in spite of his many flaws. One of my best. Kakashi cut open his palm while kneeling in the shadowed room. As the Anbu guards looked on, he made a slow circle on the floor, letting his blood drip onto it. The room was nearly dark and lacked windows. Given that it was a very special high-security prison chamber for high-risk inmates and that it was situated far below the Anbu headquarters, it was hardly surprising. Normally, the prisoner would be left in the chamber by himself in complete darkness, with his limbs restrained and his chakra network cut off. The walls were protected from the use of space-time techniques and were heavily reinforced to withstand nearly all techniques. But in this instance, the inmate was a little bit unique, and extraordinary measures were being implemented. Until Kakashi Hitaki completed the task at hand, the Anbu guard would stay. Putting Sasuke Uchiha's Sharingan and cursed seal away. Sasuke, who was only wearing a pair of underwear to preserve his modesty, was kneeling in the middle of the circle that Kakashi had drawn, bound by heavy chains. A blindfold with seals on it covered his eyes. There were several chakra restriction seals stuck to his back. However, these were only short-term, routine fixes that would not last. At that point, Kakashi's contribution became significant. After completing his circle, Kakashi approached his former pupil and held up a single, blood-stained index finger. He calmly drew 3 shapes on Sasuke's back. His touch caused his former pupil's body to tremble. There is no method that you inept idiots will use on me that is adequate. They will eventually deteriorate, and I will shatter them. I can only sense the pitiful seals on my back becoming weaker, Sasuke snarled, fumbling with his chains. Kakashi remained silent. He simply took a step back and collected his chakra. He quickly leapt forward, forming only 3 hand seals, and slapped his palm on the middle of the Uchiha's back. As the sheer torrent of chakra was forced through, Kakashi's blood circle bubbled and sizzled. The circle of blood constricts upon itself and rushes inward onto its victim's body with a sharp hiss. The Uchiha sprang back and let out a silent scream the moment the circle made contact with its victim. The circle grew smaller and smaller, shining like a brand of red heat on the Uchiha's pale skin. Finally it made its way to the cursed seal on the upper back of the Uchiha and surrounded it with a red barrier. Only at that moment did the Uchiha's spasms stop, and he sagged forward on his restraints. Kakashi nodded while calmly examining his creation. It's finished. The last time I attempted this, I failed miserably. I believe that you could control that thing with your own willpower. There won't be any errors this time. My blood is used to make that seal this time. My willpower is in charge of it. And, Sasuke, my resolve is unwavering. Ever since you murdered Tenzo. After a week in one of the numerous courtyards that dot the Hyuga clan complex, Hinata relaxed on her favorite chair. She heard the soft footsteps of a person coming up behind her, and she looked up from her book. Suppressing a sigh, she forced herself to stand and started to turn around. Her father was the one. She said, "Hello, father," as she stood up. "Sit," she said quietly as he approached. Hinata did as she was told. Her last conversation with her father had been a long time ago. She silently gazed down at her while resting a pale hand on the back of her chair. The finals of Chunin exams are to be held in 2 days. Yes, I know. Are you also aware that your sister will be participating? Yes, I see, Hiyashi said after a moment's hesitation. I wish for you to accompany me to the event. I do not know if I would be available. My request has been forwarded to your commander. He promised that you would be. Hinata was taken aback. Her Anbu responsibilities had never been impeded by her father or her clan. I see, Hinata said, nodding. I shall be there. Her father's expression flickered with emotion. I am glad, she uttered. He nodded, then turned and left. As he turned to leave, Hinata called out, "Why do you want me there?" You are sisters, for whatever that means. You should be there to witness this moment with her. Hinata was perplexed. It was the first time her father had been sentimental. He started at a strange moment. After 2 days in his bed, Naruto fell asleep. It was 11 in the morning. Wake up. Naruto continued to sleep. Wake up, Naruto. Naruto shifted, but he didn't wake up. Hot, flaming chakra pushed its way into his coils. He jolted to his feet. Be vigilant and attentive. With his arms reaching for his blades and his eyes darting around his bedroom, he asked in a single word, "What?" We are not alone. Naruto quietly got out of bed and started to take his weapon out of its sheath. Boy, put your weapon away. This house itself poses no threat to us. He exhaled the tension in his muscles slowly. Explain. One of my brethren has entered this village. Naruto pivoted and gazed out the ajar window. I feel nothing. He is confined in a vessel, just like me. A human. Powered ship. Naruto gave a nod. The Chunin exam finals were held today. The event was expected to draw a sizable number of outside visitors to the village. A Jinchuriki like him had apparently been smuggled in. He arrived late. By now, he ought to have joined Kakashi. Quickly and silently he readied himself. But his thoughts were racing. It was his first time meeting another Jinchuriki.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.